Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another logical, plausible, probable debate after show. We're going to be talking about the latest episode between the one and only NEPHILIMFREE and RJ, also known as James Downard, over on Modern Day Debate. They had a pretty epic back and forth on the concept of abiogenesis, danced around on different things in relation to evolution, complexity, information theory, and a plethora of other factors which are relevant in relation to abiogenesis. So if you haven't seen the debate, after we get done with the after show, you need to go over and check it out, or bounce over to MDD here in a few minutes when it gets available to watch live again or on demand, and check out some of the different back and forth that I'm sure we will be discussing here tonight on the after show, because it was definitely an interesting one, and I think people are going to have rather strong opinions about it. Now, here in a few minutes, we let some more folks into the stream. If you want to get in the backstage, link is in the description, and I'm also about to post it in the live chat here in a minute. But come up now. Now, as I was telling everybody over in the debate, I will actually be issuing a major mea culpa in relation to something that happened the other night over on MDD in my debate with Rico. But not going to give that away just yet. Wait till some more people show up for the after show. We get into it. And then so a little bit later on, I will be issuing a pretty sizable admission of guilt in something I messed up on my debate the other night. But without further ado, get some folks here in the stream. We've got the one and only NEPHILIMFREE, who was obviously one of the main actors in the debate just went down. Neph, tell us about your thoughts on the debate, how it went down, what your feelings were, and if you thought it was any different, the same as, or categorically opposed to your previous interactions with the one and only RJ Downard. Neff, you there? Oh, well, we might have lost Nephilim.
I'm not Neff, but I don't know how RJ was not ashamed to defend evolution or abiogenesis. But yeah, I'm gonna hang outside because my signal's not very good.
Okay, gotcha. Appreciate you, Jungle, for coming on. As always, my friend. Hope you're staying safe though. You still up in Missouri?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, Neff. I don't know if you heard what I was asking you. I was saying.
Yeah, I heard it. I just had to change my device. I just installed Windows again today, and so I had to tell my browser to allow the particular device so you'd hear me. It was the same as it usually is in these debates. Evolutionists claiming lots of things have been established by science, but then when you ask for the actual evidence of that, what shows it, then they replace the evidence. Suddenly turns out to be nothing but speculations and assumptions. So that's pretty much what it was. Now, I really didn't prepare for this debate at all because I was very busy doing things, and but my purpose in it, really the way I approached it, was just basically to ask questions and watch so that the audience would see him unable to give an account for why we should believe abiogenesis is true. That's all I really wanted to accomplish. If I wanted to approach it from a different way, I could have just discussed the insurmountable problems with abiogenesis. I didn't do that. I could have discussed all kinds of things, but the formation of DNA naturally, the chirality problem, the ribose backbone of the DNA molecule problem, the coding, the how did the nucleotides become arranged because chemical determinacy doesn't determine what order they're placed in along the DNA molecule, the nucleotides, that all this other stuff, lots of things, the oxygen environment of the earth. I could have discussed all that stuff, and I just didn't do it. The way I approached it tonight, I just thought I would take it laid back and just ask questions so that the audience can see that he can't actually give a scientific explanation why abiogenesis should be believed. I think I succeeded at that because he never once gave any scientific explanation for anything.
Well, no, that's very true. I actually it was interesting throughout the debate. He fell back on his standard defense mechanism, which was, "Have you read the technical literature?" And we hear that.
That's classic JR. That's all he ever does. But have you read the latest papers? And the thing that kills me, John, is you provide a science paper from 2012. They say, "Oh, that was so old. That's 8 years ago." You provide one from 2014. Oh, that's so long ago. It's just ridiculous. As though everything that proves his case has been discovered in just the last 3 years. I mean.
Well, one thing that's funny is, he tried to call out your Eugene Koonin paper from 2007, and the fact that he did that cracks me up because it also indicates that, contrary to the claims that have been made, good old Downard has not actually perused through my folder, because if he had, he would recognize that in 2017, Eugene Koonin did a review of that paper you were referencing, and basically stated, "Yeah, nothing's changed."
And I told you
the same problem. I know you did, but I'm saying the point I'm making is it's in that paper that you were referring to is in my folder that I have available for everybody. The link's on my channel, and Downard and others claim to have poured through all those papers, yet continue to make the claim of, "Oh, that paper is old," whenever it's referenced, right? And it's like, no. He literally said the same thing 10 years later.
Yeah, they say the same thing. Yeah.
Logical. Did you put me on mute? Because I've been on mute all this time, and I'm just wondering if I can unmute now.
We hear you.
Right. Yeah, you told me to go on mute, but I wasn't aware when we were actually, can I go on unmute? Is that okay?
Yeah, I was about to address you.
Yeah, sure. All right.
George, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. And now, Mark, what?
I don't think I've met George. Hello, George.
Oh, hi, John. Hi, Neff.
Yes. So I've
hi, Mark.
Hang on. I'm going to be allowing people to go. Just everybody, we're establishing tonight that people will get recognized.
Yeah. I'm working on half a page of points here. That it's going to take a lot to go through.
Okay, if you're not going to listen like last time, and be talking over people like you did in the last time I had you on the stream, then we can just boot you out now. So,
I didn't talk over anybody.
In the last stream, yes, you did. Quite a few.
No, people talked like into me, and I just didn't stop talking. But that's not talking over.
Okay. And again, you will be recognized when it's your turn to speak. And you can go on timeout. I'll let you back in a few minutes. George, how you doing, brother?
Oh, hi, John. Before we get started, I'd like to ask Neff whether it was intentional or not, but when you called RJ JR, was that having a bit of a dig at him? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure how old you guys are, but do you remember who shot JR?
No, it was just a slip. I didn't mean to do that, but maybe it works somehow. I don't know.
But it seems that RJ shot himself anyway. I mean, he didn't present any evidence whatsoever for the subject.
And I knew he couldn't. That's why I asked the questions that I did, because I wanted the audience to see that every time somebody asked a question about this or that, allegedly showing reason to believe in abiogenesis, that he would resort to speculations and storytelling. That's what I wanted to show, and I think I accomplished that. He did do that. I think anybody watching the debate will see that. Did this guy ever provide a scientific argument? Did he cite a scientific paper that showed that they've discovered a purely chemical process that develops a ribosome, or anything like that? Nothing. Not a thing. Not one thing. All he did was talk about the prebiotic Earth, and we know this must have happened a billion years ago in the fossil record. That's it.
Yeah, the question that came up on oxygen, I mean, NASA engaged, I'm not sure who the consultants were, but there's a paper on it where they clearly show that when they investigated rocks going back to their supposed billions of years,
Right.
they actually found oxygen content similar to what we have today.
Copious amounts. That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and I told JR that, and he said that's not true. So he lied for science. He lied for abiogenesis because I was correct. It is true that scientists have increased no matter what they study, whenever they study geology and looking for this prebiotic Earth, they don't find it. They never have. They find that no matter how far back they go in their imagination, when they're looking at rocks or whatever it may be, they find the Earth has always been rich in oxygen. It always has. They can't find this imaginary prebiotic Earth void of oxygen or nearly completely void of oxygen. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for that. And I told JR that, and he denied it, saying, oh, no, they found it. That was a lie. He lied to the whole audience about that because that is not true. Even the secular mainstream academics, they admit, George, just like you do, they can't find the prebiotic Earth. But JR says they have.
I mean, they found what is it in amber? Haven't they trapped air bubbles where they've analysed that and found the actual oxygen content was actually higher than what we have today. So
Yes.
I don't know where he's getting his science from.
Well,
all right, guys. So I'm gonna let Mark back into the stream. I think he's gonna have some questions for you, Neph.
okay.
So just set things up. So in this context, Mark, you're gonna get 90 seconds at a time. So pick the questions you would like to ask. And then everybody be quiet, and Neph will get a chance to respond if he wishes. So,
thank you very much. 90 seconds seems a little short, but I'll go as fast as possible. Okay, so you brought up unable to move count for
dude,
what?
Calm down.
I've only got
bro.
90 seconds, man. I can't waste time. You've gone through like 20 points here.
I haven't started the clock yet, bro. Like, stop snorting your Coke and calm down. Okay, right. There can be more than one 90-second round. Okay.
Okay.
So you need to just calm down. Just calm down.
I'm calm. I'm just moving fast because I don't have a lot of time.
Pick a couple questions you want to ask in your 90 seconds, and then we will proceed. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going. When you start talking, I will start the clock.
Okay. Okay, so straight up, unable to give an account for abiogenesis. He gave several accounts that pointed towards abiogenesis. Abiogenesis isn't a theory. It hasn't been absolutely proven in science. There's science that heads towards that conclusion, but nothing that actually says, yes, we definitely know like it happened and how it happened. So why do you keep representing that? The formation of DNA and problems with abiogenesis.
Your audio dropped out. Your audio dropped out. Back up about 3 sentences and start again. Let him have the time. Yeah. You said
I dropped out.
Yeah, your audio dropped out. You said JR provided things, so why didn't I reference that? I'm not sure what you meant by that, but that was the last thing.
No, it's you seem to be representing that he's giving an account for abiogenesis, like a complete account when we don't have a complete account. We have evidence to suggest it, but it's not theory yet. It's still a hypothesis.
Okay, go on.
Right? Okay, so you said he gave no evidence for abiogenesis, and that's incorrect. He gave a lot of scientific evidence for abiogenesis. What I didn't hear, and I wondered why, is that zero evidence. Like you said, he presented zero evidence. I heard zero evidence for special creation. None whatsoever at all. Like not even an attempt to provide any evidence for special creation. So when I say that RJ won through default, it was simply because he provided some evidence for abiogenesis, and there was nothing for special creation wasn't even mentioned. And I wondered why that was. Now, prebiotic Earth, RJ, he's actually correct. But when you say rocks millions of years ago, oxidization happened like 2-point-something billion years ago. So how would you possibly get rocks millions of years old to show that there's no oxygen in them? Because it happened way, way, way before that. And that's the thing. It's just at one point we know, and geologists say that only plants existed. There was no oxygen-consuming organisms.
Okay. You ready for me to respond?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure.
Okay. JR didn't provide any scientific evidence for abiogenesis. He didn't mention anything. I think it's kind of bizarre that you say he did. He didn't provide one thing. He stumbled in attempts to give an explanation for it and then skirted. You say you didn't hear any evidence for special creation, but you did. You heard me talk about, were you listening to the debate?
I caught most of it. I
Okay.
came in late,
Did you
actually.
mention, did you remember? Okay, well then maybe you didn't hear me talk about cytotaxis, also known as restricted assembly, because that's powerful evidence for special creation. Okay, so I did mention that. But my purpose was not to discuss, prove that life was created. It was just to show that evolutionists can't provide a scientific reason for believing in abiogenesis. And the reason for that, of course, is because it's scientifically implausible. I'm going to say it's impossible, but I'm going to say it's implausible at the very least. And that's why people like JR will stumble around trying to provide scientific evidence for it and won't. And he did.
It's RJ.
RJ. So he didn't provide any scientific evidence. He appealed to deep time, which is the enemy of abiogenesis, absolute enemy of it. The fact that scientists can't find a prebiotic Earth is evidence that their idea there was a prebiotic Earth is not true. If there had been one, we should find it. We should find the deep rocks of the Earth are void of oxygen, but lo and behold, they're not. So we don't have any evidence for a prebiotic Earth. The farther back in time the evolutionists keep discovering things and think that this is older than we previously thought, they find the Earth has a fair amount of oxygen in it. And so, oxygen is the enemy of abiogenesis, in case you didn't know. So because it acts like an acid to biological molecules that aren't protected by an environment of the cell, which is designed to maintain its own integrity, right? So oxygen is the destroyer of abiogenesis. They can't find an oxygen-free environment in the Earth, historically. And so they believe there was one because, well, they need to. That's my response to you.
Okay.
Can I address some of that?
Hang on, everybody. We're gonna let Mark have one more 90 seconds, George, and then David. All right. So when you start talking, Mark, we'll start the clock.
Okay, fantastic. No worries. Okay, so no scientific evidence. RJ brought up multiple papers all supporting his position. Not that abiogenesis was theory and proven, but they support towards that conclusion. They support that conclusion that it possibly and plausibly was a solution for where life came from. Now, directed assembly and basically you've said proving abiogenesis wrong is your evidence for, or part of your evidence for special creation. Now, that is a classic God of the gaps argument. Like, absolutely God of the gaps. Evidence against something is not evidence for another thing. The negation of P is not P. It's not Q. Right? You don't say, okay, well, I've proven this wrong, therefore it proves this other thing. That's classic God of the gaps. Like, absolutely, I could paint a frame in that and say God of the gaps. The prebiotic Earth, we do find rocks pre-oxidation. That's what RJ brought up. He actually had studies which show that rocks from, say, 2.5 billion years ago don't have oxygen in them, and plants came about before oxygen breathing organisms did. If it had been oxygen in the like, plants are what produced oxygen. Plants are the things producing oxygen, right? And if plants came first, then they created the oxygen in the atmosphere. It would have to have a carbon dioxide rich atmosphere originally for that to happen.
So my response is this. Firstly, no, JR did not provide any evidence for abiogenesis. He named some papers which allegedly show evidence for abiogenesis. He didn't describe any such evidence. He did provide nothing of evidence for abiogenesis. Nothing. I can cite papers by Kurt Wise or anybody else I want to, that doesn't mean I'm providing evidence unless I describe the evidence therein and explain why it's evidence. He didn't do that. He provided nothing. Secondly, you say the negation of P is not an argument. Well, I agree with that philosophically, but in the case of creation and evolution, it does. If you disprove evolution, you do prove creation, because let me explain to you why. Maybe you haven't used your noodle long and hard enough about this. You hadn't been involved in this thing as long as I have. Let me explain a very trauma-inducing sort of reality to you. There's only two options. There's only two. There's creation and there's evolution. Either naturalism is the explanation for biological systems, or intelligence is. There is nothing in between. It's natural or it's supernatural, but there's only two options. That's a hard revelation. Maybe you learned something from me tonight, because there's only two options. If I disprove evolution, I have proved creation. Now, that without having to cite any evidence for it. If I prove that nature cannot have created organic life, I have just proved creation. You don't believe that, and you're sitting there laughing, but the joke is on you. You haven't thought about this long and deep and hard enough, apparently. So give yourself some more time. So the thing is, I can sit here all night long and discuss the astonishing evidences that prove intelligent design and special creation. That wasn't my purpose in the debate. It was just to make him stumble over himself, trying to provide evidence for something, and then he can't. So, and then what was the last thing that you mentioned? I forgot what it was.
The oxygen-free rocks in 2.5 billion years ago.
Yeah. So scientists will dig up a particular rock in a particular volcanic rock in a particular location on the Earth and say, these are relatively free of oxygen, or there's virtually none in it. That proves an abiogenic world. No, it doesn't. It just proves that you found some rock that had virtually no oxygen in it. But when they dig and they dig and they dig everywhere on the Earth, no matter how far they go, 6 miles down, they find oxygen in the rocks. Okay, so because some guy can find a rock that has very little oxygen in it, you can't claim the sum of the whole is represented by one example like that. The truth is, even NASA agrees in their science papers and on their own website that the evidence they have not found a prebiotic light world. Now, you say, well, there was you're talking about the plants existed before animals. Well, you're welcome to believe that, but even so, it doesn't matter. According to your camp, there would have been a prebiotic world. And that would have been one void of oxygen. See? And then the oxygen is brought to us by comets that for some reason, target the Earth. We get them all. We get lots of them. One comet, boom, 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 a barrage of comets in, a relatively short astronomical period of time. We get all these comets, and that's magically, it brings us an ocean and all this oxygen. Well, that's your story. But the simple truth is, even NASA and the Geological Survey, National United States Geological Survey, admit there has not been found anywhere on this Earth a set of evidences that give us an inference that there was a prebiotic Earth that was void of oxygen. It's not true. Hasn't been found. So that's my response.
Okay.
All right, George, you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was actually had 2 points, but I think the oxygen bit's been done to death.
Yeah, it really has.
I don't think
Mark,
we're going to
Mark, I posed the question to RJ about the 46 abiogenesis proposals that are out there today, and they're all failures, and he didn't deny any of that. But the most recent one, the number 46, they now propose a cloud, a molecular cloud that formed, that had all the DNA ingredients in it, not bit by bit RNA getting bit by bit to become DNA, but DNA molecular cloud. And by the way, that scientific report in a science magazine calls it a theory. They don't call it a hypothesis. They call it a theory.
They might be using theory in a colloquial sense. I don't know. I haven't read that.
Well, they're not being very genuine then if they
Was that in a
are.
paper or a scientific, like just a scientific article, like a news sort of article?
I did say it was a scientific article.
Right. So there's problems
called...
with the way that studies and stuff can be presented in the media. You know, you hear those reports of like, oh, a study comes up with, you know, a certain chemical is reduced to drinking coffee, and then suddenly in the news the next day it's like, oh, you know, coffee can cure cancer kind of thing. You know, there's definitely problems in the way stuff is expressed from a study to, you know, consuming it, ordinary people consuming it, granted, yeah. So this proposed molecular cloud, that may be one of the ways that they say, hey, it is plausible this happened. I don't know. Like, I haven't read what you're talking about, sure. And as I said before, abiogenesis isn't scientific theory. Like, it isn't acknowledged to be a model that has met its burden of proof. There's a lot of evidence that points us in that direction. I know from my experience, there was a big debate over whether abiogenesis, even within that camp, you know, within the abiogenesis camp, that whether it occurred on Earth, you know, the sort of primordial soup kind of thing, or whether it was panspermia, it occurred somewhere else. And, you know, and that's what I was going to address with Neph, sort of going, my story is that this happened and that happened and this happened. No, we don't know exactly how it happened, so I don't have a story. We don't know.
Before you go too far, you really need to define, before we go too far, you need to define what you mean by evolution.
Well, biological evolution, just the change of allele frequency over time.
Well, that's just variations, Mark. That's just variation.
Yeah.
That's just a fancy word for variations.
Well, that's what the definition of evolution is. If you're talking about the model that we use to describe how organisms change and adapt to their environment, then that's the theory of evolution.
The changes to allele frequency don't support evolution. They just produce, as my friends here said, they help organisms perhaps produce varieties of themselves. They're not a mechanism for the development of structural designs, biological structural designs.
Well, that's what.
And moreover, they actually reduce genetic information. Changing allele frequencies in a population cause certain genes to become recessive.
Yeah, and increasing their frequency.
Let me finish. So they cause genes to become recessive, and in subsequent populations, those genes become so recessive that they're never expressed again in that population. That's a loss of genetic information. There's plenty of scientists who've published about that. So losing genetic information is the absolute opposite of what evolution requires. Evolution would require a continuous input of new genetic information, but we don't have such a mechanism. So changing allele frequencies in a population, two things: doesn't build structural designs. It would have to, if evolution were true. You have to explain the structural design change that causes one creature to produce over time fundamentally different type of organism that requires biological structural design change in thousands of millions of increments. And evolutionists sometimes say, well, fewer increments than we used to believe. Well, okay, you can have your genetic punctuated equilibrium all you like. That doesn't help. It doesn't produce the kind of change that we could call evolutionary. So changing allele frequencies in a population is not a mechanism for evolution.
Okay, so frequency is not just loss.
Hang on. We'll come back to all this stuff. It's David's turn. David, thanks for joining the stream. What did you think about the debate, and what were the aspects of the madness on MDD that stuck out to you tonight?
Well, obviously, I don't have an honest opinion because I did not watch the whole debate. So I honestly cannot give an opinion of it until I do. But I do want to let you know, NEPHILIMFREE and I are planning on debating the global flood. And I have a couple of questions for NEPHILIMFREE based on his model, and I kind of wanted to make sure I understand his position properly before that debate happens. So NEPHILIMFREE, would you be willing to answer just a couple questions that I have about your model? Because I don't.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind answering questions about the model.
All right, sure. So the first one is just to clarify, you believe that Noah took kinds in the ark, but not necessarily each individual species. Is that correct?
Of course.
Okay, yeah. So the second question, would you agree with Standing for Truth and Dr. Snelling that there is evidence for the hyper-accelerated nuclear decay?
Yes, genetic decay, genomic decay is established biological fact in 2010.
I'm actually talking about the accelerated nuclear decay of unstable atoms, so radiometric decay. Would you agree with Dr. Snelling?
I would agree that matter moves towards entropy, and more towards disorder. It experiences entropy. Yes.
Okay, sure. So, it's radiometric dating, when we take a rock and it's quote unquote dated to 500 million years old or something like that, would you agree that it at least has the apparent age of that?
No, I would agree that the process of decay happens at a rate, and we can discern that rate with relative accuracy. I agree. But the problems for you is this, what you need to consider is this. Because the rate of decay is X, does not mean that what you find is X old. You don't know when that material came into being. It may have a rate of decay of X million years to get the daughter isotope. That doesn't mean that the material has been around that long. God could have created this world 6,200 years ago with materials that decay at that rate. And there's all kinds of problems with radiometric dating. Water washes minerals into and out of rocks all the time. And then there's the problem of, fudge factors. They fudge the system to get the numbers that they want. That's widely known. Even secular camp scientists have admitted they do this. And then it's a metric. It produces a range of dates. They pick the one that fits their presumed age of the index fossil or whatever it is that they're dating, rock that they want to date, and they discard the rest. And so the biggest problem really to me is that water washes radioisotopes into and out of rocks. That means unless you know exactly every single gallon of water that's ever struck that rock, you can't know how much parent isotope was present in the beginning, how much daughter isotope was present in the beginning, how much of you can't know whether 90% of the isotope of the parent isotope was present, or 90% was added later by water, or 90% was taken away by water, or 10% was added or taken away. And the same is true of the daughter isotope. It's impossible to know. You have to make assumptions. And the wild assumptions used in radiometric dating is not good enough. It's not empirical science.
Thank you. And I do appreciate you answering these questions, because I really want to make sure I understand your position and not just strawman you in the debate.
Yeah. Well, that we'll be debating the flood.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So.
And the thing is, some people argue that during the flood there was a hyper-accelerated nuclear decay that happened, which causes these rocks to appear to be going through. So,
yes, I know that they do. Yeah.
All right. Good. So just to clarify, you do agree with them?
I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I'm pretty knowledgeable about a lot of things. I haven't actually studied that subject in depth because I really don't care much about it. I really don't care whether or not much for the subject of radiometric dating. I know some problems with it. I just haven't dug my head deeply into the subject. I've got files and records that I keep in my computer where I can refer back. I have a library of information on my computer that I have personal notes that I've kept on virtually every subject relating to evolution and uniformitarianism, etc. I could pull those notes up and read and learn about things that I once knew and forgot 9 years ago. But I just don't have a big interest in it because I don't see radiometric dating as verification of anything, especially when we consider all the other things that provide such powerful evidence for creation and reasons for us to know that naturalism can't be the explanation for things. I think radiometric dating is just a ridiculously small and insignificant subject in comparison to the body of evidence for my views.
All right, sure. And when you agree with the catastrophic plate tectonic model that claims that all the continents kind of broke up during the flood?
The reason they find bottlenecks is because there was a flood. Yes,
I'm
and
talking-
the animals that existed on the ark are the bottlenecks. Yes.
I'm talking about like the catastrophic plate tectonics. I'm not about genetic.
Okay, so what about the plate tectonics? So I do believe that the flood of Noah explains plate tectonics.
Okay, sure. So sounds good. And
I believe the Earth's crust was a single chunk in the beginning, a single layer of solid rock, and I believe it was broken apart by the Noahic flood. The pressure is. This is what I believe. Let me explain to you the flood model in a super nutshell, not just a nutshell, a super duper nutshell. God split the ocean, the crust open at the mid-oceanic ridges. The continents slid apart. They split apart at a very fast rate. The continents moved at speeds of anywhere from 35 to 50 miles per hour at first, okay, and or more. And the water that flooded the earth came from inside the earth. The empty space inside the earth that it created when water vacated the interior of the earth caused the earth's crust to sink to fill that empty space, causing the ocean floors to drop and become much deeper. The floodwaters are in the waters of the earth right now. You've been drinking and floating away at floodwater all your life. So the waters are still here. The mountains rose during the flood of Noah. They were pushed up. All kinds of evidence for that. Folded strata, parabolic recumbent folds, fossils inside parabolic recumbent folds, etc. Drop stones, huge drop stones, all kinds of things. I could go on and on and on and on and on. But so the features of the geomorphology of this planet are all explained by the flood or by massive local floods which took place after the Noahic flood, because the Noahic flood left millions of lakes, brim-filled lakes, on the earth after the waters receded, some very small, some pond size, and some truly enormous. And those produced other geologic features like the Grand Canyon very shortly after the Noahic flood. So that's a nutshell of the flood.
So you actually think that the Grand Canyon was formed after the flood and not during the flood?
Yes, because it carved through the geologic column, as it's called, and solid rock just won't eat or erode through like that. There's other things about the Grand Canyon that show that it had to have formed rapidly, and the waters ate through the materials so readily, because they were soft and moist sediments recently deposited by the flood, and so they were easy to erode by a torrent of very powerful moving water. And the fact that the edgy nature of all the rocks, even to the very top of the Grand Canyon, proved that canyon cannot be millions of years old, because they would have been rounded out. The canyon itself would be nothing more than a slump in the earth if it were 60 or more million years old. It couldn't be edgy all along its top edges and everywhere else like that, because erosion wouldn't allow for that. So it's impossible for the canyon to be 60 some odd million years old.
Okay, and I'm sure you would say that most, if not all, of the fossils were created during the flood, and that's the result.
The fossils of the earth were created during the flood. The waters of the earth today do not have the mineral content necessary to make a fossil. Look at the oceans. They're blue. You can see the bottom of the sand when you walk out 6 feet into the beach. That wouldn't be true during the flood. The water would have been muddy looking because of all the minerals in it. The waters of the earth today can't, uniformitarianism would have you believe that the waters, the oceans, are very much today like they were 60 million years ago and 240 million years ago and 340 million years ago. See, but that can't be true because you couldn't get fossils. There couldn't be a geologic column without heavily mineralized water. The minerals had to come from somewhere. And when an organism dies, it's buried rapidly, else it won't be a fossil. And now you've got to add the minerals to it to replace it with calcium carbonate so that you've got a fossil, right? That requires minerals, heavily mineralized water. The ocean waters of today have an insufficient amount of mineral to create fossils. So the fossil record can only be explained by the Noahic flood.
All right, cool. Hey, Standing for Truth, how you doing, my friend? Can you hear me, SFT?
Oh, I apologize. I was just on mute. Yes, it's good to see you, David. Good to see everybody. John, another memorable after show. Brother Neff, great job tonight as always. Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
Hello.
appreciate it, and thanks for gracing us with your presence, Standing. But before we get to you, I guess Nicholas, like 10 minutes ago, Nicholas was gracing us with his beard.
I just have one question real quick, if that's okay.
Nicholas, I'm jealous of that beard.
Lord, beard be the strength.
Can I ask just one more question real quick?
Keep it quick.
We'll make it quick.
So, SFT, would you mind if we do our finish our discussion on hyper accelerated decay before I just age left? Would you be okay with that?
Can you repeat those last few words? You kind of muffled at the end, David.
Okay, I was just wondering if you wanted, if it would be okay if you and I finish our discussion on the accelerated nuclear decay prior to my debate with Neff. Would you be okay with that?
Of course, yeah. I'm always happy for a discussion, dialogue, debate. Of course.
All right, sure, sounds good. We can set that up via email. I'm going away this week, so it'll probably be next week. Would be my best date, and I know you're trying to take a little bit of a break.
I just wanted to say something to Standing for Truth. Standing for Truth, what I think would be truly awesome. I think it would be incredibly awesome if you and I, were able to have a conference room, a very large conference room to ourselves for a weekend, and the two of us provide lectures, just you and me, all afternoon on creation, man, for a big audience, man. We'd have people walking out of that place scratching their head. Dang, man, these creationists or something, they screwed my worldview up, man.
You mean these creationists are making testable predictions? Oh, no. I think that'd be awesome. I'd be all for it, brother.
Really would, man. I wish we could do that. Really.
It would be an absolute honor to do that with you, give these lectures. We'll get our own conference hall. It'll be a lot of fun. And then we can have our friends Mark and David in there and the audience for question and answer time. Be a lot of fun.
Yeah. We can invite the secular scientists too.
Yeah.
Depending on if you really want to do that, depending on where you're at, if you really wanted to do that, man, I would pay for a conference hall. If you wanted to come to Tennessee.
Do you know how much money you're talking about? You're looking at $1,500.
I know some guys at Hilton that I could work something out with.
Well, we can invite Dr. Ron Garrett. We can have all our favorite evolutionist PhDs there.
Get PZ Myers in there too. So
PZ Myers.
Yeah.
Okay, now, real quick, guys, we have a very, very important announcement. So, for those of you who are unaware, Smokey Saint just deigned to wrap up his live stream. So everybody was over there, come over here to enjoy the after show. But in exchange, I've got to tell everybody this very, very important factor. And that is that there is now a burrito fund for Smokey Saint over on Patreon. So you need to make sure, everybody, if you've been enjoying the awesome live streams that Smokey's been doing in his awesome debates, we need to support his burrito fund. So you need to go over and make sure you go to his Patreon account and back the burrito fund, because we have to keep him at full burrito status in order.
Does he do the burrito? Don't they do the carts out in California or the?
Well, I think there's one that's actually pretty close to his house, because there's been more than a few occasions where Smokey's been like, "Okay, y'all, I'm gonna let y'all talk for a little while. I'm gonna go get a burrito." And then
man, they make some good ones though at them.
He's gone for about 10 minutes and comes back, and he's just had a burrito. So that cart must be very close to his house, but. Everybody, seriously, we need to support the Smokey Saint Burrito Fund.
Where's that at again? So I can write it down. Where's that?
It's over on his. Okay, so he's got a Patreon account now, and
okay, cool.
So he's got the Burrito Fund for that, and we also have the one and only Nicholas Whitmire, Proclaimer of the Messiah. He's actually doing some really cool stuff over on his channel as well, and it's actually rolling out some new show concepts. So Nicholas, if you want to tell the folks about what's some of the new stuff going on your channel, feel free to hop in and tell everybody what you're working on.
thank you very much. That's exactly what I want to do. So I'll put this link in the description. I'm not in the description, in the side chat. So that link right there will take you to the video where I explain the new show I'm doing, or that we're doing. It was Brother CJ's idea, and it's a worship show for the community. And I'm doing it over on another channel. So you'll also be able to subscribe to that channel. It's called Proclaimers of Christ, and it's a group channel. And you'll see it's about a 15-minute video, and I'm going to do another shorter one in a few days here. But I really want everyone to subscribe to Proclaimers of Christ. And you'll see in the description, in the link there in the side chat, in the description, you'll see all the information you need. And if you'll email me, and I'd like people to like read from the Bible, or bring a poem they've written, or contribute a prayer or a testimony or something. So I'm trying to get a lot of people involved. And it'll start 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday.
Awesome, man. Well, that's
awesome. Yeah, that's
like it.
Great, man. I've been waiting for something like that. Killer.
And the show will be called something like it'll probably be called "Let's Worship the God of Christ."
I like it. Well, now we go. Like I said, like Nick just said, he posted a link in the side chat. Go check out his channel. Make sure you subscribe, and if you're curious, go check it out. Now, Chris, I know you have been wanting to have a moment of opportunity on the stream, so let's.
Yeah, man. Can I have just a second?
What was it you were wanting to bring up, man?
Mark, can I ask you a question? Is DNA a code?
The DNA itself isn't a code. We make a code out of the DNA, and I was explaining to you this in the show via comments that we encode stuff, right? It's what we do. Like, for instance, you can say a computer code. Like, there's the instructions that we give, like the code that we give, isn't really how the machine operates, right? It's made up of a CPU, and in that an ALU, an arithmetic logic unit. We put in code that's converted to simply signals, like electronic signals. The code doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's just how we interpret it. If you look up what a code is, it's a sequence of letters or numbers that are meant to interpret something else. So there are chemicals. They do certain things, have certain interactions. We refer to it in code, the DNA code.
Okay. I would be willing to bet, guaranteed you, if we found a mechanism on the bottom of the ocean that, like, let's say some kind of mechanism we have never discovered, and it was putting out sequences of DNA, code, making codons that are in need of decoding, that lo and behold, you would be okay with calling it a code. Would I be incorrect?
No, the code describes the chemical composition, right? So when you have like DNA that has like all the letters kind of thing, like G, G and that, it's not a code like your that's what it is. It's just certain chemicals arranged in a certain way, and the code is how we describe it. Right?
Yeah, that's like saying that I hear this from evolutionists all the time. That's like saying, that really looks like a car. It's not a car. We just call it a car because it's convenient to do so. It's just utterly ridiculous. DNA is absolutely code system. Yeah. Even secular mainstream education websites describe it as a code without ever saying, well, it's not really a code. We're just calling it that. They don't tell the kids this when they study it at school, at university. They just tell them it's the DNA code because they don't want to go into to having to defend, well, it's not really a code, because that would sound ridiculous. And the students would say, huh? So,
Mark,
Well,
Mark,
for a start,
it's not a code.
I want to address
about
that.
algorithms. They say the same thing about algorithms. It's DNA is not really algorithms.
No, it's not.
But they'll, you know, the science papers all describe the algorithmic processes, even of the ribosome. But they'll say it's not really an algorithm.
Well, it's not.
And then they do the same thing with information. The DNA is information. They say it's not really information. We just using that term colloquially. Right. Yeah, this is just science denial.
Mark, before you go, I'm gonna want you to finish. But you're basically saying it's the only sense that it's not a code is that there is no known coder. I mean, if there was a known coder, let's say it was natural selection, you'd have to say it was a code.
That's right.
And if you had knowledge that it was fairies, you'd have to say that it's fairies. That's
sort
of equivocation of, okay, if you've got an origin, then that proves the origin. Well, yeah.
And do you see what I was telling you when I said if you disprove evolution, you prove creation by default because there's only two options?
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
Right. And this is a beautiful example of that. I want you to learn something. Either algorithms are produced only by intelligence, and you know it, and that's why you're arguing the algorithms in DNA are not algorithms, the information's not information, the linguistics isn't really linguistic, and it's not semiotic. You're going to argue all that stuff, and it's not a code. The reason you do that is because you know that those things are produced only by intelligence.
Don't tell me what I know.
So when we find them in
Don't
DNA,
tell me that.
You have to
That's
deny that they were produced by intelligence. And so that's a beautiful example of exactly what I was saying. When there's only two options, there's naturalism or supernaturalism. Either intelligence was not involved or it was. And the evolutionist denial of the modern scientific discoveries that DNA is information, linguistics, and algorithms and code is a perfect example of what I was telling you when I told you.
Oh, yeah? What about a supernatural flux wave that comes from the universe and creates it all before vanishing away? How about that?
When I told you,
that's not intelligence and it's not natural.
Let me finish. When I told you that if you disprove evolution, you prove creation because there's only two options. Those things are only producible by intelligence, and either nature produced them or intelligence did. If nature didn't produce them, the only option for their existence is intelligence, and that's all we know of anyway. So I hope you learned something tonight. Your statement that disproving evolution doesn't prove creation is false.
Mark.
No, that's in. Oh, I'm muted. I'm muted.
Mark, no, you're not muted.
You're fine.
I was going to ask a question, Mark.
Before you do, I want to address that. I'm not getting a chance to address anything that people are saying. You're just muting me, or you're just, carrying on. This is a gish gallop.
Okay, Mark. Listen, you're going on mute now because you were doing exactly what we discussed at the very beginning about not doing, and now you're being a prick and claiming that you're not. When somebody else is talking and you talk over them, and then you get muted for 2 seconds because you keep talking. Because we talked about not talking over people. I mean, do we have to go back to the timer again? I mean, that's a rhetorical question, because if we do, then obviously you're behaving like an immature child. So let's all try to be adults and not have to go back to timers.
While we have a moment, I asked earlier to ask some questions, and I've been patient. So I just want to get in there before George. Sorry, George.
No worries, Nicholas. No worries.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, I wanted to let Mark have a chance to respond to Nephilim, so I'll be patient a little more.
Okay. All right. Mark, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I feel like I'm not getting a chance to respond to anything, that you're just making a whole bunch of points and I'm just basically being cut off, not getting a chance to respond. So this is gish galloping. That's what it is. It's making a whole series of points.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to
address.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
go
all
ahead,
right.
buddy.
So you say it's either intelligent, or there's an intelligence or a creator, or it's natural. And I said, well, what about a gamma wave? A supernatural wave that comes from the universe is not intelligent, does all this stuff and then vanishes into the ether again.
Wait, you said a supernatural.
Hang on a second. Let me finish. This is what I'm talking about. You just interrupt over the top on me. That's not intelligence, and it's not natural. It's supernatural. So that is another option. Now, I'm not advocating for that, but there's a number of options, and that's why that sort of, disproving something doesn't prove something else. There's always other options.
Well, if you say if we had a supernatural gamma wave?
Yeah, flux wave. Who knows? It's a
So wait,
supernatural
there's a
energy that goes throughout
supernatural.
the universe, is not intelligent, doesn't mean to create anything, but does something, and we originate and then vanishes into the ether.
A supernatural wave
Yeah.
of matter. Right.
Sure, whatever. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's
How did you
not
rule that
firstly,
out?
that's not logical, and secondly, you're positing something that you don't even believe is a plausible idea as an order, as a way to put crutches under your false claim.
The only reason I
So
posit it is
that's
because you've
well, provide a
provided
real
a false
world
dichotomy.
example, not a fake cartoon idea. I can say the same thing, and it wouldn't make it plausible. I could say it wasn't God that created the world; it was the Cocoa Puff space monkeys that did it.
Sure.
See, right.
Sure.
So, but do I have evidence that for them? No, I don't. It's an irrational idea. Don't posit some cockamamie, wackanut idea as a logic, as a plausible alternative to something to fix your fake idea that it doesn't come down to either naturalism or supernaturalism.
It's not fixing a fake idea. It's showing the false dichotomy of you saying it's either one thing or the other.
You have to invent something that nobody thinks would be plausible, including yourself, and you can't provide an argument for, in order to try to put your false claim on crutches.
No, that's because if I argue if I argue against abiogenesis, it doesn't prove another idea.
We only
That's what
argue
I'm trying
about
to say.
things with plausible explanations, not fake conjured Cocoa Puffs ideas. Okay,
but
come up with something plausible. What is a plausible alternative?
Dichotomy.
No,
shows the false dichotomy. It's
you're not being rational. What is a plausible alternative? Not an inventive cockamamie one. What is a plausible one?
That's just as plausible as your side.
No,
just as plausible as miracles or magic or anything like that.
See, so your argument was, I hate to say it, I'm going to slap you around a little bit, dumb. That was dumb.
Well, that's an ad hom, but you know.
Well, it
let me interject here for a second. Let's interject here for a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mark is trying to create a comparison that a supernatural wave of energy that does not have an intellect is somehow directly comparable to the intelligent agent creator that's being put forth in this context that has the ability to formulate and to actualize prescriptive information that's required for life. And
not what I'm trying to do.
And something that no, it's exactly what you're doing.
Not what I'm trying to do.
It may not be what you're trying to do, but if it's not what you're trying to do, then I'm really questioning your ability to even comprehend the topic at hand. Because you're acting, well, your comparison is, okay, let's put this in context here. If we blast out a random radio wave, do you think it's reasonable to conclude that if it hit a hard drive that somehow exists, that magically an operating system is going to formulate on that hard drive?
Not my point.
No, it's exactly the point you're making. Okay, the gamma wave that flew across the universe and created life?
That's not remotely my point. My point is that if you disprove one explanation, it does nothing to further evidence for another explanation, whatever that explanation may be, whether that's your explanation or the most reasonable.
Everybody be quiet.
Hold on a second. I want to point out something, John. That's true in a general sense. It's not true when we're in relation to creation and evolution.
Yes, because you have said there's only two options, and I have provided a third option showing that your claim that there is only two options and therefore disproving one automatically proves the other.
No,
that is wrong,
you have to provide
false, and demonstrably shown to be incorrect.
What's goofy about your statement just now is that you're not providing a plausible one. And I could say it's just if I held to the same standard as what you just put forth, I could say it's plausible that dirt bags invented trucks last week.
That's not true. So, that's not my point. You've missed my point completely.
It's just too goofy. Move on.
You've missed my point.
Too goofy.
You've missed my point.
No.
Okay, George.
Sorry, you've missed my point.
George, I think you had a quick interjection, right?
Yeah, thanks, John. I'd like to know, if Mark thinks that DNA is not a code, then how can it self-assemble itself into encrypted prescriptive information? That's in a NIH paper, Mark. And
Yeah. So
and
okay, yeah,
wait,
sorry, go ahead.
and
Yeah.
there's a $10 million challenge from the Royal Society of London for anyone who can show the DNA and the information that it contains can come purely from materialistic process. $10 million challenge. Well, yield.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. So first off, you asked how can it assemble other structures if it's not a code kind of thing. It's just a series of chemicals and the function of those chemicals. It's what it does. How we understand it is the code. How we assign letters to it and then make coding functions on it. That's the thing that we've made up. Like we just use a code to describe something else. Like I said earlier, a code is the use of letters or numbers to describe something else.
We don't
usually in
do that. The
secrecy,
code has already done that.
It's
Okay, the chemical bonds are not
Yes.
what describe the base. They give the
prescriptive
base pairs
information.
the information. Correct.
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
guys, this is exactly what my questions are on.
Yeah, but
And
that's
Go
like
ahead,
saying
Nicholas.
that's
Yeah.
like saying that electrical signals are just zeros and ones. It holds information. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's a code. The code
I
is
would
how
love
we
I would love to
describe it.
point you to the Richard Dawkins Foundation for Research in Science, where they actually have this as a topic and let you read through
Okay.
just the individuals in there
Well,
talking
there
about
was
this
this.
being a code. So you'd have like 35 people that
Yeah,
believe
but
in evolutionary theory disagreeing with you. But go ahead, Nicholas.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
yeah, I'm ready to address this if we can. But
Go ahead, Nick.
I mean, I know we're kind of barraging Mark, so I want to be really like
Not
rather
barrage away. I
courteous
don't
to
mind.
Mark. Okay.
Go ahead, bud.
Mark, what percent of DNA code so far, and I know you don't have an exact answer for this, that's not really the point, but what percent of DNA code has been interpreted by humans so that we understand the function?
Don't know. I'm not a biologist.
And then what percent of DNA code, I'm talking about all DNA code that has ever existed, so it would be essentially close to zero. And then what percent of
I don't
DNA
know. I'm not a
code-
biologist.
Okay. So what percent of DNA code has been interpreted by microbiology unto performing function? And that would be 100%, except for
I don't know.
dysfunctional
I'm not a
stuff, of course.
biologist.
But you see that
why
the
why don't you ask a microbiologist this question?
Okay, so then if I may
We
just say
have.
one more thing, if I may
Okay,
just
what'd
say
they
one
say?
more thing, that what DNA is it holds in a 4-letter alphabet a code that is read, and then because it's translated from that code into protein, and that's exactly what code is.
That's
It's not a
its function.
code because it's not a code because humans interpret it as code. The only reason it's a code is because microbiology reads the code and does functions based on that code. That's the only reason it's a code. Humans have nothing to do with it. That is what all of the science says. And your bluff is getting annoying.
My what? Sorry.
Your bluff is getting
What bluff?
annoying. Well, scientists.
you're
If
on
I
about
could cite you, if I could cite you, if I could cite you a
in every
microbiologist
way
that
it's
says it's a
fact.
code, would you accept it?
That simple.
Sure.
Sorry, Chris, but in every way.
If a consensus says that the actual chemicals
Okay, it has
are
to be
in
consensus,
code,
then.
then yes.
The consensus is wrong all the time, though. That's how science
is it?
progresses. Let me finish the
That's
sentence.
nice.
Yeah,
Convenient,
that's how science progresses, by overturning what the consensus previously.
But you don't know the consensus. I would wager that the consensus that they would agree that it is a code.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't know the consensus. We haven't polled. I mean, I'd like to see the study that shows that you've got consensus on your side on this topic.
Well,
I mean,
maybe I'm
quite
wrong.
sure
Maybe I am wrong. But like all of that
Hang on.
goes no further
hang
to
on a second.
proving any kind of special creation.
So, Mark, you constantly play the defense mechanism. I'm not a biologist. Go ask a biologist.
Sure.
While claiming that things that we're saying are just categorically false. So, what is your profession? What is your expertise?
Computer systems and networks.
Okay. Awesome. I kind of figured that when you're describing, CPUs, ALUs, etc.
Yeah. Coding. Yep.
Okay, so if you came across a computer that had a operating system, right? But this mechanism, this device, you'd never seen anything like it before, right? And the code base that was used and the circuitry and such, you didn't know how it worked. It was quaternary, and you had to decipher the expression process and the
Sure.
code.
So just say it has logic. Yeah, I have to decipher logic gateways and stuff. Sure.
Yes, and you have to determine not only that, you have to determine the syntax and the semantics of the codes that are being used, right?
Yep.
And you have to determine the encode, decode alphabets, and you have to determine what is the translation mechanism.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. Now, if all of those components necessary were in place, and you discovered syntax, semantics, and pragmatics, and all the logic gates, and then were able to express the information.
Yes.
And all of those components were required. Would you ever conclude that had come into existence without an intelligent agent?
I wouldn't conclude anything. If I don't know where it comes from, I don't know where it comes from. That's the point. I'd have to find evidence of where it comes from.
So again, let's actually be rational. Would you go talk to any one of your peers and be like, hey guys, I have no idea whether or not an intelligent agent was required to create this freaking hard drive or this entire system? Would you ever go talk to one of your peers and tell them that you are unable to determine whether or not, and not who it was, but whether or not an intelligent agent was required?
Well, if I don't know where it comes from or that it was designed, then I wouldn't say that.
You have determined that there is all of the facets of a computer system in this device that you've come across. You don't know where it came from. You don't know who designed it, but you have determined that there is code that has semantic. It has not only does it have syntax, semantics, pragmatics, it also and the logic gates and the circuitry and everything else and the translation mechanisms. And now that you've cracked the code, right, when you figured all the semantics out, right, and how to express it, you're now like downloading all of these schematics for nanomachine robots.
So you're basically saying I don't know where it came from.
Hang on, I'm not done yet. Now, all of those mechanisms you have now discovered beyond doubt that they exist inside this device. Now, with a straight face and all seriousness, would you go in front of an audience of your peers and be like, hey guys, look at this super badass system that we've been able to figure out and the code we've been able to crack, and look at all the badass stuff that it can do. And hey, guess what? It also has nano robot schematics in it. But we think that somehow this came into existence magically without an intelligent agent, and it just formed itself.
For a computer, I might assume...
No. With a straight face and in all seriousness, would you tell your peers that told you, man, I think somebody must have designed that? Would you tell them, no, it's not reasonable to conclude that is the more probable...
No. For a computer, I would assume somebody designed it. For a computer.
Okay. So
for other things, like if it was a biological structure that had all of this stuff, I may not assume that. I may have no idea how that thing occurred.
Okay, so do you think that I'm assuming if you're a professional in this arena, you're aware of what is being developed right now with DNA computers, right?
No.
Okay, so you're you're unaware of the fact that there is very, very strong pushes right now to the realization, and the actually under development right now, but that DNA computers are superior to quantum.
No, I've only heard about quantum computing being cutting edge. I haven't heard about these DNA computers.
So DNA computers are now being publicly stated by major players around the globe that DNA computation has the capacity to be superior to quantum computers. You're unaware of this?
He's
never
Googling
heard
it
about
now.
And you're a professional in the industry.
I'm actually in university, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're still in uni.
But why would I be like a professional in the industry and hear about something like DNA computers?
Well, I would think that you, if you're a professional, you'd be trying to stay up on like the coolest stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, hang on a sec. Logical.
Where I'm
just
going with all of
clarify
this
something,
is that you
mate.
sit
My
here and talk
field is
about how
networking, not like I'm not a computer engineer. My field is networking, so internet switches, routers, stuff like that, data transmission.
Okay, so that actually doesn't defend your ignorance, because, especially in the context of DNA, because the code, because it's been directly. But by the way, the reason the $10 million prize is on the line is because a guy who was a hyper pro in Ethernet.
Okay,
recognized the data transfer.
I'll just read from this breakdown. DNA computing does not provide any new capabilities from the standpoint of computability theory, the study of which are computationally solvable by using different methods of computation. For example, space required for the solution of program grows exponentially with the size of the problem on von Neumann machines, still grows exponentially with the size of the problem on DNA machines. So it's not cutting edge. It was first thought up in 1994, and it doesn't really add. I mean, it's interesting, sure.
Okay, so okay. You want to double down on that? You want to double down on that?
Why don't you send me something that's like?
I'm going to. I just want you to double down.
No, I'd love to.
Go ahead and double down on the fact that they have not recognized anything potentially superior to standard computation.
So there's that word, potentially.
Well, they've already built out mechanism for this, but I want you to double down on that position.
Right, because I know that quantum computing, because you've got more than two states of 0 and 1, it is absolutely superior and provides all this extra processing power that previously we wouldn't have had. Like, I know that, but potentially something being better doesn't mean that it's shown to be better. There's that word, potentially.
Even
though, are you in the computer?
I'm just going to go pull up some papers. I'll let you guys continue to talk while I go pull up.
Are you in IT?
Just annihilate the ignorance that you're putting forth here on on what's going on with this side of it.
Mark, let me ask you something. Since biologists have discovered that DNA mechanisms operate algorithmically, such as the functions of the ribosome are described algorithmically, can you tell us a plausible reason to believe that algorithms can arise by natural processes?
You can describe all kinds of things algorithmically. You can describe fractals algorithmically. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, here's the point I want you to think about. When it comes to, sure, we can look at how many rocks rolled down the north face of a mountain and during the months of June through August and make an algorithm out of it. Nobody doubts that, right? But that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is algorithms in the biological system that have prescribed functions.
Okay, and where's your evidence that has been designed by somebody?
And because things that are functional, that require things that are that prescribed. When something is prescribed for the purpose of producing a function, it requires forward thinking. You have to think about what you're hoping to accomplish and design a procedure in order to achieve that goal. And that's a mental process, not a chemical one. But the ribosome operates algorithmically and with choice making controls as well. And so these things are mental processes, not chemical ones. So
I don't know that that's true. As I said, I'm not a biologist, so I can't confirm or deny that it's making a choice proposition here. I don't know that.
Okay, well, it is. I can show you science papers that describe that. And so that's the thing. When it's functional, things that are non-functional can easily be described as an algorithm. How do we know the difference between an actual algorithm and one that man just invents by looking at circumstances?
That's a good question. How do we do that?
By function. Things that are functional.
No.
Things that have function, rocks rolling down the face of a mountain and then looking at them, finding things to build an algorithm out of them is different than finding things that function because it's prescribed in an algorithm. That's the difference. And biological systems have algorithms. They're not just man looking at things and saying, I can describe this algorithmically. It's that it functions through an algorithm.
Well, you may argue that erosion has a function, but it doesn't mean that there's some kind of intelligent thing behind it doing it.
Guys, I've had enough of this,
function?
of this stupidity from Mark.
Yeah,
Mark, honestly, man, hang on, Nev, hang on. Mark, I'm done with you're in university. You're obviously not a complete idiot, at least from a general IQ perspective. But in this subject, like the dumbassery and comparisons that come out of your mouth never cease to amaze me. Like, are you actually trying to compare a rock rolling down a hill or dirt or erosion as the equivalent of the structure and the code base and everything else that was required for a network that you are learning to set up? Are you willing to suggest that all of that is remotely comparable to erosion? If you say yes, I'm going to kick you out and you will never be allowed in again. Because that level of dumbassery will have reached a position that it's like, okay, you're just a troll. So go ahead. Do you think, you have 30 seconds, do you think that erosion is remotely comparable to setting up a network and all of the sub-functions that are required for it to exist?
John, while he's thinking about his answer, let me screen share something real quick. I won't be long. I want to share something that demonstrates the point I'm making. And so he can see the gravity of his error if he actually considers what I'm describing. Because, the evolutionist will claim, thank you, that what you're talking about really doesn't actually exist in nature, but I want to show him that it does. Okay, so this is prescriptive information in the functions of an algorithm. Here, let me see here. Here it is. Wait, maybe the next slide. Here we go. This is from a science paper, white paper, Dichotomy, and the definition of prescriptive information suggests both prescribed data and prescribed algorithms, biosemiotics applications and genomic systems, published 2012. They state, an operational analysis of the ribosome has revealed that this molecular machine with all of its parts follow an order of operations to produce a protein product. This order of operations has been detailed in a step-by-step process that has been observed to be self-executable. The ribosome operation has been proposed to be algorithmic. They call it an R algorithm, named after the ribosome, because it has been shown to contain a step-by-step process flow, allowing for decision control, iterative branching, and halting capability. The R algorithm contains logical structures of linear sequencing, branching, and conditional control. All of these features at a minimum meet the definition of an algorithm when combined with the data of the mRNA, satisfy the rule that algorithm equals data plus control. Remembering that mere constraints cannot serve as a bona fide formal controls, we therefore conclude that the ribosome is a physical instantation of an algorithm. The correlation between linguistics properties examined and implemented using automata theory give us the formalistic tool to study the language and grammar of biological systems in a similar manner to how we study computational cybernetic systems. These examples define a dichotomy in the definition of prescriptive information. We therefore suggest that the term prescriptive information be subdivided into two categories: prescriptive data and prescribed or executing algorithm. So, the operations of the ribosome operate with logic controls, conditional controls, branching, and sequencing in a prescribed set of operations. It's not something that just happens to happen. It's prescribed. And the algorithm determines whether or not the ribosome pauses when it's attaching amino acids, whether it rejects one, whether it says, nope, this is the wrong one. We operate in this way now. We change the physical form of our proteins to kick you out and spit you out. It's an actual algorithm. It's not looking at rocks rolling down the face of a mountain and then describing it as an algorithm, because it has step-by-step process flow for decision control, iterative branching and halting capability, and logical structures of linear sequencing and condition controls. Therefore, is it a real algorithm, or is it just man saying, it kind of looks algorithmic, so we're going to say it is? It's really an algorithm. I could provide lots more where that came from. I just wanted
all right,
to
let's let Mark respond. Then we're gonna let some other folks talk. We've been keeping most other people out of the conversations. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. So first, I just want to address a couple of things. So, Neff, voices are really childish, mate. Like, seriously. Like, I mean, I realize that you're trying to make a point, but come on. Sure. All right. Great. Okay, so when you're saying, oh, you're comparing rocks falling, etc. No, I use the specific thing of erosion. I know erosion may look simple, but there's a lot of mechanisms involved in it. You've got wind and climate theory. You've got water, hydration, rainfall. There's a lot of stuff going into it. It's not simple at all in any way.
Sorry, doesn't compare.
Sorry?
That's a nonsensical comparison. It doesn't have prescribed functions or logic gates or decision making.
No. I said you can describe erosion as a function.
No function.
Well, it does have a function. It washes nutrients down, and there's a lot of functionality you could ascribe to it there.
Well, that's a side effect. That's a result. That's not a function.
Okay, so
this doesn't exist for the purpose of doing that. See?
Yeah.
It's not a function.
Yeah. I get that. I'm just wondering if you do too.
Yeah, erosion exists for the purpose of causing things? For the purpose?
And life has the purpose of doing something else?
Yeah, prescribed series of procedures.
Yeah, it's a purpose.
Right, that's a purpose. Erosion doesn't exist for...
Okay, hang on. Dude.
Begging the question that it has this purpose.
Dude, what the flying F does a code sequence that has a instruction set for a specified outcome? What the hell is that?
It's a function.
Yeah. What the flying F do you think a gene sequence is?
A gene sequence is a series of chemicals. I don't understand.
Okay, is your level of biology actually this bad, or you just play dumb?
What, are you a biologist?
Or is your knowledge of biology this dumb if you think it's... Are
you a biologist?
Which is the entire point of that's been made, and you argue incessantly that it's not a code, it's not this, it's not a sequence, it's not...
Well, it's funny because all the biologists disagree with you, so I don't know what you're trying to
all of them
prove
do
by sort of saying I know better than all of these.
No. Are you suggesting that you don't think that a gene sequence is translated from one code set alphabet to another with a specified predetermined outcome?
Well, it has a function, but that doesn't mean that it
and what is required for the function to be executed?
Well, the genetic code that doesn't replicate doesn't survive.
Dude, that has nothing to do with the information that's contained in the sequence that has the specified function.
Well, yeah, I mean, it replicates. I'm not going to
No. We're talking about the specified outcome of the function of a specific sequence to equal a specific protein.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what the hell do you think that is?
The specified sequence replicating itself?
Okay. Do you actually know what transcription, translation, elongation is in biology?
Not really, no.
Okay, and you think you're actually making intellectual arguments?
Well,
and you don't know what this is? Okay, well,
I mean, are you a biologist?
Dude,
are
this
you
is
a biologist?
basic biology. This is basic biology.
Are you a biologist?
Has zero bearing on whether or not what I'm saying is 100%.
So you're not a biologist. You've got no specialization in this field. You've got nothing to lend any credibility to what you're saying. You're just saying, hey, Mark, this is what I think.
What, bro?
Your opinion is not worth anything else than mine.
Okay, Mark. I'm going to let you talk here again in a second. Tell you what, bro. Let's put up your English, right? So in quid, you put up $350. I'll put up $500, and we'll put it in escrow. And in less than 10 minutes, I will be able to showcase that you are a fucking idiot when it comes to your ignorance of biology in the context of whether or not there is a literal code, a translation, a transcription, translation, and elongation process that literally is the result of a code base on one side that is equal to, does not transform into the other, and results in a pre-specified outcome with a specific function. Like, if you don't know this, then you need to leave the stream and go study and then come back, because you will probably have your mind blown and be embarrassed at the level of stupidity that's been coming out of your mouth as somebody who has any modicum of knowledge in computer technology. I mean, good grief, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, prove an intelligent designer and we've got a bet.
No. We're talking
No. Demonstrate an intelligent designer and we've got a bet.
Dude, you've been claiming there is no specified function, that it's just chemicals, that you obviously don't know a damn thing. And this is mind-bending to me. Like, you are coming here and act so confident. You act confident in chat. You claim things aren't codes. And you don't even know what the hell it does. Like, dude, your ignorance is mind-bending. Your level of confidence is staggering given your now admitted level of ignorance. Like,
and you're just ad homing away. That's all you're doing. It's just an ad hom.
Okay.
No, that is absolutely an ad hominem attack. You're just attacking my character, saying my argument. Okay, you're not addressing my argument.
You know what transcription is?
All you can do is ad hom, call people stupid,
Mark, do you know what transcription is in genetics? Go.
Isn't it the copying of the genomic sequence?
Yeah. For what for what purpose? Of gene expression. What purpose?
Well, what purpose does biological anything have? What purpose does your liver have? What purpose does this have?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a function, but purpose suggests some kind of intelligent.
Oh my God, this guy is, folks. He's going to be on mute for a while. I can't. Do you guys think he's a troll or he's actually this dumb? What do you think, George?
I think he's ignorant of the fact that computer science actually came about because of the study of biology. And if you can't see the synergy between those two, then you are being ignorant of the fact that there was an intelligent design behind it.
What's up, Jesse? How you doing?
I'm good.
Welcome to the stream. How have you been?
Good. I'll let you guys keep talking. I want to keep listening for a minute.
Okay, well, I think that I mean, when Mark was asking if we're biologists, the biologist's job is to get the science and then it gets taught to everyone else, and we've been studying the science and we're aware of biology and of information theory and of what a code is, and that there are mechanisms that read the alphabetical code of the DNA and then create a protein, and that is the decoding that goes on. That's why it's a code. And we know it's a code because we look at it and see it's code. That has zero to do with the fact that it's a code. So if that's the only, I mean, it's just so absurd. And he's here talking, even though he's not an expert, but then trying to shut you up when you're not an expert because your side's better than his. Then he says you're ad homing, but his argument was that you're not a biologist. That was his ad hom, but you were not ad homing him. Your conclusion was an insult because he deserves the insults. This is so stupid. Just kick him out of the room now, as far as I'm concerned. It's been too much of it.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're gonna do one thing. You go ahead and talk, guys. We're gonna shut this whole crap down.
It's astounding that people like Mark and Ron Garrett will get into debates about biology, but when they're presented by questions about biology, they merely default to, I'm not a biologist. What the? Sorry, I'm not going to swear. I can't swear. Yeah. Okay, someone else take over.
I swear for you, bro. I'll swear for you. We're just gonna go ahead and do this portion of, and then I'm gonna give Mark one more opportunity to talk, and then he's kicked out until he goes and does some of his own research. Okay.
He could always look up spiders. That actually does prove an intelligent designer.
I can't handle this crap. So you've heard Chris talk about what I'm about to play here in a second. And since you're in the UK, it should be relatively easy for you to go hop over to Oxford or hop down to London for the next Royal Society meeting. Okay.
Oh, I like this video.
I'm talking at the moment with Perry Marshall and Kevin Ham. Perry Marshall is from Chicago in the United States, and Kevin Ham is from Vancouver in Canada. And we have just taken part in the United Kingdom launch of a huge prize to be won by anybody who can produce the genetic code or a genetic code via natural process generating it itself.
Mm-hmm.
Perry, have I got that right, first of all?
That's right. Any code, any encoding, message decoding system that can come out of an emergent property from chemicals to code would qualify.
Yes.
And I think it's one of the most fundamental questions in all of science. And it just hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves.
That's right. It hasn't. And I think that's partly why we've been highlighting it in the meeting that we've just had here at the Royal Society in London. You can't get much more prestigious than that, can you?
No, it's
by the way.
It's
Yes.
delightful.
Yes. Now, question perhaps also to Kevin, does it really need to be 10 million? You know, I'm a scientist. To me, that's a huge sum of money. What do you think?
I actually think it's not big enough. I was actually proposing a bigger prize for more recognition, for more attention, media attention. Money may not be the driving factor for a lot of people.
Okay, now let's look at another component of this, just to put your level of ignorance into perspective. So that was by the way last year. I think the Royal Society meeting was like the very end of May, first couple days of June, something like that. Then this is context of
DNA it's an identical process to computer codes, and it's very interesting that computer ideas about computers developed early in the 20th century, and Claude Shannon comes along in 1948. And DNA is discovered in 1953, and when we start unraveling DNA, we find out that this incredibly sophisticated communication system has been around for 3 billion years.
Mm-hmm. And we just discovered the communication theory that explains it.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so there needs to be no question that communication theory applies to biology. Okay. All of these concepts can be applied to DNA.
Is that debated anywhere?
Only among people who are ignorant, frankly.
Okay.
Okay. People in the know do not debate this fact.
But not in this credible scientific community. This is well understood.
There is no credible scientific argument to try to say that applying communication theory to biology is somehow inappropriate. Yeah. There's hundreds of scientific papers that go very deep into the subject, and so no, there's. Yeah.
You're not.
Okay. So anyway, I could go off on many more aspects of all this, but Mark, I'll give you 60 seconds to talk, and then you're out.
Okay, for a start, I think I believe it's really disingenuous. Anytime I'm coming up with something you don't like, just put me on mute, put me to one side. I didn't even get through all the stuff I wanted
So
to
you're
discuss
not going to
with Neff
address
entirely.
the
It's been
points that were
really
just made. You're going to
disappointing being
whine.
here. Well,
all right, he's out. I'm done with this guy.
Couldn't even get him on the simple page of just
He won't
being
even
honest about the facts.
He knows he has nothing to stand on. I'm done. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we exposed that though, because man, he's always arguing it's not a code. Actually, they all are, and it kills me. I mean, that right there. I mean, that is why can they not just say, hey, it's a code. We don't know how it come about, but we're looking for a natural process, and just be that. You know what I mean?
At least get to that point, right?
It kills me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the irony is that, I used to believe in evolution. It's very fascinating. I pretty much know how to imagine the code coming about. Now, I mean, I know chemicals don't do that, and even if they did, there's not enough time, and but I can imagine it, So, I don't know why they're so determined to say it's not a code. I mean, of all the things that are impossible about it. But
Well,
maybe
I
I'm
mean,
wrong.
Yeah, they didn't used to, but
itself is that way.
Yeah, but they didn't used to, but when ID become got pretty prevalent about around 2014, 15, when you say, John, that's when they really just started denying it's a code. You know what I mean? Before then, you didn't get
the
much
reality
protection.
is that I mean, people who live in Fantasyland like Mark, who actually have some modicum of education, at least theoretically, in computer technology, computer science, they would have to be turning off the rational portion of their brain if they actually truly accepted the evidence that showcases that all of the facets of the things they're trying to figure out and trying to learn about already existed. And it's like, wait a minute. When you look at the design factors and the engineering factors and all the other components of biological systems, and then all the way up the root, you have to account for an information processing communication system with an arbitrary value assigned code base. It's like, if you actually understand computer science, you got to be like, at a minimum, you have to start questioning hey, this just happened by chance. And then all the other facets of evidence weigh in on that the one we've been discussing tonight. And it's like, people like Germania and others in chat right now who are and Iron Charity and all these other folks are like, oh, code, therefore Jesus. And it's like, you idiots. Apparently you don't actually listen to any of the words that are discussed ad nauseum of the whole premise of intelligent agency it can be completely separate from a individual religion in terms of that being your foundational conclusion of like, hey, is it more, it's the whole purpose of the name of my channel, is it more logical, plausible, and probable that an intelligent agent was required for us to exist based on the evidence and the fundamental requirements for life itself? Then from there, if you conclude that is true, then it is reasonable to begin searching for which of the religious theistic entities would be the correct one to believe in. But that does not mean that it is not the more rational conclusion that we exist as the result of intelligent agency rather than undirected process and chance. I mean, it's like, which one actually requires more faith when you actually look at the evidence?
I mean, it's kind of, have you guys seen Brian Osborne from AIG?
I have not.
He does a really good one on dinosaurs. So just look up Brian Osborne and dinosaurs. And he talks about in the beginning about being brainwashed and how you can know if you've been brainwashed. And he puts up this little story about how man left home running, and he turned left, and he turned left again. He turned left again. And when he came home, there were two masked men waiting for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he asked the audience, there's two questions. Why did he leave home? And who are the masked men? And your brain cannot logically figure it out because the first thing you're thinking of is home, like they left like a regular home. It's a baseball game. He left the home plate, went left, and then there's the umpire and the catcher. right? And so when it comes to people who believe in evolution, I mean, they believe in this fictitious, small, little, tiny, infinite thing that exploded into all the matter in our universe. It's no wonder that he cannot see the fact that DNA is code. You know what I mean? It's like a literal, like a mental block, like you were saying, John, like the logic is turned off because
willful
of
suspension
the
of rational thought.
exactly. Well, and I think a lot of times too, it has to do with the fact that they were raised with it. Like deep time is so ingrained in people, and all of this that it's like brainwashing literally puts a block in your brain. Like it takes some schooling to get it out, and he's probably been willful too.
It's the way the questions are structured too, Jess. If somebody says to you, "What color is an elephant?" A, orange. B, pink. What will you do? There's no C. There's no option C to say none of the above.
True. Very
That's
true.
not that exactly. They don't teach them critical thinking.
Exactly. Like there was an old joke too, where you would say like you point at something that was white and you'd ask them what color it was, and point at something else that was white again and again and again. And then you ask them, what comes out of a cow's nose when it laughs? And they'll say milk, because they were literally like pre-programmed and preconditioned, white, to say milk and not water. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, you know, as a sidebar, folks, since I just realized that an hour and 40 minutes has gone by, and unlike our atheist friend, who was willing to, or not willing to concede that going in front of a audience of his peers and suggesting that it was the reasonable conclusion that a badass computer system they came across and code they were able to decipher, it wasn't the more rational conclusion that an intelligent agent had created it. When I take a wrong position or make a mistake, I'm actually willing to own up to mine. So, for those of you who joined us from MDD, where I was talking about the major mea culpa to which I was going to admit, I guess we'll have to go ahead and do that now. So, for those of you who are unaware, the other night I had an interesting debate with Rico on the Kyle Rittenhouse current first-degree murder charge versus self-defense. Now, James,
I saw that.
James had emailed me at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon of like, "Hey, can you do a debate tonight on this topic?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, probably." I was working. Anyway, so I was driving around doing some different work and coming up with my argument, and get home like with an hour and a half to go, and I'm sitting there writing out my statement, and I'd been mapping out the logic in my head of what I was going to argue. Well, I had a complete and utter brain fart, like literally 15 minutes before, as I was like putting together a PowerPoint, and my dumbass Googled Michigan versus Wisconsin on self-defense law, and so I quickly was perusing it. Everybody was waiting on me, and I'm like copied and pasted some of the self-defense law and forgot that it was like a brain fart on whether or not it was Wisconsin. So I get up there and do my opening statement, and I'm arguing Michigan self-defense law. Ironically, the self-defense law between the states is almost identical, but I'm sitting there arguing Michigan versus Wisconsin law in the context of self-defense for Kyle Rittenhouse. And got called out on it, and I'm like, wait a minute, did I do that? Did I actually? No, because I've been looking at Michigan stuff, or Wisconsin stuff all day. And anyway, so long story short, fast forward to now, I want to admit to everybody that I was incorrect on that. I had actually Googled Michigan self-defense law. My logic of my argument actually is I won't waste everybody's time with it now, but the Wisconsin self-defense law actually is more in favor of my argument than the Michigan law. But I want to make sure I let everybody know I did make a mistake. I want to own up to it, and I'm always willing to swallow my pride and subjugate my ego in this context and own up to my mistake. And I hope everybody who watched and is recognizing what I'm talking about here, who watched the debate the other night, will appreciate what I'm saying now. And but I want to reiterate my argument. From a legal perspective in defense of Kyle Rittenhouse is in no way, shape, form, or fashion negated by my in a rush copy and paste of the wrong self-defense law. So there's my mea culpa, folks, and I hope that won't keep you all away from any future debates. So, all right, let's get back to the topic at hand of the madness that we've been enjoying this evening, starting with RJ all the way up to the present.
Yeah, that debate went about like I thought. Go ahead, George.
Oh, no, sorry. No, you go ahead. I've got to go in about 7 minutes anyway.
Maybe I can go ahead just real quick. Okay.
Yeah, fine. Go ahead, bud.
So, RJ, one thing I noticed was a lot of it was some of those like political kind of discussions, or sort of the ad hom approach of just trying to discredit it without talking about the science was how he opened up. Then he was showing abiogenesis papers, and I couldn't even read the big print, let alone even the abstract, let alone the fine print. But abiogenesis has been doing fraudulent papers since they've been doing their thing, you know, like making lipid bubbles and injecting stuff into it and writing papers claiming it's a protocell. And it's literally fraud. It's literally dishonest. And so he has to actually like talk about the science and tell us why those papers are compelling. You can't just hold an abiogenesis paper up, which is a joke. You know, abiogenesis science is a joke. You can't just hold that up and think it like means something, you know? So I thought his debate was very weak. He didn't spend much time focused on debating at all. It was like he didn't want to face facts or something.
Well, you know, I'm really tired of the whole, like, in terms of abiogenesis, like, hey, we're actually getting close. No, we're not. As of 2020, the most nucleotides they've managed to get to combine without any additional elements, right, catalysts, is 20. That's where they're at. 20. Not in a specific sequence. That's just bound together, period. In a completely undirected process. 20 nucleotides. Now, in other contexts where they've had additional catalytic agents, enzymes, etc., they've managed to get more than that to come together. But you have to get past, you have to get to those before you can have that be a reasonable outcome. So if you can't even get to past 20, and everybody in the biochemistry world, I literally watched a lecture on this from a Origin of Life biochemist last week on this exact topic. At 20, it's not even a remotely plausible, from a chemistry perspective, it's not even plausible for it to be, a self-replicating catalyst for itself. And so it's like, well, we have to figure out a way to get past this. It's like, so they're freely admitting this to be the case, and then we listen to people like RJ run around claiming that it's answered. I'm like, well, that's not what the guys that are literally doing Origin of Life research are saying 2 weeks ago. So I'm not really sure where you guys are getting your foundational position from. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yeah.
It's kind of like go ahead, George, because you're next. Go ahead, buddy. There's a delay here. I think there's a slight delay from where you're at, man. So I apologize. That's twice now. Sorry. Go ahead.
We're a bit slow in Australia, Chris. That's probably why. No, I was about to add in terms of the 4 million plus on-off switches in the non-coding region. I mean, supposedly junk. What purpose do on-off switches have if they don't have anything? If they're just junk? I was actually. I'll just bring you into a bit of a discussion I was having with Dr. Jensen. I think it was about a week or so ago. I actually posed the question to him. I was trying to make an inference between the fact that God created us in his image, which means we are creators in a sense. And we look at pretty much every machine that we've designed, practically everyone, we have what's called a reboot button. It's now called a restart, but it's a reboot button. If something goes wrong, we tend to press that reboot button and everything reinitializes itself to what it used to be and how it used to perform. Now imagine these 4 million at the moment we only know about 4 million. There could be more. But imagine if some of these switches or a series of these switches are actually reboot buttons, so that when Jesus comes back, all he does is press that reboot button, and our genome is fixed from where it was at the very start. I'll open the discussion and see what your views are on that.
Well, it's actually interesting you bring that up in the context of the reboot. I mean, that is now that premise you're putting forth is actually a now fully documented in real time process that's occurring in the early stages of recombination. You know, in when a new zygote is forming. I mean, not all, but the vast majority of all of the father and the majority of the mother epigenetic factors are literally stripped out in real time, like very, very rapidly, like within hours. And basically the genome, once it's recombined, has been basically erased. All of the factors that had been derived from the parents are basically erased. And they've actually been able to view this in real time. And I mean, it's actually described. One of the papers I read on the topic, they actually describe it as a reboot, as all of that additional data is and control mechanisms, or the mechanisms that control the expression of the data, are removed. And to me, I'm like, that's A, amazing, and B, if you don't conclude that a controlled reboot of the data and of the operating system is not indicative of a foresight from an intelligent agent, I don't know what is.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Can I leave you guys with a little of a joke? Because I have to leave the chat. There's a professor and a little girl in an aeroplane, and it's going to be a long flight. And the professor wants to strike a bit of a conversation. Everything was boring. So she says, "Hey, little girl, it's going to be a long flight. What do you think we talk about something? Is there anything interesting that you'd like to talk about?" She goes, "Oh, I don't know. You pick something." She goes, "Okay, well, what about we talk about God?" And she goes, "Oh, okay, well, I'll ask you a few questions." She goes, "A deer, a cow, and a horse all eat grass. But a deer poos little pellets. A cow poos out these soft pies or patties. And the horse excretes these long things. Can you explain why that is?" The professor thinks for a while and says, "Gee, I don't know." And the girl says, "Well, if you don't know shit, what qualifies you to talk about God?"
Never heard that one, but I had a feeling where it was going.
I shortened it because of time, but look, it's been enjoyable. I have to go, guys. So enjoy the rest of the show. I'll listen to it later on.
Appreciate you as always, George. Yeah, I bet you got to go take your dogs to go maybe drop a number 2, huh?
No, actually, John, I took her out this morning because I wanted to be involved in the after show. But my team is actually playing in about 8 minutes' time, so I'm going to catch the start.
The important things will happen. You got to get the kick out. Okay. Well,
yeah, mate.
George.
See you later, guys. God bless.
See you, buddy.
All right.
Shalom.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say as a sidebar, folks, I've been starting to get rather annoyed and not frustrated, but kind of like just in awe, I think, of the level of conscious stupidity that is expressed by the atheist opponents. I mean, like tonight, listening to Nephilim and RJ, I mean, it's like RJ was just babbling and running around desperately attempting to deflect direct questions. I mean, it's ironic. It was very similar to Mark earlier. in the after show. It's like you call them out on a very specific point, and it turns into a dodge, trying to deflect and redirect the topic without actually having to answer the direct question. And it's like, if you guys can't answer the question, don't come to the arena. Go research for yourself and then come and talk. But until then, don't tell me I'm an idiot, or don't tell me I'm ignorant, or I don't understand, or that I am not an expert in this, or you don't have a degree in such and such. If you don't even know the words that are coming out of my mouth, then you're in no position to determine who knows what they're talking about. So, I mean, anyway. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, and speaking of that, I hit Dan up in the chat tonight, but he didn't say anything about his if he's come up with his questionnaire on evolution. But I wanted to point out to him that it doesn't need to get caught up in like a bunch of details and minutiae like biology. It needs to directly pertain to evolutionary theory. So what he asked must be, to do with evolution, because I have a feeling he's just gonna throw some stuff in there, you know what I mean? Because after reading some comments, just on where SFT did his little video debunking Dan, the pseudoscience man, I have a feeling that's the way he's going to go. If he does that, I mean, because he said in the chat, yeah, if he said he would do the debate on origins if it would take the test. So, but he's yet to come up with the test. So, I'd like to see the test. I don't see why he have any problem posting the test. Does it have to be, unless he wants to be tricky about it? I don't know what you think.
Well, I'm assuming he probably operates from the perspective of, oh, well, they answered it because they just went and, researched the question.
Yeah.
Therefore, he can't prove that we don't know what we're talking about. And it's
well, he said that he would get like 1 or 2 questions, I think, something like that. But I mean, as far as like, yeah, he needs to, like, if he's going to do the test, I mean, he needs to. I asked him, has he got the test together? I mean, do you have it together? That's, you can't claim you'll do it, and if you'll take a test if you don't have the test made, unless he's just going to like make it up as he goes along, like I said, which he's going to try to catch you on something like, like we can't possibly know everything in biology, but you don't have to understand the theory. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, congratulations. There's a high probability there's something in a biology textbook that I don't know, and I would wager that the same is for you, and you get a PhD. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, for me, it's like, okay, bro, I'm gonna get a biology textbook, and I'll ask you random questions out of it.
There you go.
And what are you going to do? Like, if you fail, if you don't answer 100% of the questions, are you going to resign your position as a professor of biology?
Well,
I'm guessing no. So then the probability of there being a question I can't answer also being extraordinarily high. Like, why would I come and engage when you won't even address the higher level questions that are beyond like the fundamental, the minutia of general biology? When we're talking about the high-level conceptual aspects of the fundamental functions, like known requirements.
But I will say one thing. I'll let you talk, Nicholas. The thing is, it's a debate between him and SFT, so it doesn't even need to be like me or. I mean, I said I would take it, or Smokey did it first, but I also told him I would take it. But SFT has demonstrated he fundamentally knows the theory. Okay,
absolutely.
I mean, in and out. You know what I mean? To even be I mean, it's amazing that he's able to put the questions that he does to Dan. So it just goes to show how much research that he does put in his spare time. So that's kind of insulting. You know what I mean? To me, it's like a dodge. So because he doesn't want to do another origins debate. So that's just my take.
Well,
or he needs more time. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Yeah, my take on it is just that it's posturing, and basically he's just hoping to make us appear discredited. And these people who are denying things like the basics that DNA is code, they're denying a basic like that. They're looking for any excuse they can get. And why should we participate in posturing when that's not really how this is done? And why should we give him an opportunity to give them some kind of silly defeater instead of having the arguments? And, he tried to refute the model with Neanderthal stuff, and I essentially kind of debated it with him on David's channel, and I, as a layman, was able to show that like he was just playing with words and that there was nothing about his model that was any more or less compatible than, So it was just
he plays a very aggressive semantics game, and he gambles.
He's good at that. Yeah.
Well, he gambles that the average. He gambles that as a PhD, he's going to be able to toss things out from a semantic perspective that the average person won't be able to counter him on. Therefore, they won't be able to actually defeat him in argument.
Or that's the thing is, I would rather we just pick his arguments apart and show, like with the Neanderthal video thing, it's not like I was able to prove SFT is right, but I was able to prove that what he's calling a refutation was not a refutation. So the video is nothing, Yeah. And that's my point is like, we can just pick apart everything he does. It's all fake, cup and ball tricks. We see through it. It just means we have to take a little time and stuff, but that's ultimately what we've got to do.
Yep. Fifth Trumpet, welcome to the stream, man. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. How you guys doing? I mean, I didn't see the debate, but I heard you guys talking.
It was usual RJ Downard madness.
Well, but I mean, let me just say also, I have no idea anything about these codes or the wordings that you guys use. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, really? Okay, so you don't even like taking like information theory or anything like that?
No, I'm just a straight Bible student. So as far as the history, the science, it's not my field.
Gotcha. Well, here's what I would strongly recommend to anybody is, and this is why I was been cracking on Mark so heavily tonight, given the fact that, at least theoretically, since he's in university for learning about computer systems, that he would have had at least basic information and communication theory classes, and would be able to immediately recognize exactly what we're talking about in biology if he actually knew anything about biology. And it's one of the things I find so fascinating my recommendation was, you can, these days, you don't have to take a class on this kind of stuff. You can go on, we're on YouTube right now, search, basics of information theory and learn, what a communication channel is, and encode, transmit, decode, the translation mechanisms require the encode alphabet, the decode alphabet, like the noise in how that affects the efficiency of the transfer of the information. And you can learn the basics, the formulas of Shannon information theory and different things. It's not rocket science. You can learn it pretty quickly. And then in the context of biology, you can very rapidly see that this isn't something you have to infer. It's literally stated in biological textbooks, papers, books on the subject, that all of the components that are the necessity for every piece of technology that we currently enjoy, as well as our ability to communicate and have this conversation right now, all of those mechanisms are the ultimate root fundamentals required for life to exist. And this, in my opinion, this leads you to the rational conclusion of okay, we have arbitrary values. We have two encode bases. Actually, there's more than that in biological systems, but just the fundamentals for DNA. And we have transcription and translation mechanisms. We've got a freaking 3D printer in the ribosome that that able to use this data. Well, that's kind of cool. And just those components make it rational to conclude that there is a intelligent agent required for this to exist.
Not to mention the nano machines.
Well, yeah, well, absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. And that's where you even get to the even cooler stuff.
Yeah.
Of hold on, wait a minute, hang on. This is expressed through molecular nanorobots. What? Not figurative robots, literal robots. What? And that's why I say, in context of you, Trump, and being a Bible student, you're learning all these things about philosophy and scripture and things of that nature. But it's when you really start to apply that knowledge, in my opinion, along with things that we're discussing tonight, your awe of the Almighty will just skyrocket. And what I found myself doing when I'm out like driving around or doing anything, and I'm just kind of like driving down the road and looking at a mountain or a, you know, trees and birds flying around and stuff, I'm sitting there like contemplating, like, okay, this thing I'm observing right now is a absolute pinnacle of engineering that I'm observing right this second. Everything that surrounds me is phenomenal. The stupid car that I'm driving in is a joke compared to the fly that keeps running into the side of my head as I'm, you know, driving around the corner trying to smack the thing, you know. But in reality, the fly is superior to the car and the phone and everything else piece of technology that I'm surrounded by. And to me, once you really start to recognize that as you go throughout your daily life, the fundamentals of your existence take on an entirely different paradigm, and your appreciation for your existence takes on a different paradigm. And then, to me, anyway, my not frustration from like an anger perspective, but just like a almost partial sadness for the atheists that are running around in this state of denial. And it's like your minds are so closed, and your level of appreciation for your existence is myopic compared to what it actually could be. Anyway, enough of my long-winded diatribe.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like as a not. I guess you have to prove things, you know, in your field. But just from, like you say, just from an average person looking around, if you just use common sense, I mean, that is enough proof for me anyway that you can't. A person can't somehow evolve. I don't care how many trillions of years. It just doesn't make sense. You know, how does, and like you say, all the detail, I mean, it just doesn't add up. And just using common sense, I'm not even using science. But I know you guys have to prove it some way for people. But, and then the other thing I got from the other guy was, you know, what I got out of it was it's the same sort of idea that they use. They say, oh, well, you know, Matthew copied Mark and he inserted things to make things seem a certain way, and then he changed this part, and then Paul lied and said this. It was kind of the same idea with him saying, and again, I'm not a scientist, the impression I got, he says, oh, it's not really this way, they just changed it to make it look like this, the code thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem with that is what cracks me up about like we just assigned code to it. It's like, okay,
yeah,
that's like suggesting that because in World War II, the Navajo Indians were able to crack the Nazi code, that because we assigned English data values to the code that was now translated, that there wasn't there wasn't information that was encoded on the other side of the equation.
Yeah, even I could understand that part.
Like that's the whole point. Like, if this equals that, then somebody had to assign this value to equal this one. If it's not, if A does not become B, but A is equal to B, if A does not become the other A, the other meaning of A, then somebody had to assign the value of these being equal to each other. And you have to have a translation mechanism. And the translation mechanism has to know that this symbol for A on this encode table equals this A on the other side. And it doesn't matter. And this is what blows my mind about the atheist community, and especially any of them like Mark, who has a modicum of knowledge in computer science. It's like, oh my goodness gracious, dude. The information medium, the medium which contains the information, has zero bearing on the semantic meaning and the syntax that has been assigned to that data. And what the translation data table equals. Like, nobody argues this at all in any aspect of technology. Like, nobody with half a brain argues this. But when you have the exact equal requirement in biology, somehow it doesn't apply, even though it's recognized that all of these components are required and do have the exact same function. It's amazing. Jesse, you've been being quiet for a while. Did we lose you? We hope we didn't put you to sleep. I know you've been studying for your classes recently. No, we lost Jesse.
Well, I mean, honestly, I wanted to ask the scientific community a question. Are you guys a part of the scientific community?
Not necessarily, but go ahead. What's the question?
Okay, well, then, yeah, maybe probably SFT would be better. It's just that, and I've heard part of what Nephilim says, but I see what I'm not understanding when I hear the scientific community talk is, I know you can count back the years to, let's say, Seth, right? Can we count back the years to Seth from our time?
Seth, no, they've been able to count back to Noah and then Eve from a genetic clock standpoint.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've seen timelines where they count back using lifespans and births and whatnot in biblical ages to, well, let's just say Seth. So you're saying we cannot count back that like that?
I'm saying from a genetic perspective, we can go back to Eve and Noah. And those numbers match up with the scriptural timeline.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously, you could extrapolate from there
and
to
then
Seth and whatnot. But, I mean, I'm saying from what is a substantiated, what are two, I mean, there's additional, you could go multiple layers, different layers. But I'm saying from a top level, easily argued and in some aspects agreed upon, conceded in secular society as well, or secular academia as well, that those arguments can at least be substantiated to a strong degree.
And then, so then what year are they saying, let's say Eve, what year are they saying Eve existed?
I think they're guesstimating somewhere between 6,000 and 6,500 years.
Yeah. Well, that's
and Noah is about 4,500 years.
Yeah. Okay. So then the part where I lose it with the science is when we go back farther from that. Right? This is where I get lost because I hear all kinds of, bone fragments and Neanderthal and the day. And so I actually wanted to ask, or I'd like to hear, I don't know if you specifically or some of the other people, how is it that you're counting from that 6,000? Where are you going back to exactly? And how?
Is that like a rhetorical you or a person?
No, like I say, I don't mean you specifically. I'm saying the scientific community, like your channel, the people that I hear talking all the time.
Well, I mean, if are you talking about from a creationist perspective or from a evolutionary perspective?
Well, I'm wondering how the Bible and the creation perspective makes sense going backwards, and what years are we talking about? Or it could be wrong. I'm just wondering what your perspective is. Again, not you specifically, but just what people are saying.
Well, from the young Earth perspective, right? Young Earth creation perspective, it would be we're matching up with exactly what the timeline would be, right? You're matching up, hey, this was Eve. It matches up with the literal biblical timeline. Here's the genetic evidence for, from a time perspective for Noah that also equals Therefore, the evidence to have a literal match of the biblical timeline is, I mean, it's evident, right?
Oh no, okay.
So that's one side of the equation. Go ahead. What were you going to ask?
Well, what I meant was going backwards from Eve, back to Genesis chapter 1, or however far you want to go back, whether scientific or biblical.
Mitochondrial Eve is basically as far as they can go back, as far as DNA.
Yeah, that's
it's passed on for the mother.
Yeah, I wasn't quite following you on that one. You're saying go back. I mean, like Eve would. That's as far as you can go. From a literal biblical perspective, that's it. Like that's the starting point.
Well, okay. Well, then you're saying that's like 6,000 years ago. So then, how are these people coming up with these bones that they say are Neanderthal, which they say are people that are older than that? That's where I'm getting lost.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a variety of theories on that. I mean, because one of the things you have to consider is that there is very circular reasoning in a lot of these age ranges, right? It's like, oh, well, this is how old this rock must be, therefore this is how old this DNA is, or this the DNA timeline must be. And yes, you have very dramatic assumptions that are used on both sides, like in multiple aspects, to validate the other assumption. It's like, we have assumed that this is how old X is. Therefore, if this is in something we have decided is this old, therefore it must also be this old. And both of these things now equal the same timeline, same age. And it's like, well, that's easy. You can literally say something is any age you want if you're going to follow those hard assumptions. Those arbitrarily assigned assumptions. And that's one major aspect of it. Chris, I know you've had some conversations about this stuff. Anything you want to add to that?
No, not really. Just the fact that, like what you said about the rock, the circular reason in the rock layers of where they find actual evidence. If you're talking about just for animals and fossils, but as far as the humans, I mean, they don't. That's what's a big stumbling block to me is human civilizations seem to just kind of spring up 6,000 years ago. You know what I mean? Now of course, you'll argue out 10,000 years, that some civilizations are older, but even if you push it to that, that's fine. I mean, it's still relatively young. If we've diverged from the last common ancestor of apes, there should be we should find more evidence of human civilization. Because you got drawings in caves and whatnot, they've dated it and stuff, but none of that's going back far enough to in my eyes to point to humans to evolve into where we're at right now from the last our common ancestor of apes.
So you also have to factor in too on some of their like most supposedly accurate dating mechanisms, for example. Per their own admission, they are not valid if what they're testing is less than 100,000 years old. And I'm like, okay, so if per your own admission it's not valid if what's being tested is less than 100,000 years, that would mean that literally, assuming, if, let's say, the young Earth creation model was correct, then it's literally impossible for one of their supposedly most valid dating mechanisms to ever be accurate. I mean, just think about that for a second. Like, if the planet is not greater than 100,000 years old, then data we're told is 100% accurate. Per their own admission, could not be accurate. I mean, of course, that sort of premise is never really discussed or really conceded. Even though, I mean, it's been conceded before, but I mean, they don't. It's now kind of a much more restricted admission because it dramatically invalidates one of the most fundamental components of the argument for them.
So what's our topic now? Sorry, I'm back.
Trumpet is confused about some of the evolutionary timelines, and like, the Nephilim were here a long time ago, age of the Earth, that kind of thing.
Like historically speaking, or radiometrically?
Go ahead.
Well, no,
Trumpet.
I will try to explain it. I mean, basically, I think we can count back in time to, let's say, Eve, like we were just saying, and that people say, okay, that's 6,000 years. And I'm always wondering, from the scientific community, how are you counting, and the Christian scientific community, how are you counting back from Eve?
You mean
And
back to Eve, or
no, starting at Eve, going back, that
well, we
through
don't
chapter
go
1.
Yeah, but we don't go beyond Eve because it's only 6 days.
I'm sorry, beyond what days?
It's only 6 days. 6 days of creation. So there's
6,
nothing.
right?
Yeah, there's nothing beyond Eve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
But if you're
But
talking
then
about
how,
like historically, like how do we, like even scientifically, how do we like up to Eve? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
I can figure that. I'm okay going backwards from now back to Eve. But where I get lost with the scientific Christian community is, where are you going from Eve back through Genesis chapter 1 to the beginning of chapter, verse 1? Because like you said, they'll say, oh, well, it was 6 days. But then they'll say, oh, well, wait, we found a rock that's 7,000 million years old. And we found these Neanderthal, which are 30 million thousand years old. That's where I'm losing it.
Oh, okay. So their dating methods are based on assumptions. How much carbon-14 and how much carbon-12, I think it is, right, John? Is it carbon-12? They have to make an assumption about how
14
much.
and
Yes, I think it's 14 and 12. How much was in the atmosphere before, and how much did the animals put up? I mean, like, we can make 2 assumptions. We can make an assumption that God
were the
created
cows farting heavily?
right? Yeah.
And I sound like I'm joking, and that's actually like literal.
It
How
is
much?
actually kind of literal. It's what they exhume when they eat stuff like grass and herbs of the field and stuff like that. Anyway, so we have to make 2 assumptions. Either there was carbon-12 in the atmosphere 6,000 years ago, and then we have to put that into our calculations when we're dating the carbon-14, or there was no carbon-12. We don't know. So we have to make 2 assumptions. But then we have many other methods that we can go off of that show us, yes, there's a rock maybe that might say that it's like, or the carbon dating might say that it's 7 million years old or whatever. But when we go and we take all the data together, like the entire solar system actually looks young, and there's actually no way it could even be more than 10,000 years old.
And just another point, if you're, because you're kind of sticking strictly with humans, if you go into the dinosaurs, they've recently found soft tissue and not dinosaur fossils, because it's not replaced with mineral. These are actual bones, because they're finding the osteocytes, which are bone cells, collagen, and you can see the filopodia that comes off of the osteocytes. And they're stretchy, and under a microscope, you can literally manipulate it and stretch it and see that it's still, you know what I mean? It's still, it's not been replaced by anything. It's not a fossil. So it's actual tissue. So they had to come up with an ad hoc on that one to try to justify how it could be there, and they've come up with what they call the iron preservation. So basically, iron preserved it, because iron it can cross-link and preserve tissue. But problem with that is it doesn't do it naturally. I mean, as far as like it would in the osteocytes. I mean, just as far as the bone, like when Mary Swisser did her work on that, she spun the blood in centrifuges and added anticoagulants and stuff to get it to where the iron would be able to cross-link and preserve that, and that doesn't naturally happen. Okay, we don't have these in nature. So, and what's kind of funny is that Dr. Mark Armitage, he found in his where he found his tissue, it was in a triceratops horn that was broken. It was only about a foot and a half in the dirt. It was broken. There was soil throughout it, and that shouldn't be there because bacteria, I think, would have decayed any living, material that was biological. So, and they really haven't been able to refute that. And actually, he was fired from his job. He had peer-reviewed work, and he actually won his lawsuit. But that's another story. But you don't hear a lot about that. And he predicted at the years ago that it would become the norm, and lo and behold, it's been found more and more. So I mean, that points to dinosaurs necessarily either living longer than what the supposed evolutionary paradigm is, or they live with man, which
More recent.
or more recent, or around the time of man. So.
Well, and here's something else to kind of think about. Dr. Jason Lyle has got some really great stuff on like fallacies, just thinking logically. And if you were to measure Adam today when he was first created, we know he wasn't created as a baby, you would get inconsistent dates. You would get he was old and that he was young, because he wouldn't have any liver spots, because obviously he was made it only an hour ago. Let's say that we were able to test Adam just an hour after God made him. But if you go by bone growth and stuff like that, you would get an age that's much older than he actually is. So we are going to have things in our universe, and these are all based on assumptions that they're going to have inconsistent dates, if that makes sense.
Have you guys heard of the red-haired Caucasian mummies they find in the China area?
They've
The
also
old
found them in
ones?
South America too.
Yeah, I was gonna say they found in South America too. Yeah.
Oh,
They found them in North America.
were they red?
Yes, they did,
Yeah,
actually.
actually, yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
And they've also found red-haired giants.
Actually, the one that they found in North America was way north on the west coast, I think on the border of Canada and America. And then they found another one on the east side of Bolivia, I think. Whatever's right, whatever's south of Brazil. And it's funny because they were actually trying to connect it to some kind of like, coastal immigration or whatever. Well, they can't because Bolivia is on the other side of South America. And it can't connect. But I thought that was actually kind of funny. But yeah.
Sorry, Trump. We interrupted you with yes, we are aware. What was sorry? What was your question? What was your question? Sorry about
Well,
that.
no, I mean, you've added information. I mean, what I would say is that if you found something like that in that area, that would be an Adamic person. But if you're saying you found them all over the world, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
So if I might throw something out, what we are taught in school, that man came from, thumping each other over the head with sticks, and we were using stone tools, and we got smarter over the time. If we change that thought process, that paradigm, and assume that they were actually intelligent, they knew how, like, if we take the story of Noah as truth, he built this gigantic ark that was able to survive tsunamis and all this kind of stuff, right? So he had advanced shipbuilding techniques. So if we apply all of that to everybody that came from Noah and everybody that was before that, we can't really count them because all of that was washed away. It's absolutely probable and possible that they were able to cross the world over and over and over again 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. So it wouldn't be so inconsistent. It's very inconsistent with evolution because it's not uniformity. They need to see a slow migration. So, fossil after fossil leading up, so they need to basically see, like they always argue that, how did kangaroos get to Australia? We've got no line of dead kangaroos leading to Australia. Well, okay, we can go into that later. But what they need to see is a line of dead fossils of these giant red-haired Caucasian people. They need to see a line of them coming down, like a progression. Well, they don't. And that's very inconsistent. But it's very consistent with an intelligent people who already knew how to do everything, build ships. They already had all the technologies that they needed to start a civilization.
And that would actually go ahead, John.
I was saying one of the things that really drives me up the wall about this stuff is, okay, in the last century, basically all of the discoveries, well, I take it back. In the last 350 years, basically all of the discoveries of the fundamental laws of the universe that have been discovered enable the ridiculous amounts of technology we currently enjoy, right? So we know that people, through sheer observation, have been able to determine and deduce these different fundamentals that were required, right? And then you fast forward to late 1800s and into the very early 1900s, and you have a few dramatic advancements that, you know, have now culminated in, you know, computers and cell phone technology, all this kind of stuff, right? So we know beyond doubt that within a 350-year period, it is possible to go from basically dirt huts and such to living in gigantic urban metro areas and all the technology we flying around the world, right? We know the amount of time required is not that much. It's brain power, right? What I find interesting about all this stuff is like, okay, we have evidence for different pieces of evidence can help you to deduce that there may have been more advanced technologies in the past, right? Well, if we know that there's also been thousands of years that have gone by, why is it so unrealistic that people with brain power couldn't have been able to figure out some of these things, just like we have, potentially in a relatively short period of time? And then from the creationist perspective, I'm also going to operate from the assumption that they were literally smarter than we are now. Therefore, is it reasonable to conclude they could have determined a lot of this stuff even faster than we did? Therefore, what was actually wiped off this planet? And
right. What was before that?
Right.
Yep.
It's like, so what, we actually don't know. Like also the other variable you have to factor in is the lifespan, right? Like, think about this for uno momento. Per Genesis, Adam was 959 years when he died. Methuselah was 969 years, I believe it was. But most of them are living no less than 800 years, right? So let's think about this for just a second. Leonardo da Vinci was in the 1300s?
No idea.
He would still be alive right now.
14th century, yeah.
Newton would still be alive right now. Einstein would still be alive right now, right? Think about this for just a second, right? What do you think that those geniuses, when you factor in what they were able to determine and to comprehend and discover in, you know, they lived 70 years maybe, right? But of that, 45, 50 of it was actually used on research. Extrapolate that out with, you know, tacking on another 500 years. What the heck do you think they would have figured out? Then you have another genius like Einstein comes along, and he's now being able to collaborate with Newton. What do you think those two guys would have figured out together? I would wager it would be interesting, because what's the premise we think about of, like, we stand on the shoulders of giants who came before, right? Mm-hmm. Well, what if instead of having to just stand on the shoulders and read their, you know, their notebooks and what they discovered, they're getting to have conversations with them?
Kind of like Shem, because Shem lived 100 years before the flood. I mean, he saw all the technologies then, right? Then he lived 600 years after the flood. Noah lived 300 years after the flood. Think about all that knowledge that they passed on.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to think about what could have been. It's not. The reason I'm like framing it of like, what have we managed to pull off in literally a century? Right. I'm talking about the complete and utter transformation. Right. Yep. Obviously, there's been different improvements and stuff, but I'm talking about the literal transformation of the entire planet.
Well, and add in another point to that we've had 2 major wars that actually stalled that technology.
Yes.
Because war always stalls it, right?
Yes.
And if we hadn't had those wars, think about what we would have been able to do a century ago.
Well, and you also have to think about, like, population-wise, when you consider, like going into World War I, the global population was about 1.8 billion, right? And then the procreation rates were dramatically higher than now. And but then you think about this, going into World War II, the population of the world had only gone up, I think it was like 40 million in a
20-year period.
20 plus year period.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. Like that's the amount that it had increased was basically equivalent to what had been going up per year. When you think about like Germany's population, for example, Germany had its population at the time was equal to the United States. Now, fast forward to now, and Germany has a population that is less than a third of what the United States is. But back then, they were equal. When you think about that in the context of what was prevented, hamstrung, etc. And of course, you bring in the abortion topic now of like now we've had literally hundreds of millions of lives that never existed, and many of them would be in there. I'm talking about just from like Roe v. Wade, globally. You're looking at people that would be in their 40s, late 40s, at the older end, right? Actually, no, right, older than that, right? Now they'd be 50.
They'd be mid-50s, actually.
Right.
Yeah,
like, what would they
50s, yeah.
potentially, when you think about like out of, let's say just for easy math purposes, out of 100 million, we're talking about no less than 4 million geniuses never walked this earth.
How many Nikola Teslas would have been in that? That's a good way to look at it.
What's the other guy's name in this chat? I'm so sorry.
Me?
It goes by Trump. Your fifth trumpet, right?
No, well, that's my code name. It's not
Oh,
my
no,
real name. Yeah.
not your real name. But do you want me to call you Trumpet? Is that what you want me to call you? Oh, okay.
That's up to
so
you.
Does that stuff kind of make sense? What we're talking about, like, just like human population advances, all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot in our history books that are quite backwards. And
a good point on that, like you're talking about the red-headed giants, is like the Vikings were crossing over to, what is now North America. Well, Columbus was not the first one to make it. Well, he didn't make it to America, even to make it as far as the Americas, because I think that's where you would get the red-headed giants, or the red-headed population. Do you not agree with that, John?
I mean, I think it's definitely a potential. And then you also have to factor in too, like, we operate from this perspective that, it must have, if there was a Caucasian, they must have descended from X, right? But we also know that the potential to become Caucasian would have existed. I mean, still exists, but would have existed on a different level then.
yeah, it would have been like a passive trait. But I'll tell you this: your name is Chris, right? Correct.
Yeah, Keith, but
Keith,
Chris Keith,
that's right.
either one, yeah, that's fine.
No, Keith. Okay, so they actually there's this really cool YouTube video. It's unfortunately an atheist evolutionist video, but they did find evidence of Viking script in Paraguay, in South America, dating to like 1100. And they were looking for something. They were looking for a treasure, and it's actually even funnier too. They have very little manuscripts on this, or very little documentation. But during World War II, Hitler was very big about trying to find like religious like artifacts and stuff like that. He actually diverted a U-boat to Paraguay. It was actually to Bolivia, and then I think they go into Paraguay. I forget how that works geographically, but it was really interesting. It happened in I think he diverted the boat in like 1943. It was like literally in like the midpoint of the war, like 1944, and it was the only U-boat that was ever diverted from war.
It was hijacked by Indiana Jones.
Right. But yeah, no, they're finding a lot of evidences that are
well, have you ever heard of the Sunstone by the Vikings? If you look at a lot of the Viking folklore, the Viking tales, they taught a lot of that. There's some truth in there, and that would be a very plausible way of how they were able to navigate using that Sunstone. It's like a little prism. Have you ever seen anything about that?
No, I haven't, but I'm actually going to look that up because I believe that every myth, legend, and story that's in any culture does have a kernel of truth. It can be a little hard to figure it out. That's how we have flood myths all over the world. And myths of dragons. How do the Inuits in a land where there's no lizards have carved the same types of dragons as the Mayans who lived, 1,500 years before them, and the same as the Chinese? It's very, very interesting. So,
Well, they talk about that area too, up in above Michigan into Canada. It was pretty rich in vines and grapes. So that's in their they talk about that in the Viking legends, and so there's a lot there you could piece together. I've looked into it pretty decently, and it's
that's
pretty, in my
interesting.
mind, it's pretty solid that the Vikings definitely made it over North America. Now I don't know if back, of course I don't believe in the Ice Age was as far out as the dates they give, but you were going back to the kangaroos where that water between Australia and nearest the coast would have been low enough. It's not that deep, you know what I mean? So
Oh
if
yeah,
the
the
water
land
level
would have
was
been showing.
yeah. So yeah, I definitely question the history. I mean, especially even with the pyramids. You know what I mean? Like I'm not really. I'm really not sure that the Egyptians built those pyramids. Actually, I'm leaning very much they did build them because we
Well,
don't find any of their copper tools that they supposedly would have had to
I
build
would
it.
say I would say that there's the first set of pyramids is extraordinarily likely they didn't build them. Like
True.
the first round, the versus the second round. The
the
Egyptians may
pyramid
have
of
built the second
Djoser.
ones.
Yeah,
but
the smaller, crappier ones.
yeah, yeah.
They copied it. The ones that look like copies. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, and here's the thing that I find very frustrating about a lot of these topics, especially now in the modern era of like we should all freak out because supposedly it's getting hot. It's like, okay, we know beyond doubt that there used to be tropical plants growing in freaking Antarctica. If that is true, then obviously the climate and the weather and therefore other things were dramatically different. So, I'm just saying, like, just using that as an example, right? Like, if that level of difference was in play, why is it so unreasonable to conclude that some of these other things that you were talking about, like, hey, the land bridges might have been exposed in X scenario, and this time
Exactly.
that would have facilitated this type of migration. Oh wait, we agree that there was migration. It just you can't currently observe the mechanism. Therefore, there must never have been one, which I find ironic given the fact that for evolutionary theory, like, oh, whatever was required must have happened.
Do you know how they calculate the age of the Sahara Desert?
I do not.
By the plants that they find underneath. And how
Okay,
deep
wait.
and where they are, so that way they know how quickly the Sahara Desert, and based on the wind, they can do some math, and it lines up with the plants underneath. It used to be almost all green in the Sahara Desert.
So I didn't know about the age. Go ahead, man.
I gotta ask you now. I have to ask this question because this was back to that earlier point. When you say that the Antarctic was a tropical area, the places up in Alaska were tropical. I mean, I believe that also. But when are you saying that was? Before 6,000 years?
No,
before the flood?
So, before the flood. So when we read,
So between 6,000 and 4,000.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So okay, so like it didn't even rain. Like we can actually assume, and it's not a bad assumption. It doesn't actually say this in the Bible. But Noah was a preacher of righteousness, and he went and preached to the people, trying to tell them, "Hey, God's going to flood the world. He's going to kill everybody." Right? There was no rain in that day. There was just a mist that went up from the ground, and he was preaching a flood preaching the end of all flesh by water coming down from the sky, or by water. Well, there probably wasn't that much water visible back then because most of it was underneath the crust. It was an absolute paradise. Temperate, humid. It was basically perfect, except for, death and decay. And that's the reason why God wrecked the world, because humans were taking advantage of that.
And that lines up with the spinning Earth being like 300. You would think 360 degrees, and it's spin the right now. Its course is thrown off, so there's like 360. Well, 4.5, depending on which year it is, even leap year, but which created the seasons too. So I mean, I think John's heard me go off my tangent on the number 423, and then you can apply it to the pyramids, and also apply that to just like the theological argument where the fine tuning is it's just crazy. Like on the pyramids, how the precision they got when they built that, and that goes back to what John was saying about technology and what we knew back then. We were smarter. Our genome is degrading. You know what I mean? We're getting
Our
dumber.
minds are degrading. Well, and if you think about it, it might just be
And I
an
didn't mean to
alternate.
cut you off, Trumpet. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, and it might just be an alternate technology. Like we can't say what kind of technology they had. Like let's say that World War I was won by the Germans, or let's say II, and technology just could be different. We can't understand their technology because we've not gone down the same route, because that technology was lost. Because I'm just curious, Keith, you don't think that the pyramids are pre-flood, right? You think that they were after the flood?
The pyramids, yeah, they would be after the flood.
I'll tell you this: there's probably no structure that we would be able to identify today that's pre-flood.
Yeah, if you look at the stones that were upended in was it Pumapunku? Where is that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
The big H stones that had they locked into place.
Yep, Tiwanaku, Pumapunku, Lake Titicaca. I did an entire history thing on it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Those stones could not have been upended by anything but a flood. So I mean, if there wasn't a global flood and it was just localized in that area, there has to have been two big, huge localized floods, because you're not going to get those. It's even crazy how they built the stones. You would have had to have some pretty good sized men to do that, period, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, they got pillars that are 1,200 tons, and also one of the key factors why people pointed out that they might be pre-flood stones, not structures. There's no way a structure could survive the continents being ripped apart, but it's the fact that it's at 12,000 feet. I'm sorry, that's where Bolivia is. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd have to look at my map again, but because it's just south of Peru, and Lake Titicaca goes into Peru and down into Bolivia. And yeah, that place that you're talking about, Pumapunku, is at 12,000 feet. And Lake Titicaca, which is about 20 miles away, is at 10,500 feet. It's very high, but it's not as high as Pumapunku. So it's possible. It's still kind of highly unlikely because the amount of continental shifting. I mean, if we just, if just two of our plate tectonics just bump into each other, we've got something like what happened in Haiti in 2004 or 2006 or whatever. And if we think about the continents ripping apart beneath the water and then surfacing later, it's possible we have some foundations, but I just don't know if we would have much more. I've really been thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, I think we've been shortchanged in history, man. Lessons, I really do.
Oh, big time, big time. Like they were so much smarter than we give them credit for. And I actually saw this on a comment on one of these YouTubers that I follow, and they were like, okay, so if they had some kind of machining technology back then to create these 40-foot statues that are 90 tons with only. It's solid stone. It's not been put together or anything like that. You can actually see machining marks when you pour water over it. They're like, well, where'd the tools go? And one guy made a comment, and I thought it was brilliant. He goes, well, I don't leave my tools at the construction site. Why would they? What we're digging through is their trash. If you had a chainsaw, are you just going to throw it away? No, it's probably going to get disassembled. Someone's going to go to the trash. They're going to disassemble it, reuse the parts. Of course, we don't have the same, parts that they had, because we're looking through their trash, through their McDonald's cups and their toilet paper and whatever is left.
I've made this.
And they did tend to build on top of it. Go ahead, John.
I made that exact point, and I'm like, it's part of the. Just to be blunt, it's part of the reason that I take paleontology with a grain of salt. I'm just like, congratulations on being dumpster divers. Like,
Right.
yeah, bro,
And
you
can't
would
use
not
this
be.
argument?
You're supposed to be some like high level person I'm supposed to listen to. Yeah, so if somebody was diving into dumpsters in real time, you wouldn't gain massive amounts of credibility. Now, if you're like doing a criminal investigation and you're extrapolating, dividing evidence to convict somebody, from their trash, okay, that's one thing. But yeah, you go pouring through my trash 100 years from now, don't really think you're going to have real understanding of what I was doing in my day-to-day life. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Well, and it's not even so much like you mentioned, Keith, about them building on top of other structures. It's not even so much that. They definitely did do that. But if you went to go take over this nation and you're just, say, slightly poorer, but you've got a better army, like the Mongol army, they weren't necessarily rich, but they were definitely better at warfare and better at tactics. You're going to take their tools. You're not going to leave them. You're going to salvage whatever you can and you're going to use
for
it.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why we don't know. Like, they're even
Unless you're the United States and you just leave copious amounts of stuff for your enemy.
Or in
Well,
Iraq.
I bet a few trucks that you drove in Iraq were acquired, shall we say, by different organizations.
No, not there. Not there in Iraq. They learned their lesson in Vietnam. We were not allowed to leave anything behind. Nothing, not even a tow bar.
Well, there was a whole scandal though about like all the stuff that we just left. When
we pulled out in like 2009, 2010.
Yeah, there was like a whole controversy of like the ridiculous amount of equipment that just got left. It was like it was more expensive to transport it back, so they just left it. And then like fast forward a couple years later, I remember the reason I'm saying it was a scandal is there was like a whole boatload of the equipment that when we were actually finally started taking out ISIS, they started finding them with all sorts of equipment that had been left
in Iraq.
From the major, like the first major withdrawal.
Yeah, which would be in about 2009, because that's when I got recalled. And the whole reason why I got recalled was to go over to Iraq and retrograde stuff. And I'll say this, and if anybody was in the Army, I'm not trying to be mean, but it was probably the Army.
Oh yeah, no, it was Army. It was definitely Army, no doubt about that.
Yeah,
the Air Force didn't leave any drones or anything like that. But no, it was
the
like
Air Force wasn't even in Iraq.
It was all trucks.
Right.
it was like there was trucks. I mean, I remember reading some of the stuff. Like they had like APCs and trucks and all sorts of stuff that were. I forget. I'm trying to remember when this was. I want to say it was like Obama was still president. I want to say it was like 2013, 2014, somewhere around there. Because I remember it being like it was a short-lived.
I think I remember talking about that late 2012.
The media talking about. The media just kind of tried to push it under the rug, but it was like, how in the heck does ISIS have this? It wasn't like just, they had a couple trucks. It was like a gigantic amount of equipment that they had.
I'll have to look that up because I know in 2009, at least even the Army, we were actually paying special attention to making sure we got our major equipment out of there. But much of it was getting retrograded to Afghanistan. So they may have taken it to places to have them retrograded or moved to Afghanistan, and then finally realized that they just had too many trucks and just left them, which that's just insane. Our trucks cost so much money. But that just you can literally just link that back to history. And it's the same thing.
Didn't we funded we could have funded a lot of that too, because we kind of like supported the Taliban, when they were fighting against the Soviets. So didn't John McCain have didn't John McCain have something to do with kind of like maybe funding some of the not directly ISIS, but some of the
John McCain there's pictures of him
he was
Bin Laden.
So, do you know where Al Qaeda comes from? Where the name Al Qaeda comes from before ISIS?
Al Qaeda. No, go refresh me.
So it actually came from a camp called Camp Al Qaeda in the 1970s, mid-time, whatever. So the I'm sorry, the CIA and another group here in America was helping them by training them and then giving them arms. Well, we said we were going to give them arms, or maybe we said we were going to give them physical soldiers, and we didn't. We left them hanging. So for the last 30 years, in fact, they hate Americans anyways because they hate anybody who comes from England because of something that happened previous to that. But they have hated us since the 1970s because of that. So Osama bin Laden took on the name Al-Qaeda, and that's how that group came about. And ISIS is only literally just a morphine of that. And
Yeah.
also because of whatever that conference was in 1910, 1890, I can't remember.
You're talking about the where the borders were, the new borders were drawn.
Yeah, there were two of them. There was two, I think there was one was called the Berlin Conference and one was called the Berlin something. One drew up the lines in Africa and then one drew up the lines in the Middle East. And I forget the name of that treaty or whatever they want to call it. And they've hated us since then.
Yeah, I know. I'm drawing a blank on the name too, but yeah, that.
You're talking about the one after Nuremberg trials, or before?
No. This happened in like 1890 when
Oh,
they drew.
okay.
Yeah, when they drew up the Middle East, it was either 1890 for the Middle East or 1890 for Africa, because that's when the whole Congo thing happened, and like
Yeah,
when
the 1890 that was Africa because the.
You're right.
Because the Middle East got redrawn
like
got redrawn like just after World War One.
Was it just after World War
Yeah,
I?
and
Oh, you're right. It might be like 1918, 1919.
Yeah, because what most people in Western civilization do not recognize is like the Middle East. What I cannot believe I'm drawing a blank on the name of that whole deal was, but like in the Middle Eastern countries, it's a big deal. Like the people who live there, they know all about it and they hate it. It's like a big deal to them.
You know why they don't want to teach it? It's because the same thing happened in Africa. And if you ever look at a tribal map of Africa versus the lines of where, say Nigeria is or the Congo or whatever, they drew the lines, and I don't think they necessarily did this intentionally. They just drew the lines arbitrarily, however they wanted, but they drew it through tribal bounds. So they split tribes up. There was all kinds of warfare. And then, of course, the Europeans come in, or whoever, even there was not just Europeans that were going to Africa trying to get all the resources. There were Arabics, there were all kinds of people, and they inflated and insinuated, or they helped basically incite a bunch of tribal warfare to try to get what they wanted because of the bounds of where all these lines were drawn. The same thing happened in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's.
And they don't want to.
One of the things that really,
like Iran used to be not even in it, like when I was, it was before I was really able to probably know about it, but they were pretty much an ally of ours, were they not? You know what I mean?
Iran was pre. I mean,
they were
when the Shah was still
the Shah.
Yeah,
it was in power before the
1980 or 1979 when the mullahs took over, did the coup. But yeah, before that, Iran was becoming very westernized. Like women.
Oh yeah, I've seen videos.
Women were running around in pantsuits, and it was becoming very westernized.
That wasn't Jordan.
No, that was Iran.
That was Iran for sure because the Shah had to get out of there.
My mom actually was when my mom was in college, she was actually roommates with like one of the Iranian princesses, and
interesting.
Like she was showing her pictures of her, of Iran, all this kind of stuff, and then
because you guys know what ancient civilization is before Iran, right?
Babylon,
Persia,
yes.
Yeah, the whole aspect of Persia was basically becoming basically Islam was Islam was being suppressed, and they were becoming westernized, and then there was the coup, and the Shah was exiled, and then the embassy deal went down, and obviously that's what got not the only reason, but
there's a fascinating story of how they got 6 of our diplomats out of there by disguising them as like they were over there to make a movie, or like they were part of a movie, and very, I don't know if you saw that, but it's pretty fascinating. But go ahead. I think they might have made it into a movie now. But,
Now we've
Yeah, I
been
think so
now,
too.
y'all, we've been running our mouths. We haven't let Trumpet.
Sorry, Trumpet.
yeah, I lost his original question too. Sorry.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm going to check out, but thank you guys for your time. You know, it was interesting for me to hear you guys' perspective on Genesis 1 and 2. And
I
yeah,
would
thanks
talk
for
to
your time.
SFT about that Neanderthals. I would talk to SFT, and he'd give you some more information on the Neanderthals
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they're, in my opinion, basically humans. You know what I mean? Just they're very inbred. So
Okay, cool. Well, so I don't know. I mean, I'm probably going to make a video or talk to Smokey or have a thing where I can present sort of maybe another way of looking at it. Because I think all of the things you're saying are right. Yes, there was a tropical, before the frozen, all these ancient communities, or supposedly ancient. So, I mean, like with the way I see Genesis 1 and 2, or the way I've learned it is a little bit different. So I just wondered if it'd be interesting for the scientific community to hear that way of thinking. It might line up with what you guys are thinking. It might not. I don't know. So
Can you say it in like a short period? I know you have to go.
well, yeah, I can, and maybe you've heard it before, but when he says, well, okay, when he says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, that's in the beginning. And then the next verse would be, now the heavens, or whatever he says, the darkness and the waters, but it's differentiating the beginning from now. So, and this might get a little heavy, but if you look at the verses, you could actually say, well, yeah, the earth is very, very old, but it's only our age of time now that we're looking at, which is that 12,000 to 6,000 years. And that would be the basics of it.
So can I ask you a question really fast?
Sure.
So when
Sure.
people ask me about Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, they get confused because, Genesis 1 is talking about creation, and then Genesis 2 all of a sudden goes back into creation again, right? So it gets a little bit confusing.
Right.
So how I describe it is Genesis 1:1 is an overview. God created the heavens and the earth. Bam. He's going to do it. And then the detailed description, Genesis 1:2 all the way to Genesis 2:1, I think. Maybe it's whatever the last chapter of chapter 1 is, or the last verse of chapter 1. And then 2 is the details within creation week, because we are his supreme creation. So he's going to go into Adam and Eve. That's where like Lilith comes from, and stuff like that, because they're like, oh, look, there was 2 different humans made. No. He's going over the overview of creation, and then chapter 2 is the in-depth. Does that sound like an explanation that you would agree with?
Well, I don't know. I mean, God talks on multiple levels. So who am I to say no? I mean, it's just, that isn't exactly the way I would present it, but there might be something to it. Yeah.
So here's something else. I always like to tell people this. God has an MO. And I know that sounds very like modern and stuff like that, but he really does. When he says he does something, he does it, right? When someone sins, he doesn't punish them 3 books later, 6 chapters later. He punishes them in the next verse, right? So there is no time frame attached to 1:1. It just says God created the heavens and the earth. There's
Well,
no
wait a
time.
minute. He said in the beginning.
Yes, in the beginning he created. We don't know when the beginning was, right? But we do know that the next is 6. What happens next is 6 days. Did he say it on day 1? More than likely. You know what I mean? Like we do have, God has an MO, meaning when he says this happens in a day, it happens in a day. Like, what is it? Joseph's longest day, or when he was attacking Jericho, right?
Right.
Are you talking about Joshua? Joshua's longest day.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Joshua's long day, right? That was a day. God says it was a day, so it was a day. So when we read in Genesis 1, 2, and on that it was an evening and morning, that is a day. That first verse the way that it's like verbed, like the verbiage of it or whatever, it's just an overview. It's just letting you know that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then he goes into the details of each of the days of creation. And then after that, it's the in-depth perspectives that we know where we are because we were given dominion over everything. So he's not going to go into the animals, but he's going to start immediately with us. So the only time we have is just those days. And the only way we can get 6,000 years is by going back in the genealogies, not because God said,
Right.
hey, 6,000 years ago, I created the earth. All we know is in the beginning, he created the earth and the heaven. We know that he did both of those things. And so when we look at the rest of the Bible, that's why I was saying he has an MO. God says what he does, and he means what he does. There's no like, am I explaining
Okay.
this correctly?
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you.
Let me interject on this real quick. So
Sure.
one of the personally, if the point you're making about there being a separation between in the beginning and like getting to the rest of the creation timeline, I don't really care about that. In terms of how long the earth was without form and void, right? That part I care less. It has zero bearing on the timeline for life being created to now. And so that's point number one. Point number two, and this kind of dovetails with the MO point that Jesse was making, is the only reason that people are trying to, like I'm talking on the Christian side of the equation, the only reason people are trying to comply with the deep time is to somehow have some level of comportment with methodological naturalism. And God is not limited to methodological naturalism. Like that's the entire point.
What does that mean? I'm not following what that means. Methodological.
So what he's saying is that they're trying to cater to the evolutionist community.
Well, there is a group that does do that. You're right.
Well, what I'm saying, old Earth creationists are also attempting to comply. Not just the theistic evolutionists. The old Earth creationists are also attempting to comply with the evolutionary timeline of, it's billions of years old, therefore we have to come up with all these explanations for this additional time factor. The point I'm making is that would be true potentially if we were talking about an intelligent agent who is not able to circumvent the time requirements that would be needed for some level of plausibility, i.e., why would things appear older when actually they're younger, as Jesse was pointing out earlier with like Adam. If you looked at his bone structure, then you'd assume, he's 20. But he was just assigning a value here, right? He's 20 based on bone structure and density and growth and all that stuff, factors. But he was created an hour ago. Same thing with stars. Okay, cool. God's created the universe. There's no stars yet. He says, hey, let's make some stars. Boom, their stars are now there. Oh, wait. The light is subject to retrocausality in quantum mechanics, and therefore, even though it didn't actually take that much time to get from A to B, it appears that it took that long to get from A to B because it would have taken that long to get from A to B if quantum mechanics and retrocausality were not a factor which could explain it. And anyway, just using that as an example, there's like so many different components. It's like, why are we necessarily trying to come up with all these ways to explain it from a literal time factor versus the perception of time? And what we're now discovering in quantum mechanics, as well as just general and special relativity, like we know beyond doubt that time is relative. Why then I'm talking about the old Earth creationists and theistic evolutionists. Like, why then are you acting like you have to explain something that we know beyond doubt now is relative? And we know that things that, like with quantum entanglement, we know that there is, like, being subject to time and being limited to C is not actually the ultimate like limiter. Like, we know this beyond doubt now. It's proven beyond doubt that things cannot be dependent on the speed of light. So instantaneous is possible. Like, we know this beyond doubt now. So to continue to try and subject the age of the universe to the C constant of that light would be subject to, when we know beyond doubt that there's ways to circumvent that, not for us as matter, but for energy and waves, I don't understand why you would not be the rational conclusion that light can circumvent this. There must be an explanation for it, given what we're able to reproduce in the lab. Anyway, enough of my tangent there.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, you know what you're talking about, but I mean, the conclusions that I would reach and the case that I would make would be based on verses. It wouldn't be doing all this math and science. I'd just be using the actual verses that explain it. Verses outside of Genesis that explain a time before and a certain, you know, and the time, and like when they say a new heaven and a new earth, you know, that would come into it. But
But is the new heaven and the new earth, do you think that's already existed?
Well, no, it would be saying it's a new age for the heavens and earth. Just
Are
like
you talking about Revelation?
Hang on, so are you suggesting that the new heaven and the new earth of Revelation is just a new era, or is it a literal?
It's a rejuvenated earth. It would be the same planet, it would be called an age, a new age.
Are you talking about in Revelation? Where is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, that and more, sure. I mean, it's written not just there, but other places.
So in Revelation, it actually says that the earth will be destroyed. God says that he'll destroy the earth and remake it, and it'll actually be bigger.
Yeah, there's going to be a new heaven and earth.
Like new, not rejuvenated, new. Like he's actually going to destroy it with fire. But if we go back to like Genesis, like what we're talking about with like, don't slip in these huge timelines. And I think that's what John was trying to get to, is don't slip in these huge timelines just between Genesis 1:1.
Yeah, but see, I'm not slipping them in. Like I said, I'm just using the verses, and I'm going to go out and make a case and put it together. And like I said, it might make sense to you. It may not. It might make sense to you. It may not. I don't know. You know, I'm just going to present the case.
Yeah. Well, and
put it together and bring it back and pitch it. We'll listen.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, and the thing is, I watched a 4-hour video on basically.
Oh, I feel good.
Genesis 1 through 2. 4 hours. That's all they basically talked about. They talked about a few other things, and most of it was about 1 through whatever the verse is that ends with day 6, when God rested on day 7. And it's amazing to see that they. And I can link you the video if you'd like. It's got Jason Lyle in it, Ken Ham against Walter Kaiser and Hugh Ross. And they basically are defining the word yom, which is day. And I think that's what you're trying to pitch. It sounds very similar to what they were trying to say, is that, you know, days weren't actually created until, I think they say day 4. So therefore we could potentially have infinite time before that, or
like 1,000 days. I've heard 1,000 days is like 1 day with the Lord, and they pitch that a lot.
Well, and they actually say it has to be more than 1,000. It has to be millions and billions, because Walter Kaiser and Hugh Ross believe that the world is 4.5 billion years old. So they have to have much more time than that. And it's
Ross believes the Earth is the universe is 13.7 billion years old. It's funny.
Yeah, but so when you look at Genesis 1:1 to 2, and that's what I was kind of saying earlier, Trumpet, with like that scripture is just an overview to the rest of it, and you can't really ascribe a time to it. It'd be very hard to.
Well, I'll present the case. I'll present the verses, and you can, reject it if you want. That's fine.
Well, how about this? It's not so much rejection and acceptance. It's more like, let's just talk about it and read.
Sure, that's kind of what I really wanted to do. Or I'm not sure the best way how to present it. Like if I make a video, nobody will watch it. If I go on a stream, I think that's probably the best way is to go on a stream. But then you're going into all these verses and study, and it just gets complicated, So I don't know.
No, you need to make the video. Make the video.
Yeah.
Trust me. Like I haven't even made that many videos, and I've actually had a lot of people watch my videos. So just make a video and then come into one of our live streams or make one of your own and invite us, other people.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
And tell them about it. It's your view, and then when we have something static, we can see and watch.
Okay, you got it. I will do that.
Yeah. And
Thanks for making my mind up.
What's your actual YouTube name so I can find you?
The Fifth Trumpet.
The Fifth Trumpet, like spelled out just like that?
Yeah.
5 or spelled out?
Words. Fifth. FIFTH.
I just realized that it doesn't look like Reaper's name showing up.
Do what now?
So it looks like the show display names was turned off. There we go. You should see it now.
That's why I was confused. I was like, I'm so trying to remember these people's names.
Yeah. What is your name? I can't even see it.
It's
Anonymous? No.
It's Shadow Dancer 3531. I know that's really long. That's my YouTube name, but you can call me Jesse. That's my real name.
The Fifth Trumpet. I like that.
I actually think my friend, he thinks when the end times are going to come is the Fifth Trumpet is the Feast of Trumpets. That's right. Never mind. It's the Feast of Trumpets. I goofed that up. Disregard what I just said.
I'll have to look into that.
It has something to do with the things that have happened throughout the Bible, throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament that happened during the Feast of Trumpets. And it's his personal opinion. I'm not saying I hold to it, but he thinks that's when the rapture is going to happen. And I'm not trying to get into like a rapture talk, but that's
oh yeah, no, I don't care. I'm not one of those people. I couldn't care what you believe about the rapture. I couldn't care if it's post trib thing. I mean, I'm whatever. I'm whatever Ken is. I'm whatever Standing is. It just doesn't really matter to me. I don't think it matters to God too much if you believe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care when it is. I don't care if it's post, pre. Couldn't care less. It's like, to me, I don't care.
I like to listen to him. He's got some interesting theories why he thinks it's the Feast of Trumpets. And I'm like, cool. I mean, I read the scriptures he gives me and I'm kind of neutral on it. I'm like, cool.
Now, there is a lot of there's a lot of things that line up with the Jewish feast. If you'll go back and look, I mean, there's a lot of videos on that if you're interested in that. So she drop out on a shadow drop out. Oh, she might.
Oh, you must have dropped. Oh well.
Yeah, she'll be back.
No, that's
I
bad.
couldn't read her.
She's the best, one of the best talkers we got. The calmest ones. Anyway, no, I feel good today, so I'm not going to get the shits. I'm sorry. I was just being tired and grumpy. Every time I get on, I'm tired and grumpy. Okay.
Jason, hang on. Yeah. Trumpet, what were you trying to ask?
I was trying to look at her name so I could find her channel, but I couldn't see it because I'm on a phone. It's so small I can't read it. Do you know what it was?
Yeah, it's Shadow Dancer 35.
Oh, Shadow Dancer. Okay.
I believe.
35, which she must have been 35 when she joined.
35, 31.
Hang on, I'm subscribed to her channel. Let me pull it up real quick. Pretty sure. I think it's 35, 31. Hang on, I'll tell you.
And while he's doing that Fifth Trumpet, that's why it's good to just subscribe to a lot of these guys that you're looking like SFT and Logical, and then make sure you turn that bell on so you'll get notifications when they go live.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you know, I mean, I didn't know how to turn that bell on because I was going through Samsung and not the actual, as I hate using YouTube app. But
no, I know if you use Chrome or something like that, it won't show you the bell.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe not Chrome, maybe not. I know Samsung does it if you use their internet or its internet. And
it's Shadow Dancer 35, 31.
Okay, cool. 30. Well, hey, I am going to get over and do my other thing, but I do want to thank you for your guys' time, especially you, John. I know your time is valuable.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. I'm glad you coming on and doing stuff. I'm gonna have to wrap this up here in a few minutes myself. I'm getting tired. It's been a long
John, can I ask you a question? Did you do you were talking about an interview you were going to do this week? Did you get to do that?
Yep, I did actually. It's recorded. I'm gonna unveil it sometime next week, probably Monday afternoon. Yeah, I had a really good conversation with Dr. Rob Stadler, author of The Stairway to Life and the Science.
Just before you wrap it up, I want to talk. All right, just don't wrap it up before you.
Oh no, I got a few more minutes. I'm just I was letting everybody know I'm going to wrap it up soon. The his first book, which when we actually discussed, is The Scientific Approach to Evolution: What They Didn't Teach You in Biology.
That was it. I was looking forward to that. Yeah, I thought you said you might get it up Friday, but I knew you had that debate, so I thought, yeah.
Well, I was going to have it up on Friday, and then James hit me up about doing that debate, and then let's just say I had to shift my brain power to.
I was surprised you did that. That was kind of out of the blue, but I was like, well, this is cool.
Well,
you had a great debate, though. That was awesome, man. You won it hands down. I mean, I was looking up the. You made that mistake. I was thinking you was doing that because of with the lakes, Lake Michigan. It kind of you were getting confused maybe on that, but like you said, the actual law as I was going through it, because I was arguing with the people in the chat, was basically the same. Was it not?
Oh yeah, I mean the Wisconsin law actually. There's on the Wisconsin.gov archive of their laws, like they actually have annotated notes for like court cases, and like there's like a sub note on the self-defense law that specifically states that it's stand your ground, like you are not required to retreat. But then there's a provision for first-degree murder that in order for self-defense, like not the only, but one of the provisions for like self-defense beyond all doubt kind of thing was if you had attempted to retreat prior to using lethal force, then you were justified. It's specifically in relation to first-degree murder charge.
Oh, I don't understand that. What does that mean? Like, you said that the guy is going to be charged with murder because he came in from another state. I never got a chance to watch that debate. He comes in from another state. He's helping someone to protect their property because they asked him to, and then he's set upon by the mob. He runs away, and as he's running away, they're bearing down on him. Now they're going to take his gun and kill him for sure, and he shoots at them to stop them from bearing down on him. Now, why would he be charged with murder?
Well, that's the question. So first, the whole he came from another state thing is so overblown. So the number one, his town in Illinois, Antioch, Illinois, is 21 miles from Kenosha, the town in question. It's like literally a suburb. Okay, so yes, it's on the other side of the state line, but it's the suburb. Point two, the boy literally works at the YMCA in Kenosha. He actually was a lifeguard on the day of, like the morning or like earlier in the day before this all went down. He was at work in that town. After he got off that shift, he went to the local high school and was helping to clean graffiti that had been left, or like graffiti mark tags that had been left on the high school by the rioters
video
the night before. He's like cleaning it up. So like, and then after that, he gears up to help defend property and act as a medic. Like he's literally walking around with his med kit in case anybody gets hurt. And there's also video of him treating people who did get hurt prior to the attack, like the combat. There's video of him helping people that have gotten hurt from rioters. Right. Then in the context of the actual when the actual encounter went down, all I gotta say is I'm gonna pull up some of the videos. I'm just gonna say that my hat is off to that boy, and
good.
All
Good
power,
on you, John.
All power to him, and congratulations.
Good on you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I agree.
Well
100%.
Well done. Well fought. And may the better man, or in this well, the better
I
man.
pray to God that he gets
Rose
out.
the-
I pray to
Rose
God
the
that he gets
occasion.
off.
I think he will. I
hope so.
All I have to say about that is unless some other crazy evidence comes up, which I don't think they're going to have, unless that does happen, if somehow that boy got convicted, I guarantee you there would be a descent upon.
I hope so.
Like
I hope 100,000 armed people turn up with automatic weapons to that courthouse and stand out the front of it. I hope they do, man. That guy was just doing. Look, he was doing a public service. He was not doing anything wrong. He was being bared down on by evil people that were going to kill him. If they caught him, that mob, while he had that gun, he had no choice but to fight.
The guy smacked him in the head with a skateboard. The one he shot. I mean, that was a deadly weapon. I mean, people have actually been killed with a skateboard in the same way.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean,
if he gets convicted, if he's convicted, man,
Go
I
ahead,
hope. Oh, mate.
Let's just observe the. So this is him earlier in the night. I showed these videos in the debate, and I'm like establishing the intent, because they're trying to claim that he came across state lines, grabbed a gun, and came over with the intent to kill somebody. Right. Well, number one, we've already established that he was in town for work earlier in the day, then to clean graffiti, then to help protect and act as a medic. So this is what I'm about to show you is prior to the incident, and this is a reporter who's interviewing him. And here we go.
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So what's up?
So people are getting injured, and our job is to protect this business. And part of my job is also helping people. If there's somebody hurt, I'm running into harm's way. That's why I have my rifle, because I need to protect myself. That my mention.
Yeah, the boys there. Okay, it turns out also they've tried to claim, oh, he came across state lines with a weapon. Well, it turns out that the weapon belonged to a resident of Wisconsin. This came out today. So that piece of, oh, he came over here with the intent of, killing people is, and brought this weapon across state lines. Well, that argument's been negated.
The leftist courts have become so corrupt.
Now let's get into the portion where he is being chased and is in clear. This is prior to the first guy getting taken out. He shot that little sucker. But he is clearly in retreat. And at the very beginning, hang on a second. At the very, it is a different one. Let's see.
Yes.
Sorry. Here he is clearly being chased, and he's in full retreat. And you will see at the very beginning one of the men chasing him fires a handgun while he's running.
Oh, what?
I
didn't know that.
Fires a pistol, and then the first man that gets shot is within feet of him, making an active move to take him out. So just here we go.
Them is white boys.
There he's running.
That's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby.
See, the guy chasing him just fired.
Oh, he shot him.
Good.
All right, so that's the one angle, and you can see another angle. This is the best angle.
Hey, John, can I ask a question really fast?
Yeah.
Is this guy prior military?
No, he's 17-year-old boy.
He's
Really?
17, man. Yeah.
He had been training. He'd done like cadet training for the police department.
Oh, okay. Did he have any family members because
Nope.
He knew
He's a good
he
shot,
knows
yeah.
quite a bit. Well, he
Oh,
knows quite a bit about like carrying a medical kit, and how he was even carrying his rifle was actually kind of proper.
Oh, you're about to be very impressed, Jesse.
Oh, okay.
You're about to be
It was a very good shot, man.
You're about
Yeah.
to be very impressed. Okay, so here we go.
Boys.
It's the same different. You're about to get two camera angles here.
Low as
Oh, we got a gun, baby. Oh,
Watch him pivot.
Beautiful. This is what should be happening all over America. Beautiful, dirty bastards.
Shot him.
Good on you, brother.
Shot him, man.
Go, brother. I'm on your
He
side,
laid
mate.
him out. He laid him out, you guys. He laid him out.
When did this happen?
This is 3 days ago.
Oh wow! I don't watch the news very often.
Okay, now here's where it gets real. Okay, this is what you're about to see. This is where it gets real. Okay, so when I say you should be impressed, Jesse, what this was, my hat is off to this boy.
I'm already impressed for a 17-year-old.
No, check this. Check this. This is
balls,
nuts.
man.
This is nuts right here.
Balls.
So he's running towards the police right now. This is after he shot the first guy.
I can't believe they're stupid enough to chase someone with a gun.
He's on the ground. What's this guy tries to jump kick him? Boom. Stealing the gun. Trying to get the gun. Bam. This guy, the guy got a gun, right? Okay, so here's where
it.
So this is like the cutoff version. Let me see if I can find the other version where it shows him like take the.
Yeah, they let John explain what happened, how he did it.
Take those little bastards out. But
yeah, I know, man.
I'll bet the veterans are rallying against this boy.
I'm allowed to jump in
not
every now
against.
and then.
I mean four.
No, I'm sorry. You're fine. I'm just saying, like it's pretty. It's cool.
That's pretty amazing.
I'm trying to find the spot where he shoots the other dude. Like, so the guy where that video ends, and he's stops with the guy like holding the gun. So that dude like tries to fake him out, okay, and like acts like he starts to put his hands up, and then he tries to sidestep, and the kid from the ground basically almost blows the dude's arm off as he's trying to shoot him with his pistol, and
unreal.
Then he gets up and runs off, but he goes and tries to surrender to the police. And I've been trying to find. I saw the video of him like walking up to the police. I haven't been able to find another copy, but I wasn't able to download it. But
who's walking up and surrendering to the police? The 17-year-old,
the kid. After that video you just saw, he gets up and like where that shooting takes place, like the second group of people are attacking him. He's within like 30 yards of like the cop line, the line of the cops are in freaking APCs. Okay, like 30 yards up, probably 50 yards up, right, and not far at all. And that's why, like in the debate when they were trying to argue that, we don't know where he was trying to go. It's like, really, he's literally running towards the line of police, the police line. And when he gets up from where they just try to take him out, and he like beats them, he walks hardly at all and has his hands up, like trying to get the police attention to surrender. And it's like, he's clearly
even in both videos, he's clearly running towards something, like with an intent, which means I couldn't see it in the video, but he's running towards the line of police.
Well, in the first,
I could see the line of police.
The first one, he's clearly running away from a group of people chasing him who are shooting a gun at him. Like, there is nothing more definitive than attempt to retreat than when you're literally running away from the people who are chasing you. And at the very last moment, when one of them is literally feet from you, and post a gun being fired at you, you turn and fire. Like, that is the literal definition of self-defense based on active attempt to retreat and then standing your ground. But
you can't get more clear than that. Right. Like that was a clear self-defense, and they're not charging him, are they?
Yes, he's been charged.
Yeah, they did. They charged murder.
Charged with first-degree murder.
First degree. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But here's where it gets even crazier. Okay, so the first guy he shot, they've charged him with reckless homicide. And yes, for the first one, reckless homicide. First degree intentional homicide in the second one. I'm like, wait a minute.
What?
If there was any potential question, it would be on the first one, not the second one, when he's on the ground, has been attacked by multiple people.
Before he even shot.
Right. And the thing, I'm like, when you think about it from a self-defense perspective, if you have fallen and you are now being physically assaulted while you were on the ground, there is literally nowhere else you can retreat to.
If there was no videos, he'd be in prison for life. But they would all lie and gang up on him, and he'd be in prison for life for doing the right thing.
But that first video, he didn't fire the first shot. That's still self-defense.
Well, of course it is. But what I'm saying is the irony is that he's been given a lesser charge for the first guy he killed.
I gotcha.
They've given a
who had a skateboard. Didn't the first guy have a skateboard?
Well, yeah, the first. I'm trying to find some pictures. I'm gonna upload them real quick. So I can show them from the computer. There's clear pictures of him like being physically struck with the skateboard in the head, and there's another great picture of this dude doing a flying kick to his face. And he like blocks with the gun. It's freaking awesome. Like kudos, boy. You you get taken out. You roll over, block a flying kick to your face with your gun. As the other dude swings a skateboard at you, you pivot, shoot him in the stomach, roll over. Dude's coming at you with a pistol. He tries to outfake you. You blow his arm off. Like
God was there, man. God was there helping him, man. I'm telling you. Like he had something helping him, something supernatural helping him there, man. Because 17-year-olds just don't have that sort of skill unless they've trained, I suppose, from 5 years old or something.
He's been training to be a cop.
Yeah, no,
but that doesn't. I know a lot of cops that can't shoot guns. They don't have a clue.
No, I agree. I'm saying the only reason he was able to pull this off is that training. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And he had to have had family members that know something about it to, like he's got to have like prior police in his family, prior military. Yeah.
Yeah, training for sure. Didn't you say he was a lifeguard or two? Right.
He's a lifeguard, and then he'd been doing the like juvenile cadet training or whatever to become a cop.
Well, and they actually did a study on people who get, let's just say, like basic like medical training, like CPR certification, just basic. I mean, they even went into other people that get like trainings and stuff. And they say that 70% of people who have received training revert back to it, even if it's like 20 years later. And they may not be like, say, perfect at it, but they're going to revert back to it. But the people who have not had training don't revert back to anything because they don't have anything to revert back onto.
Right.
Very little of them, like 30% of them or 20% of them actually will come out doing something like, say, that 17-year-old did. And that's very rare. And I mean, if you think about Jason, so the average age of a soldier in the United States, which is in the Army, is 24.
18. Oh, no, is it? Oh,
no, it's 24. I don't remember what the Air Force is, but I think they're like 25. No idea what the Navy is, but the Marine Corps is 18 and a half. Oh. So for a 17-year-old to be able to do that, it's not as
unless he trained exactly. Like he might have trained from the time, fathers train their children and stuff from the time they're little kids. Well, he might have, but the fact is that he could block that kick, then pivot and do everything that he did, man. I'm telling you, I think he had help there. I'm telling you, he would have been murdered. He would have been brutally slaughtered. And none of those people that did it to him would have been arrested because they would have had face masks on. They would have gone, oh, well, he was just a shooter and a conservative. They would have just swept it under the rug and not even bothered looking for the people that killed him.
Yeah, but not with cell phones.
All right, can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they even have. They don't have face covers.
Look at that. That's a flying. That's a flying.
Yeah, that's fine. He's in the air. That guy that's kicking him is in the air, coming down on his head with his foot. He's trying to kill him.
I mean, look at that. Look at that boy. He's pivoting right there, like.
And then you can see the boy with the skateboard coming up, right? That's him, yeah.
I'm about to show that picture too. So the first thing that happens is dude comes flying at his face. Okay, he's on the ground. I'd say at that point, I would say
his head, he's dead.
Yeah, at that point, he has reasonable fear of great bodily harm, is a legal term. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
Then you've got this guy. This is Hubbard, is hitting him in the head and the shoulder with skateboard, right?
Bad move, man.
Harry Temple, man.
And then he pivots and blows that little bastard away.
So let me ask you an honest question, John.
Okay, so hang on. So now that we've seen those pictures, right? Now let's rewatch
the one where he gets,
And I didn't even ever catch. They shot a gun at him first. I can't believe I didn't catch that even in the debate. Wow. I can't believe I missed that.
Did y'all hear the audio?
No.
No.
I think when I reshared, I think I forgot to click the share audio. Hang on. Okay, there we go. All right. And go. So here comes the guy with the flying kick, and here in just a second. There he goes, flying kick, block, boom, skateboard, shoots him now he's about to shoot him in the stomach, and then the dude behind is got the handgun. I mean,
wow, man! No,
that is
President's
a
about to
clear
shoot that
case
guy
of self-defense.
and get the guy with the gun in his hand. Wow, dude, that's
It's impressive.
I'm gonna see if I can try and find that the portion where like blows the dude's arm off. Like, man,
What state did this happen?
Wisconsin.
How liberal are they? How liberal is their court systems?
I mean, they have open carry laws for the state, stand your ground, castle doctrine. I mean,
Well, okay. So I'm kind of, afraid for the state of our nation right now because of how stuff is going. But honestly, he has a clear-cut case. He has a
I agree. Like, I'm concerned about the prosecutors is my concern, and the governor. Like, the governor is liberal, and the prosecutors are liberal. I mean, the fact they've charged him with first-degree murder.
Overcharging can be a bad thing, though, man. When you overcharge somebody like that, because then if you get in there to, you know what I mean, and then they don't.
Because he can turn around and countersue them.
Yeah, that happened in Casey Anthony. They overcharged her, and look what happened. So.
Yeah, and then.
I hope he sues them for what they've done. They're charging him, and I hope he gets a lot of money for it. I know he probably won't, but I wish he could.
I hope it just teaches him a lesson. I don't think it's so much about the money, but it's just more like, just stop flipping lying. Like, they're
money hurts him.
Well, true. That's very true.
But yeah, they try to paint it like he's a vigilante, man. That's not what I see there.
Okay, it's very short, but this is the piece. I found the video where he shoots the dude with the gun.
Is this like the second part of the video, right?
This is like it's a very, very short clip, but it's basically right after where I had to, like, my video ended. That's where the dude with the pistol gets shot.
Who the parents of that raised that boy that went after that guy that had a rifle and tried to slap him in the head with a skateboard while he had a rifle, they failed raising their child. That child that's tried to. I mean, how mentally retarded do you have to be? Sorry.
You're fine. No, you're fine. I was just saying. I was watching the video. Whoa, look at there.
Yeah.
Wow, son. He's like, my arm is hanging.
Yep.
That was it for him. He shot the gun out of his hand, dude, didn't he? Or
no, he basically blew his arm in half in his bicep. Like, I saw a picture of it. It's like, dude, he basically just above the elbow, like bicep, it's like gone.
Oh, he's right there too, and he's looking around too to see if there's any more threats. That one guy puts his hands up. He's like, I don't want none.
His head off.
Yeah, the guy still got his gun in his hand. Like, somehow he held onto his gun. I don't know how that happened, but
that's a great video right there.
No, he didn't. He didn't hold onto his gun. His gun falls on the ground. See it?
No, he's got it. He's still got it. As he turns around, his gun's still in his hand.
The pistol's still in his right hand.
What is that?
It's his
cell phone. His cell phone goes flying out.
Oh, okay. It's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
You can see the flash, you can see the flash from where he shot too. If you watch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
right
great.
there. Yeah, I ain't seen that video. Thank you for sharing that.
I'm trying to see if I can find.
He had help, man.
There's a spot where he see where's
he drew down that other guy, and that other guy put his hands up. He's like, no, I don't want none.
Yeah, because they realized that they were out of their league.
I'm trying to find there's a video of him like going like right after all this where he's like running to the police. And he's not far away from the cops at all. And
how can they convict on that, man? They're just.
But you know that they will because he's white. You heard him screaming in that first thing, and it's like, what does that have anything to do with it? Like man, that just kills me.
Oh, I know.
I have to deal with this at my college all the time.
Well, they've got to stoke it's election time. They have to stoke the racial divide. They do it every election season. So.
Yeah, at least for the past 3 terms, almost 4 terms since Obama. Yeah.
They have to. That's all they got. What since Obama? It's only been 1 term since Obama. Obama was voted out in.
But he had 2 terms.
Yeah, yes, Obama that's right. It's the third. Yes, it's getting up to the 4th term since Obama. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's just not the 4th term yet. Yeah, but it's getting up to.
And they also do it at the same time, like mid elections too. Like we have mid elections for congressmen.
AD Obama.
Huh?
AD Obama. I can think of another word for AD. I'm not going to say it though. Absolute dickhead. Oh, well, now I shouldn't have said that.
Man, I would honestly feel the same if this kid was white, black, pink, yellow. It wouldn't matter, man. I mean, I put myself in his shoes. I mean,
one of the arguments I had planned to make in the debate and I forgot to do was I planned to make that similar point. Like, if that boy was black and on the ground, would anybody be questioning whether or not he was justified in self-defense? Because
not at all.
All but one of the people attacking him was white. So I'm not really sure how this has any race has any bearing. But my point is, obviously, like, if the kid was black, would anybody be questioning whether or not he was in complete and utter self-defense? Of course not.
They wouldn't be. They wouldn't be at all.
And the argument about, like, he shouldn't have had a gun. It's like, okay, in this context, if he has made every attempt to retreat, whether or not he should or should not have had the gun has zero bearing on whether or not he had the right to self-defense.
Yep.
And, like, you want to charge him with, hey, a minor in possession of a weapon, fine. But that's not the question. That doesn't negate, because you're not supposed to have a gun, doesn't negate your right to defend yourself. Because by that logic, and this was something I forgot to, in the heat of the moment, I forgot to use in the debate, was like, okay, do you have a 14-year-old, let's say, is with their parent. A bad guy shoots dad. Dad falls but has a gun. You pick up the gun and shoot the enemy. Like, the 14-year-old's not supposed to have a gun either, but use it to defend themselves and their parent. Like, are you going to argue that, oh, the kid shouldn't have had a gun, therefore self-defense does not apply? Like, no.
Yeah, and that's actually been established in the fact that felons that are not supposed to have a firearm, like, they've kept them in their house and people's broke in, and they've actually went on and charged them with illegal possession of the firearm, but the self-defense stands, So.
Oh, that's true, Keith. Yeah, I've actually heard cases like that. And
yeah, I have too. A guy was clearly defending himself, and he wasn't supposed to have a gun, and just because he wasn't supposed to have a gun, something like that, they charged him with murder anyway, even though it was a clear case of self-defense or something idiotic. I can't remember. I think it was in California. One of them anyway.
Yeah, but that's they have state laws too, but that's also a federal law. But that wouldn't, for him being a minor, I mean, the charge on that, I mean, wouldn't be.
Well, and that's why this law also applies to Wisconsin. It was clearly delineated in the Michigan law, and it's also in the Wisconsin law. But there's even provisions for there's like exceptions. Like, if you are breaking into a property, then the actor, i.e., the person doing the shooting, is justified, but not if you're retreating. Like I said, like, if you're the one breaking in, right? Then their right to shoot you is negated if you're leaving, right? Kind of thing. But then at the same time, for somebody who is like, there's exceptions for, like, if you're committing a crime, then self-defense may not apply. But if you have retreated and somebody is still pursuing you, even if you have committed a crime, you are still allowed, like, self-defense is still justified if you have attempted to retreat.
But doesn't it depend on the state, though?
Well, it can, but no, that's what I'm saying in the context of the Wisconsin law.
Gotcha. Because
there's exceptions, like, even so in the context of the kid, right? Like, hey, he's breaking curfew. Therefore, is he committing a crime? Therefore, is he justified in self-defense because he's quote unquote technically committing a crime because he's out past curfew? And it's like, well, in no other freaking context would you suggest that the kid, or anybody really who's breaking a curfew, who's being attacked, and somebody's trying to kill them, that because they're breaking curfew, nobody would ever argue they don't have the right to defend themselves.
Right, exactly.
Like,
and it's a long barrel gun, so, like, that's legal in that state. I looked up, right? Is that not correct?
Yeah, the long gun for adult, there's a complete open carry in Wisconsin of a long gun for an adult, and there's exceptions for over 16 for, like, hunting and, like, I feel target practice, stuff like that. But then there's an exception on that for if you're in the presence of an adult, and then throughout the day or throughout the evening, there's documented evidence that he was with adults, right?
Right.
And then you also have to conclude that given the fact that the boy had just gone through cadet training, you also have to assume that many of the police were aware of who he was, right?
Correct.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, and then it also actually that can play a factor against him. And I'm not trying to play devil's advocate here, but he actually becomes a lethal weapon to an extent
Well,
by having any kind of
one
training.
problem that might play against him is the fact that I think did they not try to go get deputized, some of them, and the sheriff wouldn't deputize them?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I think I might have heard that, but it wouldn't really would matter as far as self-defense because I mean, like you said,
But
self-defense.
you have to remember here too. Like, what's he been charged with? He's been charged with premeditated murder.
Yeah, it's premeditated. That's
So you have to
get that.
So in the context of like, how do you get that conviction?
That's like laying weight. Like that's like almost like laying weight type deal, you know.
Well, actually, let's pull it up for shits and giggles.
But fast fact for my state, you can have a long barrel gun like that, but it's crazy in Tennessee. You can't have it loaded.
Wait, are you both from Tennessee?
Yeah.
John, how do you not have his accent? Like, where are you originally
Well,
from?
I'm East Tennessee.
I spent the first 18 years of my life in England.
Mm.
I'm just
Gotcha.
now starting to pick up a little bit of a southern twang. Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what the Colorado laws are. I just know that you can get a hunting license at 13. Per, of course, an adult's permission. But I don't know what the carry. I know we have open carry, but I don't know what all the particulars
If somebody,
are.
you can do a real quick Google and it tells you just about every state what the open carry law is. Just like a real fast.
Well, hey, yeah.
If somebody had a gun, had a gun, just look. I haven't had a chance to finish the sentence yet. If somebody had if somebody had a gun and I was a kid and I had a skateboard, and I would not run towards them. I would run away from them. I was raised to not be an idiot. So, and it wouldn't. And let me say this: it wouldn't matter how drunk, how blind drunk, stoned, or on drugs I was, I would not run towards somebody with a gun, no matter what, unless they were trying to kill me and my family, and then I would run towards them and die trying to defend my family. But that's it.
Jason, these kids here now don't believe guns actually fire. I don't think they actually believe guns can actually do harm unless it comes to a school shooting. These kids know nothing about guns, about weapons.
They're
they know
young.
nothing.
They think they're going to live forever. So
exactly, they know nothing.
Now here's a crazy sidebar. Irony of ironies. This applies to like the abortion argument. So, first degree intentional homicide. Whoever this is a part of the law. Irony of ironies. Except as provided in sub 2, whoever causes the death of an unborn child, with intent to kill that unborn child, kill the woman who is pregnant with that unborn child, or kill another is guilty of a Class A felony. That is that's the literal second sentence of first degree intentional homicide.
Wow.
Interesting. Like, wow, that sounds like abortion. And then first degree reckless homicide. 1M. Whoever recklessly causes the death of an unborn child under circumstances that show utter disregard for the life of that unborn child, the woman who is pregnant with that unborn child, or another is guilty of a Class B felony.
Bush found that in the law.
What the flying F is abortion then? That does not literally embody utter disregard for the life of that unborn child.
Why didn't you tell me that when I did that feminist debate? I could have cornered that lady, even though, unfortunately, James was trying to get me off the abortion topic.
Is she from Wisconsin?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I think she was like.
Yeah, that's a strong argument right there. Because if it's a death, if they're considering a life under that, statute, then it should be a life.
Okay. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, then the third. Okay. All right. So this is actually okay. So get this. So I'm looking through this stuff. You've got first degree intentional homicide. Then you have first degree reckless homicide. Then you have felony murder. Then the next provision, 940.04, is abortion. Okay, now get this. Any person other than the mother who intentionally destroys the life of an unborn child is guilty of a Class H felony. Any person other than the mother who does either of the following is guilty of a Class E felony. Intentionally destroys the life of an unborn child, or cause the death of the mother by an act done with intent to destroy the life of an unborn child. Is unnecessary to prove that the fetus was alive when the act so causing the mother's death was committed. Subsection 5.
This is kind of contradictory.
Wait. No, this makes me sick. Okay, subsection 5. This section does not apply to the therapeutic abortion which is performed by a physician and is necessary or advised by 2 other physicians as necessary to save the life of the mother, and unless an emergency prevents, is performed in a licensed maternity hospital.
Crazy.
What the heck? Okay, so literally you have multiple felonies described and delineated, leading up to this section does not apply if it's performed by a physician. What the?
You know what? I wish I had brought that up in my...
They're insane.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Keith, did you see my feminist debate?
No, I missed it. Well, how long ago was it?
I think 3 months ago, maybe.
I'll go back and watch it. I'll subscribe
2-3
to the
months
channel
ago.
tonight.
Yeah, it's on my channel, or it's on Modern Day Debate. It's against Chrissy Winters, and I tried to corner her on abortion. And there are 3 women that are actually real well known. They're one of them actually created the Abortion Survivors Network. All 3 of these women are abortion survivors. I tried to find the 4th guy. 2 were saline abortions, which is second term, and 2 were first term abortions. And the 2 that were first term, the reason why they think that they lived, just based on other medical stuff, is that they had a twin. And so when they were doing when they were pulling out the baby or whatever, they pulled out their twin and not them. And so their mother remained pregnant. And I tried to corner her on it, and I'm not trying to talk crap about James, but he actually stopped me from cornering her on it. And it was kind of sad, because I was like, this is literally the battle cry of feminism, is my choice, my body. All right. No, it is not your body. It's a body inside your body. I even had an article that was called that. Oh, man, just kills me. I'm going to have to look up the ones in my state, John, to see if it says anything like that as well, or if there's any kind of federal edicts about that, because there has to be something federally about.
Yeah, there's the law. I'll tell you, it's Danielle's law, I think. I mean, I'll look it up real quick. I'll get you the law. Hang on 1 second.
Quick. So this is a provision of the intentional homicide, one of the charges, right? Mitigating circumstances. The following are affirmative defense for prosecution under this section. A, adequate provocation. Death was caused under the influences of adequate provocation. Okay. And then, defense force. Death was caused because the actor believed he or she was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and that the force used was necessary to defend the endangered person. I mean, this is the argument I was making in the debate, and it's like even further expanded upon here, of like, at a minimum, the reasonable fear of great bodily harm is justified beyond doubt. Beyond doubt. So when I'm pissed off, I was like, the fact that he's even been charged with these offenses is beyond the pale. And that they took a grand total of 2 days. Like, the cops shooting Jacob Blake happened a week ago, and none of them have been charged with anything. That caused all the riots. None of them have been charged. It took, what, almost a month for the cop that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck. It was like almost a month before he was charged.
I thought it was within a week he was charged. It was pretty quick. I was watching a lot of videos.
I found out something about George Floyd. I found out something about George Floyd. The medical examiner determined he had so much fentanyl in his system that he would have died anyway, right? He had so many drugs on his system that he determined that if he had died in his flat or on the street or anywhere else, that he would have died from a drug overdose. So George Floyd was hopped up on a cocktail of drugs and had a lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. And the police are still being charged with murder. Are you kidding me?
Jason, do you know what's funny? They just recently released a video about a week ago, and I watched it on Brandon Tatum's channel. You got to look him up. He's actually pretty cool. He's a ex-police officer.
Yeah, I've watched it.
You watched it?
I've seen. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So he did one about a week ago because in the beginning he was like, they were actually using deadly force against. Well, not deadly force. I shouldn't say that, but they were going a little bit too far with George Floyd until they released this other video of another angle of them trying to get him into the police car. Now, George Floyd is a huge guy, and he actually fought against the police. Well, that video didn't come out until a week ago, or like maybe 2 weeks ago.
How dare they charge that officer with murder, man? That guy was a danger, man. He could have had a knife stuck down. You know how you can have knives in your belt buckle and all sorts of things, mate. He could have had anything. You know what I mean? So that look, he didn't die from being smothered, man. He from sitting on his neck. He died from an over. If he didn't have a cocktail of drugs in him and that fentanyl, he wouldn't have died. That's the point. From what
it's such a sad thing with police. They don't know when they walk up to your car. You could have a gun sitting at the door.
Yeah.
Out of their sight.
And anybody that reaches inside their car while police are there it doesn't deserve to pass their jeans on. I mean, honestly, if the police are standing there and they've got their guns drawn or whatever, don't go back to your car and open the door and reach in. It's like, it's common sense. Yeah. And there was something else about him. I think he was on drugs as well. I didn't end up watching that whole podcast, but I should have, because he said he found out something about George Floyd. Then he said about George Floyd, and then he said the other guy. They found out something about him. I think he might have probably been on drugs as well. Look, all of these things, man, what about that white guy? What about that white guy? I remember what the police did to that white guy. That homeless white guy was an ex-vet, and what they did to him, man, I saw the video of that and I was screaming and I had froth in my mouth, mate. I was screaming at the screen what they did to that poor guy, the police, and he died, man. It was so horrible and tragic, and there wasn't one single window broken over that. Nothing.
No media coverage, none whatsoever. And there was actually a veteran that was shot, I think it was about a year ago. John, you might actually know about this. He was actually in self-defense of somebody that was breaking into his home. I want to say it was in Colorado, but it might be just because someone in Colorado told me, because I'm in Colorado. But anyways, and he still had his gun in his hand, and the police shot him. And he was not aiming at the police or anything like that. It was a terrible situation. Guess what? The media didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and if they had nobody would have rioted. I mean, it's like, I saw a riot happen in a town, while Obama was in, I think, or maybe just after Trump. Anyway, whenever it was, this guy, he shot at police, and the police shot him, and then the whole town riots and loots and burns and smashes businesses, loots and then burns them. Are you? You know what I mean? Like,
are you talking about the one from St. Louis?
Excuse, man. They look for
an
excuse to go through here, and they look for an excuse to go through and riot anymore, man. But it's the Unborn Victims Act, and it's the Lacey and Connors law for your next feminist debate or abortion debate. Excuse me, Shadow Dancer, if you want to look that up.
What did you say, Lacey and Connor? What is that?
Lacey and Connor's law. It's called the. I don't want to drop out of the stream. That's what I was looking it up. I got dropped out. But it's the Unborn Victims Act, I believe. If you want to look it up, and that is what John was talking about as far as like makes it a crime to if you kill, let's say like you kill a mother and she's pregnant, they can charge you with the death of the unborn baby, no matter, at what stage of the babies of the pregnancy. So
it's interesting because there was a case in Colorado, I think, that a lady that was tied up in a closet, and this lady like stabbed her to death, stabbed her in the belly, stabbed her in the heart or whatever. And they were trying to decide if she was, what's it called, like a double homicide, because she killed the baby and she killed the mother. But you know what they debated about in the court case? Whether or not the baby took a breath.
Yeah, well, I think this is.
She was
how long ago was that?
4 or 5 years ago. It wasn't that long
Really?
ago.
I thought, because I think this one is a I don't know if it's state by state. I thought it was a federal act, but I might be wrong. I'm gonna try to peep over here without.
Yeah, and it was
This
really
says Unborn
interesting.
Victims Act. As a law recognizes an embryo or fetus in utero as legal victim if they are injured, killed during the commission of any of the over 60 listed federal crimes. So it is federal crimes. So that would apply across the board through all states.
Yeah, and I can't remember. I have to look at my notes from my. It was a business of legal environment of business or whatever, and we were talking about that, and their actual conclusion on it was that the baby didn't draw breath, so therefore it wasn't a person and it wasn't protected.
Wow, oh, it's still breathing, and then they tell you that you murder it. I mean, it's still breathing from its mother. It's taking in oxygen. It's not like, it's just breathing in a different way.
I know. And and a baby can live at 23 weeks. I think that's the earliest a baby can live. And this lady was 8.5 months pregnant. And that's what they debate about in the thing. And I couldn't believe that. I was like, this is sick.
21 weeks is the current youngest.
Current youngest? Okay, yeah.
Weeks, yeah. Okay,
yeah,
so
Keith, I'll look that up.
Let's see if I can refine. I have to zoom in.
Yeah, it includes embryo too. So embryo or fetus. So I mean, you'll definitely look that up if you're going to do a debate on that. Because
21 weeks is like 4 or 5 months, right? That's disgusting. How can they kill a child at 5 months old? They hack them to pieces, mate. They suck their brains out and chop them up and pull them out bit by bit. Are you kidding me?
Well, they say that they're only a bundle of cells. That's what they say.
Rubbish.
Yeah, as a doctor,
when Jesus Christ, when Mary got pregnant and the angel came down, he did not say Mary is with fetus, did he? And she only just got pregnant, so it's only like just a few cells in there. So that's.
Can you imagine these abortion doctors?
All right, real quick, guys. While I got the law pulled up here. So this is in relation to the Kyle Rittenhouse case. This is the Wisconsin law. This is being pulled from docs.legis.wisconsin.gov statutes. 939.48, self-defense and defense of others. Right. So a person is privileged to threaten or intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what that person reasonably believes is unlawful interference with his or her person by such other person. Then fast forward down to the actor may not intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm unless the actor reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself. Okay, so that's like fundamental. I'd say it's relatively well established that was reasonable concern for him right now. Here's where it gets even more interesting. So in the context of, and I made this argument in the debate, if you have potentially, you might lose that privilege, right? If you're committing some kind of a crime, like breaking the curfew, has the gun, if he's a minor, shouldn't have the gun, that kind of thing, right? Okay. The privilege lost by provocation may be regained if the actor in good faith withdraws from the fight and gives adequate notice thereof to his or her assailant. I would say running freaking away is pretty obvious.
That means you won the debate, like straight down, straight up.
Well, not only did he win the debate, man, but I from that, I don't see how he's going to lose. I mean,
and if he does lose, that's outright corruption.
Well, Jason, I saw a video where a lawyer went over this, and he was actually going over it point by point like John did, and defending him like John did. So I think that video is going to end up being his saving grace.
Well, here's an additional provision, right? The privilege of self-defense extends not only to the intentional infliction of harm upon a real or apparent wrongdoer, but also to the unintended infliction of harm upon a third person. So, given the fact that the only people that were injured or killed in this deal is the people that were clearly engaged in violent assault upon him, right? One of the additional charges they gave him was reckless endangerment because there were people in the general proximity of where the gun went off, like him firing his gun. And it's like, how are you going to charge this kid with reckless endangerment when the law clearly states that even if he had hurt somebody else, like the bullet that had gone through the guy's head and hit somebody else, he wouldn't have been subject to charge per provision 3 of the freaking law.
And what about the others that were shooting? How are they?
Yeah,
not
that
charged?
charge would go on to the charge would go on to the people that went.
Now here's the other thing. Here's another, this. So scrolling down. So this is history from judicial notes, right? Like different cases. Okay. Keep going. Where the heck did that go? Where was that subset? Okay, here. While there's no statutory, clear delineation, right? While there is no statutory duty to retreat, whether the opportunity to retreat was available goes to whether the assailant reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent interference on his or her person. I mean,
That's very clear.
I mean, what else do you need? That's why I'm like so pissed off at the prosecutor. Like, you've had this video evidence. You reviewed the video evidence because it was available to the public prior to the charges being filed. So,
But you know they have to charge him, right? They have to do this.
why?
Because he's white. And because this is all about liberalism. It has nothing to do with the fact that he is a criminal.
Political.
Or exactly, it's all political. Like you
Identity, politics, political
Could
identity.
backfire on them though, man. If enough people see that video, man, that might backfire on them. People
Well,
get
Jason,
mad
you-
about
you
things
saw-
like that.
You saw that video that I linked, right? With Will, that black guy with the dreads. I can't think of his name. I posted it in the WhatsApp chat.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah,
actually-
yeah. Is that the comedy one or something else?
No. That was the one that I posted last night. He like talks for like 2 hours and he talks
Oh yeah,
about.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Will-
I watched about 15 or 20 minutes of that before I got tired.
So his name, Keith, or his YouTube name is, I think it's Unite America First, or
It's like Unite N1C or something like that, I think.
yeah, something like that. He's actually very good. It was actually kind of cool. I'm not really sure if if he believes in like evolution or creation or whatever, but he actually did mention when he was talking in that 2-hour stream, how liberals are taking over science, or well, basically putting science over God. That was actually the name of the YouTube video. And Unite America First. I think that's the name of it. Not the name of the YouTube video, but I think that's the name of his channel. Anyways, and he even says in there, the liberals are even trying to get us to change our definition of gender by saying that just because, Biden comes tomorrow with a dress, we have to call him Mrs. Biden. He goes, we come from two people, it's Adam and Eve. This guy's always talking about God, always giving glory to God. Like, I love watching his channel. It's amazing. And he's a conservative, and he's great. I don't know how he believes on like evolution and like creation in that sense, but he was actually talking about all this like political stuff, like how the left politicizes everything. Like what you were saying, Jason, like they politicize it. Like this guy, the only reason he's being charged is because it's being politicized. It has nothing to do with whether he's guilty or not.
Well, and one of the things that really, really pisses me off is so the media, the leftist media in the United States, has literally tried. Actually, Joe Biden himself actually called the kid a white supremacist. Okay.
Oh.
So let's.
God, I hope that guy drops.
So,
dead.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I actually played this in the debate. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like to now counsel, as you say in court, counsel. I would like now to submit video XYZ, and if you will observe, the first man who was terminated by the defendant, Rosenbaum, a convicted pedophile. You will notice him using racial epithets and attempting to create conflict earlier in the evening, not long before his termination as a method of self-defense. So let's quickly review, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? And I will leave it to you, the jury, to decide whether or not This man is the one who is actually the racist.
And it just takes one holdout, so I believe he'll get off.
So here we go.
Shoot me, nigga. Shoot me, nigga. Bust on me, nigga, for real.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure I just heard that guy dropping N-bombs.
Now, who is that guy?
That's the dude, the first dude that gets shot.
Are you serious? Back that up, then, please.
Yeah, play that again, please.
Am I still sharing screen or did I cancel?
You
canceled that one.
Oh,
so that guy's the one that got
that's the
shot
dude
first.
that gets shot. Okay, when he's running across that parking lot and then turns and pivots, the dude that's like 2 feet from him, that's the mofo that gets taken out.
Instant karma, man.
Yep.
Right?
Boom, boom goes the motherfucking dynamite, boy.
Good riddance. Did the world a favor.
Listen to shoot me. Okay. I'll see you in a bit.
These fools wearing all their military
What an
gear.
idiot.
You know what? It makes me so mad. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to cut you off, but
No, Stolen Valor. I watch that all the time, and I mean, I've worn military gear, but like a pair of pants or maybe a shirt, but no badges on it, no freaking nothing. You know what I mean? And most of the time, like when I'm going out in the bush and walking around, and sometimes if I've got not many clean clothes and I've just got something there, and I'll grab that, but I'll never ever walk out around with a badge or ever try to pretend to be. I always tell people, like my uncle's Special Forces, I got a tattoo on my back. It says courage, loyalty, strength. I got it on there before I realized that offended them when I was a lot younger. And I always tell people, when I talk about this, I'm not military. My uncle is, but I've never been in the military. I always tell people that. It's these people that walk around pretending to be in the military. I know a guy like that from a long time ago. They're pathetic.
do you know what happened recently, Jason? About like a year or two ago? Actually, it might have been under the Obama administration. So it actually used to be illegal to dress up in a military uniform and to pretend to be military. You know, they changed that, John.
Did not know
Really?
that.
Yeah, they did. It's called freedom of expression now.
Wow.
The only thing that
I
they
thought
protected.
I thought you were allowed to wear
So
it.
you
but,
can
like,
impersonate
not-
a soldier and
Yes.
worm your way into some woman's affections and get her in a position where you can rape her. Oh, fabulous! Let's let people do that.
Hey, quick, since we're showing video, I want to put things into context as well for the audience of what is the reasonable expectation of violence in the context of what had just happened the previous evening, and why the boy and the others. And by the way, Jesse, that group that you're seeing, those guys dressed up, they're like they're like an official militia group. So I would imagine a lot of those dudes are ex-military. And
On the left, probably not. They probably just watched like Rambo and.
I don't know. They're a pretty formally structured group from what I've read about them.
Did they flag each other with their weapons? Because if they did, they're not ex-military.
I don't know. Anyway.
I watched that one video where they had that BLM group that had all their rifles and stuff like that, and they were walking down the road, and one guy had two.
They shot one guy shot two of his buddies like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like one of them had two M16, two AR platform weapons in his hand. Two of them, two rifles in his hand, and I'm like, what are you gonna do with that? You're not Rambo. And Rambo, you can't do what Rambo did in the video anyways. Like, you motherfuckers are stupid. Sorry for saying that on the channel. I'm so sorry.
All right. So this.
That's the Marine coming out. Sorry.
What you're seeing right there, that is the Department of Corrections for the city.
Oh, my Lord.
Where?
That is Kenosha. That is the Department of Corrections building for the city.
That's prison.
What?
That's the prison. Is burned to the ground.
BLM.
So this is the day of, like, the shooting, for, like the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. This is the day of. This is one of the the people that they were all out around the city. Like all the militia folks had gotten their guns and like showed up and protecting stuff because of this. Like if the jail is burnt to the ground. Like, okay, to put it in context, so like this is from the night before.
Man, do you really think there's enough enough crazy of them people to actually win an election? I don't think there is. Surely to God, we're not at that point yet. I know we're close, but I hope not.
I
Okay.
hope not either.
Okay, so what you're
God help us if
seeing
we
on
are.
fire right here. So you
Right.
guys are seeing on fire right here.
Yeah.
That's where Kyle Rittenhouse was standing. That's what they were guarding the day of the shooting.
So this is like a couple days later.
No, this is the day after.
Oh, the day after. My bad. Okay.
So that where everything's on fire and stuff. That's the night before this went down, and that's just one of many examples all over the city where the stuff was just on fire.
So basically, you had dangerous criminals running loose on the streets, and that's why those people went there with their guns.
Correct. And since I'm here, and here's the map example of like when they're talking about, oh, he went across state lines. Okay, yeah, all right. Antioch, Tennessee. There's one in Nashville. Antioch, Illinois. Okay. Kenosha, Wisconsin. It's 21 miles.
That's kind of like we live on Chattanooga, where I used to work, going to Georgia and come back. You know, that's nothing new.
They're acting like he, with intent, drove from 2 states away to come here to shoot people. Like, no. 21 miles?
And it's all because he's white. I heard it in that first video that you played. Like it has nothing to do with whether he's guilty or not.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely stupid, you know, like me and my roommates, we talk about it, and it's actually kind of funny, John. I didn't actually know this because so if I get into like a deadly engagement with someone, I'm considered a deadly weapon because of my military training. And my roommates told me that if anyone ever comes to the house, you know, and tries to break in or whatever, that I need to unload the entire clip. Because I told them, I was like, well, I just, you know, to the chest, one to the head. And they're like, no, unload the entire clip. And I'm like, why? And they're like,
yes, do it.
Because that shows that you were
fearful.
No, not fearful, but you were in defense of yourself. Because
I've seen people get 9 bullets in them and still keep coming.
Yeah,
and so
if I just
I'm not in the head though.
But if I just shoot them one time and I get them in the heart or get them in the head, then that shows deadly intent. Yeah. Unfortunately, because I was
inside your own house.
Yes, that's what they were saying.
Oh,
because I'm military trained. If I wasn't military trained, no, it might have been a lucky shot. But because of my military training, I have to unload the entire clip. And I told them, I was like, oh, well, okay, good to go. I'll unload the entire clip.
Oh, snap. Okay, check this. So I knew this dude was I knew he was a pedophile, but
and who's this?
So this is the first dude that gets shot. This is the first dude that gets shot. Rosenbaum. Okay. He was the dude that was dropping the N-bomb, right? Asking get shot. Okay.
He's a pedo.
He's a pedo.
Awesome, man. He's dead now. Great.
Okay. Oh man. Dang it. Zoom isn't working.
What a legend.
Okay, well,
a legend shooting that guy, mate. That kid's a legend. Honestly,
okay,
good on him to be given
it's not letting me pull this up, like zoom in. It keeps like resizing, but okay, get this. Yeah, that little man, literally 5'3". Talk about a Napoleon complex.
What? I'm 5'3". He's that short?
This little dude, well, he was. Not no mo. But yeah, he let's see. Rosenbaum, registered sex offender with sex crime involving a minor.
Yeah, and it just takes one jury member to hold out. You know what I mean? To say.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like so that guy, multiple felonies, but his obviously he had been in prison until 2017 for his sex offense with a minor. So he's a pedophile. The second guy shot had multiple domestic battery convictions and like drug charges and a bunch of other stuff. And then the third guy shot, also a felon. I forget what his charges were, but
the guy shot with a gun in his hand was a felon.
Correct.
Then he wasn't supposed to have a gun anyways.
Well, exactly. Well, I made that point in the debate too, and I'm like, Okay.
That'll
So
come into play.
you're claiming that he doesn't get to claim self-defense because he had a gun and he shouldn't have had one. But the guy he was shooting was a felon who beyond doubt should not have had one. And is chasing him. So you have a guy who's a convicted felon chasing him with a gun, pointing the gun at him, and he shoots him. And you're going to claim that is a crime? Like,
No,
as long as his lawyers get at least have 6 white men, and I'm not being prejudiced here. I'm just saying so he can get
do. Yeah, as long as they
get a
don't stack the
fair
jury.
trial. He'll get at least, he's going to get at least one of them to hold out, and that'll be a hung jury, and then that'll be the end of it.
It just cracks me up is that, they always demonize the Conservative Party. What I find kind of funny is that the Conservative Party has more Christians in the Conservative Party, and yet on the left, every time you see people on the left, they're felons. They're pedophiles. They're these crazy ass people that go out and do these stupid things, and then they try to claim, oh, well, it was white supremacy. Wait, you're white too. Kind of confused.
Have you been seeing these punks going into these places, like these kids, man? I mean, they're going in restaurants, and they're kind of intimidating people, putting their fist up, and they're trying to say white silence is whatever.
I've seen that. Yes, I have. I was disgusted. I just
it is.
I cannot believe the police stand back and let that happen, man. You know what all the police should do? All the police should just bloody resign and go, right, stuff ya, and let the whole place turn to a pile of garbage.
I see why these guys are retiring, man, if they can, and because I would be, especially like New York. I noticed in New York, in Florida has a 22% increase of people have already moved down there before they even sold their home, and they're getting out of the big cities. So that's you got to think that
they
people
had
that
a
are coming to Florida are going to vote Republican, hopefully, if they're leaving the Democratic city.
They had a 273% increase in murders and major crime in one community within a month or two after the Democrats, man, honestly, if they win this election, then they definitely stole it. There's no.
Well, but do you think if Trump wins, that they're going to accept it? No, they're going to riot.
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal. When
these last 4 years, mate, you watch what happens.
When the day Trump wins, we will go into full scale anarchy. There will
You're right. And I believe you will win.
I'll tell you what, I am ready to go. On election day, let's just say all of my magazines will be loaded. There's no doubt about it.
Well,
because they're going to try to intimidate people not to vote.
It's guaranteed. We have a freaking BLM training facility that's here. There's been multiple arrests in other cities of BLM and Antifa activists from Nashville, Tennessee.
I would be worried. Yeah, I'd be worried, John, if I lived where you live, dude, in the part of the state you live in. I would definitely have all my guns loaded, which I do here, but I'm not no danger like you would be in a city like that.
Nashville's guaranteed. No advantage about it. But hey, guys, get this. I just came across another video. So in the debate, by the way, there was a question from my opponent of, we don't know where he was running to for the second two individuals that got shot. So observe this video, folks, where there's somebody chasing him, and on camera asks him where he's going. This is right before it goes down, and he says, "I'm trying to get to the police."
Oh, nice.
So here we go. Let's do. Oh my goodness, this is too good. This is too good.
I want to watch this.
This is too good.
And they charged him murder one. This is crazy.
Oh,
it's too good. You can't make this crap up, man.
No, I really
it's
can't.
the evidence in favor of this kid is everywhere. Okay, here we go.
Why are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? I want to get police. Who shot? Who shot? Hey, stop him!
Stop him! Right, before he gets to the police.
He's got a gun, and he's running, and they're saying, stop him, idiot. He's trying to get to the police, and they're trying to stop him from getting
And
to the
even
police.
if,
and
even if they
Are
say
you
that they
kidding
thought he
me?
was like an active shooter, he was retreating, man. He was no threat to them.
But no,
Wow.
but guys,
Was that on YouTube?
No, it was on live on something though. But hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen,
he's fired.
Hang on. Guess who that person that was doing the video was?
The one that got shot?
That's the motherfucker that got shot.
Oh, no way.
So
he just admitted that he wants to get him.
So he said he called. He makes a call to action to other people to get him after the boy has said, "I shot somebody and I'm going to the police." Therefore, obviously, he is attempting to get to the law.
Now, at that point, had he shot somebody, John? Anybody else?
Yeah, he shot the pedophile at this point.
Okay.
So what you just saw, that's right before. That's the moment before when this goes down. And what you just watched was the point of view of the guy, the last guy. So you're going to hear "Get him" in just a second.
Are you going to hit play?
Right there. Boom. And then the guy on the right, that's the dude who's on whose camera we were just watching that gets shot in the arm. That's the dude.
I don't think it changed. The video
No, we
didn't
can't
play.
see it.
Huh?
Yeah, the video didn't play. It's still stuck at like
what
50 seconds.
You guys oh man, okay.
We're all sitting here with like this anticipation, like, where's this video?
Okay, dang it. Okay, hang on. Let's try this again.
Yeah, so go to 50 seconds. That's where it was paused.
Man, I was getting I was enjoying watching that again, man. Hang on.
I know you're getting all hyped up, and we're all like,
okay, here we go.
Yeah, I'm still trying to piece. Like, I think I've got all the events in my head now. Exactly.
Okay. So that video we just watched was the. Oh, we'll play it and we'll go with it. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, where he's running to the police. Yeah.
You can see the police down there clearly that he's running towards them. Look at the flashing lights.
Oh man, come on, dude. This is self-defense.
All right, and then the dude on the right, that's the guy whose camera we were watching a minute ago. This is right before he gets shot.
Yeah, is there any more footage on the other one? Because it stopped at 50 seconds.
So how many people? So two died, or
two died, one got shot. Right. So the
guy with the gun,
the dude with the
got his arm
pistol,
split open.
he gets his arm split open. The first guy the guy that hits him with the skateboard and tries to grab his rifle, he gets shot in the stomach. He's dead. And then the first guy, the Rosenbaum, the little Napoleon, he got KO'd. He
the pedo.
But that's not on camera, right?
What, the pedo?
Yeah.
No, that was the very first video I played. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'll play that one again. I want to revel.
Yeah,
I'll enjoy watching that.
Okay, so little man who was dropping the N-bomb, okay?
Yeah.
He is the dude that's about to get taken out. Let's see. We'll watch him two angles. Okay.
Because the skateboard incident, that's pure self-defense. I mean,
So now this is him running across. This is like completely separate.
Oh,
from
okay.
Okay, so the little guy that just throws something at him and then chases him.
They're still chasing him, yeah.
Okay, so this guy on the right though fires a pistol.
Shot.
Yay! One less pedo in the world. Woohoo!
You know what? I have to give it to this kid because the thing is, he didn't even unload the magazine. He just bam, 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 bam. Like
that shows. Yeah, that shows that he was.
Okay, now here's the other angle. You'll see it in more detail. So you're going to see him. There's two cameras. It's a split view, two different cameras, and then you'll see just pay attention to him running behind the car, and you'll see him turn at the last second and just blow the little pedophile away.
That's antique, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Ooh.
Yeah.
He turns, boom.
Oh, the second camera angle, you can see it. Yeah.
You see him drop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go back here. So, like, watch the last second the boy turns, boom.
Boom.
He's
Right
done.
there.
Yes.
Did that pedo guy have like something around his head or something?
Yeah, I guess his shirt or something. I don't know. Yeah, he has something red around his head.
Shot him, man.
And see, that kid had just been shot at, you know, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's easier to see in the other video. So right. So just before the pedo gets to him,
it's justified too.
It was white boys.
Peter was probably thinking he'd rape him or something after he knocked him out and took his gun.
He's probably just angry.
So okay, so right here,
Handgun.
So the guy over here where my mouse is, he fires. Okay.
Yeah.
And the little dude, he's like right about here, and Rittenhouse is running right here. Okay. So at 11 seconds is when the bullet gets fired, and then he turned. I think it's at 14 seconds. The kid pivots and takes out the pedophile. So I mean, we're talking about I mean, you got to think about it too from a time perspective, right? So, gunshot goes off at 11 seconds in the video, right? He has to, and he fires his gun at the pedo at 14 seconds. So when you think about that, he's running, he pivots, sees the guy at him, and he fires his gun, right? So you're talking about no greater than 3 seconds from the time that he knows somebody shot at him and he pivots to see a dude within feet of him grabbing for his gun. I mean,
yeah, and if he gets that gun from him, then he's in fear that he's going to be dead.
Well,
he would be dead.
Well, not only would he potentially be dead, but here's the thing too. Like, and I made this point in the debate. I'm like, even if the guy doesn't get the gun from him, he's running at him full speed. He's gonna take him. He will be able to knock him over. And then there's at least 3 other guys, or at least 2 other guys that are chasing him. One who has a gun and one who's already fired. Right. So if he goes to the ground, he's toast. Like whether or not they kill him or not is not relevant to the fact of, that's why I kept making the point tonight and in the debate.
What he thought.
Great bodily harm is it's reasonable for him to fear great bodily harm at a minimum, if not death. And the opponent the enemy has already fired. Like,
it's obvious that's what happened. It's obvious he was scared.
If somebody is running at you and you have a gun and they're running full speed at you, I am going to shoot them dead. Mate, I am not going to wait to have an arm wrestle, a wrestling competition with my gun with them while other protesters run in and beat me to death. No, he would have died 100% if that little pedophile piece of I won't say it, got to him.
Yep, I agree, 100%. I mean, it's a.
So yeah, I've got the full context now. I've got it, and I think he's fine on all instances, man.
Yep. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't realize you dropped off. Yeah, man, but that stuff, it's like gun fired at 11 seconds. He pivots, fires at 14 seconds. I mean, there is nobody on this planet who is going to. Well, I'm sure there are some idiots out there, but in the real world, of anybody, you're talking about no greater. I mean, think about that. He's running and pivots. That's 2 seconds right there.
There's no time for premeditation. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're retreating, how is it premeditated? How?
You know what it kind of cracks me up is I don't know how many war stories you guys have heard about where people have been charged with murder and war, and I was actually there for one that happened in Iraq. And so we have an escalation of force when someone approaches our convoys, because I was a truck driver, and there was a car that was racing towards our convoy. We've been in Iraq for 3-4 years, something like that. You know, they knew not to race towards our convoy. So we have an escalation of force. You pop flares, you wave flags, you shoot to the oblique of the vehicle. If they still don't stop, you walk your machine gun up the vehicle. Because machine guns on the back of a truck, you're not going to be able to aim so well. So you walk it up, you take out the engine, you take out the driver. Well, it ended up being that it was a husband taking his pregnant wife to the hospital, and he was trying to race to the hospital. He got charged, or he got, what's the word? He wasn't charged. He was, it was a judicial. Well, no, it was a judicial inquiry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he wasn't charged, but he was
It's kind of like a convened a grand jury kind of concept.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was a judicial hearing, you know, and it was all because he was protecting his Marines. He didn't know that there was a pregnant woman inside the vehicle. He didn't know that the husband was trying to race her to the hospital, you know, and I'm not really sure if you guys see the connection, but it's kind of, they don't even look at things like that in connection to like what this kid did, you know. And he actually, this corporal, he ended up not getting put into the brig because it was found that he was within his right. I can't even remember the terminology. There's military terminology to it, but to protect those around him because he didn't know. I'm not really sure if that connects. Maybe I'm like speaking out my butt here, but
no, I mean, I understand what you're saying. So he didn't get charged though. I mean, he didn't officially, I mean, he got charged, but he didn't get convicted. So
exactly. Yeah. He got judicially inquired on the case, and he got removed from our platoon. He got sequestered. And it was really sad. I feel really bad for the guy because he has to live with the deaths of that woman and that man.
Yeah.
I can't remember if the guy died or not. I think he lived, but the woman and the baby died.
Well, the good thing about this kid is he don't have to worry about who he shot. They were scum anyway, so.
Well, and the thing is that they should have known. And I'm not trying to say, and I'm not trying to say all Iraqis are scum, you know, because like when I was there in 2006, we had this Iraqi interpreter, and he asked me one day when I was outside, he was like, "Hey, are you leaving Iraq?" He knew that our unit was leaving. I said, "Yeah," and he goes, "Don't come back." And I looked at him. I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Because my people don't care. They don't care at all." You know, and I know he wasn't talking about 100% of them, but he was talking about the vast majority of them. They don't care. They care about their culture. They care about their traditions.
They cared when ISIS rolled in, though, didn't they?
Not all of them. You know?
I've got to do some stuff for Matt, so I'll see you later. I've just got to do a thing on a photograph. So, all right, for him to see, man. God bless everybody.
Bye, Jason.
Great to see a pedo get shot tonight. That was the best night so far this year. Awesome.
Yeah, John, thanks for thoroughly going through that, man, because I watched your debate, and see you, Jason, buddy. God bless.
Oh, man. Okay, hang on. I think I found the like a unedited version of this. Hang on.
You laid it out. So, I mean, now I've got the clearest picture now.
Okay, hang on.
It's unfortunate that most people have no idea what really happened.
Oh man, so there's like a lot of video footage of like the first dude he shot getting carried across the street and stuff too. Oh man. Okay, hang on. Let's cut to. I think this is him running all the way to the police. Hang on a second.
And I'm sorry I missed it. I'm gonna have to watch it. I did not actually watch your debate, so.
Oh, that's all right. Hang on. Let me share screen here.
And I'm sure some people watching this will be like, "Oh yeah, you're Christians judging them scum." And I'm saying that. I mean, I'm just calling it as it is, man. You know.
I'm arguing this from a legal perspective. Like the kid,
exactly,
justified. Like no ifs, ands, buts about it. Okay,
I mean, I hate that anybody got killed. I mean, it's sad. It's unfortunate that everybody would have been cooler heads would have prevailed. Nobody should have got killed. But these guys, when you get mob mentality like that, that's what happens.
All right, here we go. So this is. So this is the unedited version. And then he's gonna get up. All right. He's about to shoot the dude in the arm. Oh,
damn! That's
there
great
we go.
video. Right
there he goes.
Oh, that's great video right there, man.
It was almost like.
All right. Now look how close he is to the cops. Okay, so he's gonna. I'd seen this before. Like he's gonna start. They're still shooting at him, right?
He's probably got like 20 yards. He can't have that far.
All right, now look, he's not that far from the cops. Look at this, okay?
Yeah. What is that, a lazy boy out of the street?
Look at that, man. What else? That's what I would have done.
Well, and that's why I brought up that military story that I was talking about.
Shoots him in the gut right there. Boom.
Right there.
And then now, we're talking within 2 seconds, right? The dude's with a gun, sidesteps, boom. Dude raised
that
his
guy,
hands. The other guy's like, hands up.
100%. Yeah. Can you back up when he shot the guy with the skateboard? Because they may say he was retreating there. Back that up for just a second.
No, he's got his hand on the gun.
Oh, he does. He's trying to pull it from him.
Yes, he does.
That's,
Wait, back that up 10 more
and
seconds.
he's got other people around him too coming at him, so he had to neutralize the threat. So yeah, he's good.
It's gonna replay here in a second.
Man, that boy, I'd love to shake his hand.
All right, it's gonna do slow mo here in a second, I think.
Are they shooting at him right there? Or is it what?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lord.
Okay, here we go. Here's the slow mo version. Here we go.
Idiots.
Yes, they are.
All right, here he goes. Now he's got hit. The dude's got his hand on the gun,
trying to get
and
his gun.
He shoots him as he's got his hand on the gun.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so that he shot him right in that instance. Oh yeah, that's fine. And that guy deserved it, man.
Yeah. Who was that one that came into the
he's
channel,
lucky
John?
he didn't get killed.
What'd you say, Justin?
Who's the one that came into the channel? His name was Chris.
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was another Chris popped in. He popped out.
I don't know. Did he leave?
He might be trying to get back in. I don't know who he is. I don't recognize his name, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I brought up that military story, because it's I guess the circumstances of
Chris, who joined, you're welcome to come back in if you want to. He says I have to deal with the wifey iron. You're welcome.
Wife aggro.
You're welcome to come back in if you want to. I think right after this, I think this video shows him like he's not that far from the cops. Like when they.
Well, yeah, you can see that when he's running. He's probably maybe 40 yards maybe.
Yeah, I would say even like 20. Like yards are much farther than people think.
But I want to show like him literally walking up to the police with up to the APC, like the cop APCs, like with his hands up. Like he's literally walking up with his hands up. Watch.
He's just trotting along. It's like, okay, guys.
Right there.
Yeah. So he felt close enough at that point that he's within cops. So yeah. Yeah, I did, but it was self-defense, buddy.
Right.
He wasn't gonna give up his gun even at that point. He's like, man, I'm keeping this thing. You never know.
And look at that. Man, that kid is so smart. He even tries to put the rifle behind him. Like, that's so intelligent of him.
Like he's he's trying to get the cops to stop.
Yeah, he's like, I need your help. Like, I need your protection. Because he's all by himself.
And they were arguing that they don't need this, these trucks and this extra gear and all that. Yeah, I think they do need all this riot gear.
Yeah,
I'm glad that all these police.
Was that the National Guard? Because those were MRAPs.
Well, no, they've actually been sent. There's a bunch of different police departments that have like military grade APCs and stuff. But
really?
They used to. They were arguing that they don't need it either, but obviously, clearly now they do.
Yes, they do, and they can have it. Like I would give it to them any day. Like,
well, and here's the irony: the reason I know it's not military, like active military, is the National Guard got called in the day after this incident.
Okay.
This was kind of like the catalyst that I guess brought in the National Guard, but
didn't stop the police station from getting burnt down, though, did it?
Nope.
Which is really sad, because the thing is that veterans, we have nothing against the police. At least like 70-80% of us, we have nothing against the police. They train in a different aspect than us because they don't train in a combat zone. They train in an urban, how do you put it, like a safe zone kind of, But it's not like they're looking for like bombs around every single corner, but we absolutely support them. And
a lot of ex-military could become police, so.
Absolutely, yeah.
Makes
absolutely.
sense, too.
Well, and
make good police officers.
Yeah, and what we did and what we've seen, and there are a lot of veterans who are not overseas, but they still support the police. Because, we're actually trained in riot control. I don't know if you know that, Keith.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, very, very minimally. That's the reason why a veteran, if they ever get into like a fight or whatever, like we're not trained like MMA, or we're not trained like the police. The police are not actually trained to kill immediately. They're trained to take them down, get them into custody. We are not. When we go into combat, we're trained to kill them as quickly as possible, because that's not how combat works. When you get out of the country or whatever, you know, we need to
That's
end the
not how
engagement as
combat
quickly
works
as
when
possible.
you're, and that's not where how combat works when you're in a freaking riot with thugs coming for you either. It's kill or be killed.
Well, but that's why they have
No,
riot gear.
I'm agreeing with your point. I'm just saying, like, in context of, like, yeah, in Western civilization, we've so long been like living into the auspice that, oh well, the kill or be killed stuff that only happens, you know, in those wars we fight in other countries. And it's like, yeah, well, welcome to the jungle, folks. The urban combat.
Well, and that's why we were basically trained, just very basically trained in riot control, because the military, any military branch, can be called to come out. Now, we can't enforce laws or anything, but we can augment the police, because, like, if they call it the National Guard and it's not enough, they'll call it the active duty Army. If it's not enough, they'll call it the active duty Navy. They'll call it the active duty Marine Corps. They will actually do it. We just can't enforce laws.
The staging of that is National Guard can be activated without, like, under the order of governor or under the president in the instance of emergencies.
No, the National Guard can be called up by states.
Well, yeah, but the president also has the authority to supersede the governor as well. With the National Guard, and the National Guard can be used for law enforcement.
Well, no, they can't be used as law enforcement. They can only be used
under martial
in
law.
their
They can, right?
No, only in the capacity with the police.
Guys, the National Guard can be used for both to augment or to act as law enforcement in certain contexts. The Army or the Marines or the Air Force or the Navy cannot be used in that context under the Posse Comitatus Act, with the exception of the Insurrection Act being instigated. Then Posse Comitatus can be overridden, but only if the Insurrection Act has been instigated or initiated by the president. So that's the separation of, like, National Guard versus active duty, and that's why the who was I arguing with about on my debate with T-Jump, when he was, like, going off about, like, the military being used in Washington D.C. to clear the path for the president to go have a photo op, and I'm like, no, it was not military personnel, and T-Jump clearly didn't understand the word that was coming out of my mouth, and he was trying to, like, assign military status to the state park police.
Oh, are you serious? Because I didn't know anything about that situation.
The stupid stuff he says, man, you can make a highlight reel.
In my debate with T-Jump, he literally tried to argue that the park police were the equivalent of the president being a dictator and using military personnel, literally use the word military personnel, to clear peaceful protesters. And I'm like, no. They are not military personnel. Anybody that has a gun and works for the government is military. I'm like, no, it's not. You know,
they have tons of private contractors, but I will need to look at that law, because I'm pretty sure even the National Guard cannot enforce the laws. I think they can only enforce it based on the police have to actually, basically, they're the overhead. Like, the National Guard can't just go out and just do it. Like, the police have to be the overseers, kind of. Oh, damn it. I read the law. Try to think, because they can't actually go out and enact the police. There's a law against that, even as a reserve.
No. The Posse Comitatus Act does not prevent the National Guard under state authority from acting in law enforcement capacity within its home state or in an adjacent state if invited by that state's governor.
Yeah, law enforcement capacity means that they cannot act alone. They have to act with the police. If I'm interpreting that correctly.
I'm But I mean, if you're in martial law, then that would be obviously circumvented.
It would be like more like a squad of like National Guard would have one police officer with them. That's what I mean. Like they can't just go out and do it by themselves. They actually have to have a police officer there as like a superior officer or a superior commander. That's what I'm talking about.
See, I'm reading up on it right now. I'm reading up on Posse Comitatus.
It's kind of fascinating. I've got a lot of families from military, but they're like my grandfather was in World War II in Korea. He retired out of the Navy, and then my uncle was in I got a lot of family that was in Vietnam. So, but recent, I'm not up on the recent training and what they do. I've got a lot of friends that were in the military. A lot of Marines in Tennessee.
Yeah, these are kind of old laws. These are not necessarily new laws. These were, I think that they were kind of like instituted after the Civil War.
Yep, 1878.
It was right after their occupation of the South. Actually,
Didn't the National Guard come out and remember Kent State University when they had that the whole thing going on at Kent State with the people got shot there? Do you remember that? You familiar with that?
That sounds really familiar, but I can't.
Yeah, that was
pinpoint it off the top of my head.
They 4 people had got shot there, and I think that, if I'm not mistaken, was National Guard. I may be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they were brought in.
Yeah, I can't remember.
And
I just know that the
Neil
military
Diamond wrote a song about it, so
okay.
That's where I got it from. 4 Dead in Ohio or something like that.
Yeah, I just know that the military is a very limited capacity here. And I'm not, and I don't want people to think in the stream that I'm saying we don't have a limited capacity when we go to war. We absolutely do, which is in some ways unfortunate, some of the limited capacity that we have. But we do have many limited capacities in the military.
Interesting. Okay.
What does it say?
Okay, so here's what's interesting. Okay, so the National Guard is not subject to Posse Comitatus except when they are federalized. So if they're still under the command of the governor, then Posse Comitatus does not apply, and they are allowed to enforce law. Interesting. If the president nationalizes them, then they fall under Posse Comitatus. However, as I've mentioned, federal troops used in accordance to the Insurrection Act, blah, 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 blah. Under 18 USC, yada, 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 the Attorney General may request that the Secretary of Defense provide emergency assistance in domestic law enforcement if domestic law enforcement is inadequate to address certain types of threats. Blah, blah, blah. Such assistance may be by personnel under the authority of the Department of Defense, provided such assistance does not adversely affect U.S. military preparedness. Only except as like a nuclear exemption. Basically, if anything, like nuclear stuff's being stolen, they can go do their thing.
And combat readiness too. Like they can't take all the personnel if they need them to be.
But here's something that's actually very interesting. So I didn't know this. Okay, so in 2006, Congress modified the Insurrection Act as part of the 2007 Defense Authorization Bill. Blah blah blah. Bush urged Congress to consider revising federal laws so that U.S. armed forces could restore public order and enforce laws in the aftermath of natural disaster, terrorist attack, or incidents. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Okay. So it did go into effect. And the president may employ the armed forces to restore public order and enforce the laws of the United States when, as a result of natural disaster, epidemic, or other serious public health emergency, terrorist attack or incident, or other condition, the president determines that domestic violence has occurred to such an extent the constituted authorities of the state or possession are incapable of maintaining public order, or to suppress in a state any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy in such a condition, if such a condition so hinders the execution of the laws.
Ooh, that sounds like a act of
Okay.
the Patriot Act.
Okay. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Okay, but then in 2008, the changes to the Insurrection Act of 1807 were repealed in their entirety, reverting to the previous wording of the Insurrection Act. So that little additional power was revoked the following year, and now it's limiting the president under the Insurrection Act to the events of insurrection, rebellion, or lawlessness.
So let me ask you a question. What is the Insurrection Act? I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so Insurrection Act. Okay, do you remember the the Whiskey Rebellion?
No.
Okay, so 1806, I think it was there was like a whole it was like the first true insurrection of the United States post adoption of the Constitution. And there was like a whole whiskey tax deal, and there's like a whole bunch of whiskey farmers basically rebelled and got their guns and started causing havoc, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, well, the insurrection up to that point, there was no provision for the military to like go put down a rebellion. So they passed the Insurrection Act to give the president the authority to basically activate militia to go and
put down a rebellion.
Right.
Interesting.
Yep. So that was the.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with American history. As much as I say I love history, I'm more familiar with ancient history.
And then, so Insurrection Act was 1807, and then the Posse Comitatus Act was 1878. But then, in the original version of the Posse Comitatus, and it's still in effect today, was an exception for the Insurrection Act. So it's like the president does not basically prevent dictatorial power, right? Of like, unless there's like crazy rebellion or like other, a couple other provisions, the president cannot basically activate the military to their own ends inside of the United States. And it, obviously they're commander in chief, but not in the context of leveraging the military force on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens. Obviously, if we're being invaded, then that doesn't apply. But the the express purpose was to prevent. I mean, you got to think about it. This is like right after the Civil War, too, right? Of when think about. Even though what happened during the Civil War Lincoln acquired a lot of power during the Civil War, right? Like suspension of habeas corpus and other things. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was obviously it was wartime, so it's different. But there were a lot of things that were done during that period of time that, if Lincoln hadn't been as moral a man as he was, or obviously he ended up getting assassinated, but potentially that could have been the acceleration to dictatorship, right? Of just because of the power that had been accumulated up to that point. So it's and also historically there is a clear line of demarcation of like Lincoln denotes the dramatic acceleration of like the start of the dramatic acceleration of presidential power, and a somewhat decline in the true separation of powers between the branches.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, because the Connecticut, I think it was called the Connecticut Compromise, was actually the first of separating the powers. You guys know what that is, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
You do, Keith?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
It's called the Connecticut. I think it's called the Connecticut Compromise.
To be honest with you, man, I'm not up on that.
So when they were first writing our Constitution, it was actually illegal what they did. They were actually supposed to just reform the Confederate, or no, what was it called?
Articles of Confederation.
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation. They were just supposed to rewrite it, just supposed to kind of like, spoof it up, make it a little bit better. Instead, what they did was they rewrote it completely.
And the biggest problem was Virginia and Rhode Island, right? Was it Rhode Island?
I don't remember.
It was a tiny state. And that's the reason why we have two chambers in commerce. Commerce. Two chambers in
Congress.
Congress. Thank you. Yes, Congress is one is equal representation of all the states, and one is population representation. That's why we have the Senate and why we have the House of Representatives. And what they did was they compromised between the two of them. That's how we have what's called a two-chamber Senate. And instead of going to the Articles of Confederacy to go and like get this, put up or whatever, they went to the 13 colonies instead and had them all sign it. And then they went to the Congress at that time and presented it. It's very interesting. I believe it's called the Connecticut. I believe it's called the Connecticut Compromise. It only passed. It only passed by one vote. And what they did was they made checks and balances. This is where our original checks and balances system came from. Was there?
I tell you something that I recommend anybody who has a modicum of interest in the history of the United States, as well as the brain power behind the Constitution. You should read James Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention. He took extraordinarily detailed notes of the 6 months of deliberation and strategy, and create the things that created it, ultimately culminated in the creation of the Constitution. And so many, it pains me when I listen to the morons. They're supposedly talking head experts, constitutional scholars, all this kind of stuff. When they like talk about, well, we don't know, or the founders were unaware of, or didn't anticipate this sort of stuff.
Yes, they did.
So many aspects of the things that are clearly notated by James Madison from the Constitutional Convention. They were accounting for so many different variables, many of which are things that I have personally observed and listened to supposed experts talk about how they were unaware of this, or they couldn't have anticipated this, or hadn't accounted for XYZ. And it's like, I know beyond doubt that they did. So how do you claim? So there's only two conclusions I can reach about these supposed experts. Either one, you are not an expert and you're an idiot, claiming to be one. Or two, you do know this and therefore you're a liar. Which is it?
Did you know that other countries, when they go to their lawyer schools and stuff like that, they actually study our Constitution first and foremost? In every country, including England.
Well, as somebody who grew up in England, it amazes me. Like, Americans do not have any premise of understanding. Like, the United Kingdom does not have a constitution. Like, you don't have you don't have constitutional rights in the United Kingdom. Right now in the UK, people are getting arrested for stuff they say on Facebook. They get arrested for text messages. They get arrested for a tweet. I mean, they do not have freedom of speech. There is no freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, there's so many different. There's just an example, but like, there's all sorts of stuff that's going on in the UK right now. That.
Well, and I know you'll agree with this, John. I hear this a lot in my college that they call us a democracy. We're not a democracy.
No, Democratic Republic.
Yeah, we're not. No. We're a republic, not a democratic republic. We're a republic. They try to confuse it by saying a democratic republic because of the left. But there's a difference between democracy and a republic.
Well, I know that. But no, I thought we were. I thought we were actually a democratic republic. Was like the subset republic that we were.
Yeah, like in the 1800s.
Versus a true republic.
No, we're a true republic now. Because a democratic republic, okay, so when they first started,
we're leaning more towards more towards democracy rather than republic now.
Oh yeah, now, absolutely, But generally speaking, we're a republic. So when others talk about that we're a democracy, we're not a democracy. We can't be. We have too many states. That's the whole reason why they built our Constitution the way they did, and the reason why other countries study our Constitution because of it. Because the thing is that the founding fathers, when they were looking at how to develop our country to make sure that we never had a monarch again, which we fought against in the 1700s, was to make sure that they knew that we were going to expand. They knew that we were going to get bigger. And Rhode Island, the reason why I brought up Rhode Island earlier about the Rhode Island and Virginia had a lot of population and Rhode Island did not. I think it was Rhode Island. And they wanted to make sure that they were safe. They were safe in their opinion. Just because they were small, just because they had a small population, they still wanted to have a say in the 13 colonies. And Virginia wanted to take over Rhode Island. It was kind of another like little political thing there. So what they did is they developed the Constitution. They developed our entire, like our republic, which of course there's been republics in the past that have done very similar things that they got it from. But they wanted to make sure that there was equal representation on every level that there could be. Like our Constitution is like a brilliant, it's a brilliant thing, an absolutely brilliant thing. But I don't even think people realize how brilliant it is. They don't even know that there are two different,
I mean, one of the things that really drives me nuts about the ignorance of basic civics and history of the average American is, I mean, I would bet money that probably 80%, if not greater, of Americans under the age of, let's say, 45. Actually, under the age of 40, I would be willing to bet 90% are unaware of the fact that it wasn't until, what was the amendment? So the 15th Amendment, that senators were elected by popular vote. I mean, they were appointed and confirmed by the state legislatures. And part of that was specifically to be able to prevent or to mitigate them being swayed by pure democratic vote and mob rule. Like that was the entire point of the Senate, was to not have them, to remove them from the elected by popular demand or by popular vote.
Well, and the other thing that the Senate is actually good for is it's not a majority. You know what I mean? You can only get 2 votes per state. It's not like, because if we allowed the votes just to go through or whatever, California and New York would decide all our votes.
Yeah,
but because
it's kind
it
of
has
similar to electoral college, yeah.
It is the electoral college. That's actually why they created it, was for that reason. And actually, a lot of people don't realize this. And I know I think you were kind of leading up to this in like a connecting sense, is that you can't even pass laws. It has to go through the House of Representatives and the Senate, both. And and a lot of people will complain about how, it takes a long time for laws to go through. You're absolutely right. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing because then we don't get a law that goes through, say, popular vote or, minority vote or whatever. It tends to be more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Thought out.
Yeah, more thought out. Exactly.
Well, the problem now, though, I agree with you, and that was the intent. The problem now is that it's turned into a complete shit show.
Oh, it's turned into parties.
Yeah, pandering to your base and your constituents.
Yeah, what I mean is, it's completely bipartisan or partisan at this point, not bipartisan, completely partisan. And and the point I was making about the popular vote for the election of senators, that wasn't until 1912. Thank you, Woodrow Wilson. 1912 was when the 17th Amendment went into effect to allow popular vote of senators. Up until then, appointed by the governors of the state, confirmed by the legislature, and accountable to the legislature, which was then, think about that from an additional check and balance, right? And the legislature would have the ability to remove the senator. And that's the accountability for them. But think about it now. Like, what accountability do the senators have now?
Not very much.
Every 6 years, they have to go for a vote. Every 6 years. That gives them a lot of opportunity to BS their way through the system.
Yeah.
Right? And it's now been known and proven beyond doubt that the average senator increases their net worth 12x in one term.
Yeah, and that's why there's so many dinosaurs.
How do you pull off increasing your net worth 12x in 6 years as a member of Congress with a salary of $220,000? How do you increase your net worth 12x when the majority of the people who are being elected to the Senate are already wealthy, and 200 grand in salary is not that much to them, right? So how are you increasing your net worth 12x?
Lobbyists.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, obviously we know exactly it's being pulled. It's insider trading. There's all sorts of stuff they're doing. But it's like and they have basically free reign for 6 years, and then the incumbent has over a 90% probability of being reelected.
Well, what they'll do is they'll turn over their they'll kind of turn over their businesses or whatever to trust, but they're still running it. You know what I mean? They're not supposed to be, but they are. And
Well, thankfully they finally revoked the
that happens
exception.
on both sides. So
Thank goodness in 2016 they actually revoked the exception that so Congress had granted themselves an exception to insider trading liability.
yeah, I seen that.
And I'm like, they finally revoked it. But I'm like, wait a minute. You're telling me people are going to prison for insider trading because they knew what the earnings call was going to be of company A, or they were going to do an acquisition or a merger or whatever. For this individual, for one company, if you know this information, you can go to prison, a la Martha Stewart, right? However, there's an exception for members of Congress who not only could they potentially know about an individual company, they know which way the vote's going to go on regulations and laws that will not just impact one company, but an entire industry on a global level, right? Like, wait a minute.
That just happened recently,
Hang
not too
on,
long
you
ago,
get an
too.
exception for that?
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, that's been revoked, and then now we've got multiple members of Congress who have been busted in this past year that with COVID, right? Like that they dumped massive amounts of stock hours after closed briefings in the Senate and the House. Like, I mean, and now the fact that those idiots are trying to actually proclaim their innocence, like, dude, you literally made a phone call to your broker within hours of
they didn't even try to hide it.
a meeting where you were briefed on what was about to go down with something. You dump millions of dollars in stock, and literally the next day that stock tanks when there's XYZ announcement. Like, I don't know what else is more like clearly defined. You made the phone call within an hour of your briefing. Like, dude, come on. This is private info. Like, no, if you can't, I don't know how you could even remotely.
Yeah, I know. I saw it on TV. I was blown away, man. I was like, I mean, like, and they got on there with a straight face and acted and said I didn't know. I mean, I put that in the trust and blah blah blah. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's like you actually think we're that dumb. I mean,
yeah.
Let's get real.
They're going to try it. You know, they tried. I don't know how it's going to come out for them because they'll drag it out.
Let's get real. A gigantic percentage of Americans may not be too stupid to recognize it, but they're too lazy to pay attention. And
they forget about it, and then this shit like this happens, and then they make deals, backroom deals, and sweep her in the rug.
Yeah, people don't want to actually do what needs to be done, and it's getting crazy where things are heading. I tell you what, man, I really am concerned about. I'm less concerned about the election because I think Trump's going to win.
I do too.
But I'm more concerned about as we were talking about earlier. I'm more concerned about Antifa, and like they've already publicly stated that their objective, if win or lose, is to reign chaos on the election.
Oh, it is.
So I mean, I think it's if Biden wins, mass chaos to justify martial law.
Yep.
If Trump wins, it's mass chaos to just try and collapse the economy.
And do you think have you been keeping up with the the
mail voting by mail and potential ballot harvesting and whatnot. That could be crucial, man, because that's one way they're going to try to steal the election. And it's in these key states, man. I mean, it's going to come down. It's going to be pretty close in a lot of these states, and a few thousand votes could be the difference.
The thing I don't get about that is, like, I don't know about where you are, but here in Nashville, there's like multiple outdoor gigantic areas for like COVID testing, right? I'm like, okay, so you now go vote outside in giant parking lots. Like,
and why couldn't they just say, okay, let's open it up for 2 weeks, and then you can, let's just expand the time that you can go in and vote. I mean,
what I'm saying is, you got to think about it. Like, everybody already has early voting for like,
yeah, I know exactly,
6 weeks,
an absentee,
before the deal. So what I'm saying is, if people are all terrified about going inside buildings, right? Fine, you set up giant outdoor voting areas.
Yeah.
You bring the machines out of the freaking library or out of the side of the church or whatever building. You stick them in the parking lot. You put gigantic tents over them, a la what they're doing right now with all of these COVID, all the COVID.
Yeah, you drive up and then you get out, you vote, get in your car, and drive off.
Exactly.
And
And
you verify yourself like you do, like when we go vote. We've all done it.
Exactly.
Drive off.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, how you can argue that is not a completely reasonable and quote unquote safe methodology.
It is. And I think his administration's already filed lawsuits to try to stop, some of that.
He just won one of the, or not one. He got a good ruling from an Iowa judge.
That was one of the smartest thing he did, was try to start, getting some of these lower courts back in the because they were all pretty much liberal, so he got a lot of these lower courts back more balanced to.
They've confirmed over 300 judges.
Yeah, that's the smartest thing he's done. And if he keeps staying in office, that's gonna pay dividends in the future. But
man, I tell you what it is. I'm convinced that John Roberts is compromised.
Yeah, you know what? He's had some pretty strange rulings that from what he has in the past. So either he's and we need to get. I know Ruth Ginsburg she's pretty much, she's not. I mean, she'll probably hang on there just long enough to the election because she will. But even if she didn't, that they wouldn't confirm anything right now at this point. But he's definitely going to have another one right up for bat. So if he gets in there, it's going to help out a lot. So
I tell you what's cracking me up is the idiots on CNN and MSNBC. Like, up until about this past week and a half, they have been like adamantly in favor and supportive of Portland and these other different cities, right? All the protests and such.
Yeah. This
past week, the same idiots who 2 weeks ago were adamantly supporting it have now started to pivot.
You know why, though, don't you?
Because well, they're saying it. They're like, oh crap, this violence thing is like it's like taking Democrats away. They're like supporting Trump now. I tell you, dude, did you see the oh crap, was it Wisconsin or Minnesota mayors that just endorsed Trump? Let's see, Democrats.
Yeah. The you talking about the one that spoke at the primary or the convention?
Let me see.
No, that was Georgia.
Okay. So this was today. 6 Minnesota Democrat mayors endorsed Trump because Joe Biden did nothing to help the working class. Yeah. But I mean, dude, Minnesota is blue.
Yeah, and we need that state.
If 6 Democrat mayors are endorsing Trump, ooh.
Yeah, if he picks that state up, man, like the Rust Belt is looking good. If he can get Wisconsin, or if he gets Minnesota, he's pretty much got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if he takes Minnesota, yeah, it's OB. Because I mean, I cannot imagine
Well, he actually said that he went to when he was there not too long ago, just recently. He said, if we get with Minnesota, we've got this in the bag.
Well, and you got to think about it too, like with the madness going down. Well, I would almost guarantee that he's got Michigan.
Because that governor, man,
with their governor, dude. I tell you what, man. Did you see the pictures of the militia when they stormed the Michigan Capitol building?
Yeah, I did. That was awesome.
Man. Did you see the ones where they were inside and like inside?
No. I didn't see the ones where they were inside.
Okay, let me see if I find this, dude. One of the okay. So you know how did you see Did you see in the pictures of them like inside the Capitol building, armed to the gills, like face to face with the Capitol security?
Yeah, I've seen still photos of that.
Okay, but did you see the ones where like a couple of them made it past the security into the legislature? Oh, dude, I'll see if I can find some of those. So those pictures are great, man. So there's like a ring over you can like on the second floor above the legislature where you can like look down, like an observation level, I guess. And there's pictures of multiple dudes armed to the gills standing there looking down on the politicians. And and of course there's like the politicians were like tweeting and like, oh, we're so scared, all these creepy people pointing guns at us, and we're afraid for our lives. They're like, they're not pointing their guns at them, they're just standing there, right? It's like, man, you can only imagine what must have actually been going through those politicians' minds of like, oh shit, this is the whole deal of what could happen to us, right? Like just those 3 or 4 guys that got in there, there was who knows how many of them outside in the lobby, but just those 3 or 4 in there could have taken them all out or taken out a bunch of them if they wanted to. Yeah,
for sure.
That's the irony for me on this stuff, like the way the media like tries to react and try to frame those kind of guys as like nut jobs. It's like if they were nuts, they would have assassinated a bunch of people if they were what you claim they are, but they didn't.
And look where the anarchy is happening. The violence is happening in Democrat run areas and cities, and a lot of it too. They want money, man. They want to be bailed out. You know what I mean? So they're pushing hard for this Green New Deal, and they're wanting money for their state too. So there's a lot at stake for this election, and boy, I mean they've tried everything, but they just got a terrible candidate, man. And the guy, I mean, even like last week or so, like Kamala Harris did some talking, but she's so unlikable, man. She couldn't even get any support from the African Americans in when she ran in the Democratic primary. So like, I mean, I'm sure they're going to get a large percentage, but I mean, Trump just needs a certain percentage, if he can get like 12%, 14% would be awesome, but I think he can ride with in most areas with a good 12%, depending on the state.
Yeah, man, they those idiots.
And low turnout, as long as they don't, because they're not really enthusiastic about now. If they get like turnouts like they did with Obama, that's going to be trouble. But I think it's going to be a high Republican turnout too. A lot of people there's so many. What was it?
Democrats aren't turning out in high levels.
I couldn't believe the number of evangelicals that wasn't registered. That Trump has been methodically when he does these rallies and whatnot, they send people out and they've been collecting information, and they're going to hit these people back up. You know what I mean? Come election time, he wrote like starting now. So they got a ground game, man, and his son-in-law, man, is very, very bright, man. That kid is
Kushner.
Yeah, and I would underestimate them at all. Have you saw the prophecies from Kent Clement? Have you ever? Kent Clement is now, I'm not saying in one way where I believe he's a prophet or anything like that, but man, it's pretty wild. He did back in 2014 predict Trump would be president, and he was like, and remember this, he's like, I wish I could screen share it, but I don't have it. You could probably pull up Kent Clement Trump prophecy, and it shows him where he's talking about, remember the name Stone, Roger Stone was, one of his political advisors. And he even said impeach, he said it twice. And some people were like arguing like, well, he didn't but he will not be impeached, or he will impeach, but he will not, or something like that. And they were arguing like, well, he didn't get, he technically got impeached, but but he was just basically kind of prophesizing to the point, because he wasn't really saying what was going to happen. He was just saying what was channeling through him. And he was just like, basically, you wait, if you watch it, he's just like saying like, no, it's not going to happen. I mean, he's not going to actually get removed. But they, so yeah, it'll blow your mind if you watch that prophecy, because I mean, somebody predicting Trump being president is one thing, and then saying remember the name Stone, and then saying impeach. I mean, that's pretty accurate, and the Bible talks about it. That's how you tell a prophet if they say something and their prediction comes true. So, and he ended up dying. He was a great man. He was a great philanthropist. He did all kinds of work in South Africa with missionaries and stuff like that. So he was a true man of God, and he had a brain cancer. He was going to meet Trump. He was leaving to meet Trump before when he was running back before he was elected, and he ended up dying like that day before he went and met Trump. But it's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, dude. Did you get to watch much of the impeachment hearings?
Oh, I watched it all. Yeah.
Oh man, me too, man. I was like glued to it for weeks.
Yeah, there was only one time that I was kind of maybe like, I'm not really sure about this. When that bald-headed dude, Scott, what's his name? Starts with an S. What was his name?
Talking about the ambassador.
Yeah, Scotland, or what was his name?
Sutherland,
something like that. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, where he got on there, but then basically
in his opening statement, I remember, like in his opening statement, it was like, oh crap.
Yeah, because you can see it on the faces.
Annihilated, and he got annihilated by was it Gates and the
lady from New York, I believe, hit him pretty hard too.
Oh man, okay. So here's what was very interesting about that hearing.
Sutherland, yeah, that's it.
About him. So in the first hour, he was extraordinarily cocky. I know. I mean, his ego, it was all over him, right? And then
I think because he knew he was going to go in there and he wasn't going to take a side, but he was just going to be a prick and kind of like throw Trump under the bus. But then when he started getting annihilated, it was fascinating. You could see it was a very definitive pivot in his persona, his attitude, his approach, everything. Yeah. He went because he was trying to play dumb as well at the beginning. Yeah,
he was being arrogant, but he was also trying to play the dumb card, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute, this guy is very rich. He's been very successful. There's no way he's this big of an idiot. And then as soon as like he realized, you could tell, like he realized, oh crap, I gotta like actually start paying attention, otherwise they're gonna annihilate me.
Yeah, because he started going like, I gotta hurry, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, you could see it. He started concentrating and was like actually applying. Like, wait a minute, I might actually end up like perjuring myself here. I better not.
I better shut up.
I better not be an idiot. I was like, huh. Well, there we go. There. He does have a brain after all. But man, that little who was the narc?
The guy on the phone that's supposed to have heard the phone call.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about the actual guy that filed the complaint?
I'm talking about Lieutenant Colonel, whatever his name was.
Vindman.
Vindman, yeah. That little man. Good grief, dude. He was like the ultimate persona. Like of just the little man wishes he had
Solely
power.
boy that got that got power and then didn't get the recognition he felt like he deserved, and he wanted you to know who he was,
Just butt hurt out the yin yang, and it's like, man, you are so obvious. But
I predicted this to my papa. I said that, you know what, this is going to be forgotten by like January, February, and it was. And if it were not for the virus, man, that would, Trump would be soaring right now, man, because the economy was doing good. He's coming off that. I mean, So I really think China let that loose because, I mean, that's my personal opinion, because they don't
Dude,
want
you're
him in
going
there.
with the ultimate. Well, I was actually talking about this the other day with a friend of mine. I was like, so end of last year, I remember watching this whole report. I forget what it was, from one of the big like wealth companies, right? And they were talking about, like, their forecast, right? Their forecast for 2020 was like through the roof, positive, everything's gonna be great. And like, I remember whoever it was talking, I remember him saying, barring a black swan event, we do not predict any way that the economy goes into recession, barring black swan, right? And I'm like, holy crap. When you think about this, obviously we're in the middle of a black swan. Like, that's just a given. But I really truly wonder what percentage of this is an artificial black swan. And like, in context of, hey, did China release this, or did it come up naturally, but then China held it on purpose, or like held knowledge of it on purpose for it to spread, gambling on the long tail ramifications, that sort of thing. But then I also wonder,
or like maybe they're screwed. So, and we're already having a terrible year. I mean, one of the worst years we've had. We're going to have to like divvy this out.
well, there's that aspect of it. I think there's also the, it's an election year for the United States. Like, if Trump, because you got to think about, like,
Trump put the screws to him. Yeah.
Trump put it to him, right? Like, they've got to create, without the black swan, the point you made, Trump's guaranteed to win, right? Without a black swan.
Yeah.
So it's like, what can we do to do this? But then you have the deep state. I honestly, at this point, I really wonder what level of collaboration has been done on a global level in relation to the black swan.
Well, right? Yeah, the Chinese own a lot of the media, and they're controlling it. You know what I mean? That right there needs to be stopped too.
Well, they're controlling it, but then you have to look at that's why I say, like, on the global level. Like, when back in, was it March or early March, when the stock market was emergency halted twice in the same week. Mm-hmm. Somehow, in the time between the first, or it was within hours of the first artificial halt of the market, in a coordinated purchase between multiple national banks around the globe, $750 billion worth of assets were purchased while the market was closed due to the crash. I'm like, what? Hang on. Number one, how is that allowed? Like, why is the Federal Reserve and the Central Bank of Europe and all that kind of stuff, like, how are they being allowed to make all these asset purchases while the market is frozen? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I think that Friday, when the market closed again, they did another like $350 billion in coordinated asset purchases. Like, huh? So the central banks acquired over $1 trillion worth of stuff in like a 3-day period while the markets are closed.
Yeah, it's shady. For sure.
Well, that's interesting. Like, just on its face, like, how did that happen? Number one. And two, how did y'all make a coordinated purchase like that? Like, on the fly? Like, you're telling me that gigantic oligarchies like the Federal Reserve and these different institutions, you're saying they all managed to somehow perform that level of financial transaction within hours in a coordinated manner for something that was a emergency?
Oh yeah, I mean, the ones that control the banks, and I don't want to get too deep into theories, because like conspiracy theories, but the ones that control the banks, the central banks, they are coordinated, man. Yeah. I mean, that's why when they did the big bailout back when the housing bubble busted, they bailed out. They made sure they were took care of. They weren't going to lose. They're like, wait a second here, we can't lose.
The bailout was one of the biggest
scams.
history of the world.
It was, man.
I mean, there were so many banks. I mean, the banks that were forced to accept bailout money, literally forced to accept it, or forced to merge, was mind blowing. There's so much documentation of that stuff of like, what do you mean we have to take money? Like, no, you're required to. Like, what? We're a bank. We have to take money. Okay, but now they altered the standards, like the financial viability standards for the banks, and so all these banks that an hour before were considered completely viable, the SEC changed the standards of what constituted viable and at risk, and then it forced them to accept mergers and acquisitions because they were now no longer considered solvent by the FDIC and the other agencies, even though under the long established standards they had been up until the day before. And now
so they were maybe a way for them to gobble up some of the other.
Now you had a dramatic, annihilation of local banks, and now we have what? We have massive players. So we now have even bigger, too big to fail entities than we did before because
that's true.
Of altered solvency standards, which then forced banks that were not in danger to be acquired by larger entities. I mean, it's not, when you think about that, like, you literally changed the rules and then forced me to sell. Wow.
Yeah. It's almost like monopoly in a way. I mean, it really is. I mean, the prime definition.
But fast forward to now, like, as you've made the point, like, without something like this, Trump's guaranteed to win. If Trump wins again, the globalists they're KO'd for at least a decade.
Oh yeah, and they know that. That's why they've been trying. That's why they try to impeach him, and they're pushing. That's because even with this virus, I mean, the World Health Organization, they gave faulty information, man. he was working with faulty information, and he still had the presence of mind to, even though he was being called xenophobic and all that, and how the left was doing him, and he still shut that down, which did save lives. And they're trying to pin this like virus on him. It's just like, people see through that, though. I hope they do, man. I mean, it's so obvious, but to try to pin this on Trump, and then they say, well, he didn't. What else could he have done, man? He got right on the vent. He gave all the governors, and they even praised him. From California, New York, he got us everything we needed. He's been doing the testing. I mean, just because he didn't want to wear the mask or didn't push the mask, but I mean, at the time they were saying there was no definitive, corroborating research on the mask. So,
well,
and now in hindsight, Joe Biden's come out saying, I would have done this, this, and this, but pretty much he's saying he would have done what Trump did, and that's what he done.
Here's the thing, though. Like, if it really boils down to it, this is why, like, it's a fingers crossed the American people aren't this dumb. Which my faith is not.
Or the silent majority is what I'm hoping on is really out there.
Oh yeah, completely. But like Anthony Fauci, now Mr.
Oh God,
we must expect to wear masks in perpetuity, Fauci. In February and even into early March, he was actively stating we did not need to wear masks. It's well documented.
Oh yeah. And it makes sense. It always made sense to me to wear masks. I've been wearing masks ever since it started because my papa, of course, he's elderly. But it just makes sense that if your face is covered, it's going to cut down on A, if you have the disease, you're not going to spread it as much, and B, your face is covered, you're not as likely to breathe in aerosol from somebody passing you that sneezes or something. So it's common sense.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing though that I'm very irritated on is.
I think they wanted to spread.
I agree with your logic if you are a person who is inside of the at-risk demographic, or you are directly in contact with people who are the at-risk demographic. Right. I think the people who are in the at-risk demographic should absolutely 100% be protecting themselves. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. We should do whatever we can to help protect them.
Right.
However,
but you're saying that the ones that aren't, that let the herd mentality build, or herd on mentality, but let the herd immunity build. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yep. And what really has me pissed off is I actually did a video on this back in March, early March, where I made the argument for something that has been just announced this past week as a major thing, is plasma antibodies. Antibodies.
Yeah.
Plasma, right? Well, one of the arguments that I made in my video months ago was that the only way to be able to have enough plasma to be able to actually do treatment, have enough volume of the plasma of people who had the antibodies and had already recovered, would be
to a significant portion,
to get a significant portion of the younger generation who's healthy. They need to get it. They need to be able to recover. They need to have the antibodies, and they also are going to be young and healthy enough to be able to donate plasma,
right?
And not have any, potential. I mean, donating plasma obviously doesn't have much major risk factors, but it does for an older person.
Yeah.
Like the older person doesn't need to be out donating their plasma, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
But somebody who's younger can. And I mean, I've been making it a point to go and donate my plasma. I mean, I'm 36. I'm pretty decent. I'm not in that crazy good shape, but I'm not in bad shape either. And
it's helpful, and you can make a little money doing it. Why not? Yeah, that's a great thing to do.
Donating plasma once a week. Okay, cool. But my point is that now, magically, fast forward 5 months, and it really pissed me off. Most people don't know this, but prior to antibiotics, that was one of the standard treatment mechanisms.
Yeah.
And it had already been documented in China back in January that one of their most effective treatments was plasma. It had already been documented back in January.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
It's taken us until the end of August for the stupid CDC to be like, oh, well, it turns out that...
Trump had to put pressure on them to do that,
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a obvious... I mean, I'm going to the context of the mask and the shutdown stuff, too. It's like, okay, when we look at Sweden, you look at these other countries that didn't do...
They're dragging their feet, yeah.
But when we look at Sweden, no. Sweden, they didn't do shutdown, right?
Oh, I'm talking about, us, but Sweden, yeah.
And they're now at the herd immunity point, right?
Yeah.
It's documented. And they have had, percentage-wise, their fatality rate has not been any different than ours. And they didn't shut down.
Yeah.
So...
Well, then you got to factor in, the isolation. I mean, look how many people, look at the kids that have missed out on a year of, and that's a prime, especially young kids, when you miss a year of school at a young age, that's really going to be detrimental to you in long term.
Yep.
And then just the isolation, what it does to you mentally, because take my word for it, I do a lot of isolation here, take care of my grandfather, and it can get to you. I've learned to ways to cope and to build a life around it, but when it's thrust on you at first, it can be overwhelming, man. And so we don't know the damage of this isolation is done. We don't know the damage.
And given the fact that it's already been well documented, I remember seeing a report from some doctors that this was back in May, I think, when I saw this. They had already seen 3x the number of suicides or suicide attempts. They'd already seen 3x they normally had for the entire year back in May.
Yeah. And we're seeing in these big cities murder. I mean, you see what's going on is all this anarchy and everything. People have time on their hands to do this. You know what I mean? If you're out working, you're not really going to have the time to do this. And if you don't have any money or think that you got nothing to lose, why not go out and just cause a bunch of fucking chaos, in these cities, especially these liberal run cities, so they can try to get their people elected, so they can try to get more free stuff, because they think that that somehow there's this magical 1% that have all this money that can just pay everything, free college, free this, free that. They just don't understand that it's not there.
the money's going to come from the middle class when they get in there for that Green New Deal. It's gonna,
Oh yeah, the Green New Deal is guaranteed failure. I'll tell you what's funny
but
though. I remember
surely there is enough stupid people that are going to vote. I mean, but you have to understand though, man. This country is divided. It's like 40% are going to vote for Trump, no matter what, probably, and 40% wouldn't vote for him if they found out it was Jesus in the second coming. So. So
Yeah,
it comes down to that middle 20%, really probably 10 to 15%, and I think that it's on our side because of what's going on, and the people seeing that, man, this could come to my suburbs, because that's where it's going to lie. The suburbs are going to kind of be the deciding point.
Well, I really wonder if all we've been hearing about is how like educated or like college educated white suburban women have just been turning away from Trump. And I'm like, okay, that may be true. May have been true.
Yeah.
I would be stunned if a lot of those women are now that it's like officially coming to their neighborhoods, are not going to be like, wait a minute. Like I made this point too. I called out T-Jump on this in our debate. I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, bro, if you're standing in the alley and you've got the proverbial criminal coming your way or the threat coming your way, do you want the soy boy or do you want the alpha? Whether you like him or not, who do you want standing next? Who do you want standing between you and the enemy? The alpha male or the soy boy? And in this context, the borderline, like mentally demented Joe Biden soy boy, or do you want the alpha? Which one? That's your choice. Like it's not a I don't like him. It's which one is going to be there. Do you want to between you and the enemy? And who cares if you like them or not? There's zero bearing on whether or not, like, you're not out having a beer or going to have tea with Donald Trump. So who cares if you like him or not? It's like,
I think Trump's got two things in it, probably in his favor, maybe one against. Two things in his favor. You know as well as I do, John. When it comes down to you go in there and you're by yourself in there at the pull-up box, people generally are going to vote pocketbook. Who they think's going to. I know that they're doing polls saying the economy is the most important thing, but like if a woman's worried about their husband's job and their 401k and their house and their future, it does make a difference. I don't care, what they say in a poll. When they go in there and pull out lever, it does. They vote pocketbook.
Yeah,
for sure.
We do. Here's the thing. I don't understand. Honestly, I'm seriously questioning whoever the Democrat handlers are in this election. I'm honestly wondering what fantasy land they're living in. Or
that's the second point I had was like Joe Biden, when he gets to the debates, people are going to see, man, this guy is really, there's something. He's senile, man. He's got
they're actively trying to put forth we don't need to have debates.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to do it, man. Because if he doesn't, I mean, Trump will just that'll seal his fate. Because
I agree.
Yeah.
But where I'm going with all this is when I say I think their ego and their desire for power. I think they wanted Joe Biden because Joe Biden is having massive cognitive deficit happening before our very eyes. I honestly wonder if they were gambling. I wonder if we can just get him elected and then we have a complete and utter puppet.
Yeah.
And their
that's what they want. Yeah, for sure.
And what I'm saying, like, I mean, I think it's obvious that's the objective, but I mean, I wonder if their egos and their own personal desire for power is at such a level that they convince themselves they could pull it off. Right.
I think it is, because I think that, like any rational people would have realized that the impeachment was going nowhere and was going to probably hurt them more than help them, and it would have hurt them more than helped them, but it got kind of like overshadowed by this pandemic. They got kind of bailed out on that.
Well,
So,
true. But then the other side of this, though, is if they had half a brain, they would have actively, if not tried to get her on the top of the ticket, at a minimum, they would have picked Tulsi Gabbard for the VP. I mean, of every single one of, I'm talking across the board, of all the candidates put up by the Democrats, Tulsi Gabbard was the threat to Donald Trump.
yeah.
No, in my opinion, no ifs, ands, buts about it. Like, I listen to her talk, and I'm like, I could, if it was her, I was going to vote for Trump, but I'm like, if it wasn't Trump, I could potentially see myself voting for Tulsi Gabbard, right? Like, and I'm a staunch conservative, but like of the Democrats, the only one, and usually there's none, right?
Yeah.
Of all of them, like the only one I could see myself voting for was Tulsi Gabbard. And
that's true.
And to your point of trying to sway that, you only have to sway the 10%, right? And it's like, why would you not go for the one who is extraordinarily reasonable, will be able to
and more moderate, because Harris is not, she's not really likable, man. She's just not.
Well, not only she's not likable, she's creepy.
Yeah, she's got a creepy laugh, man. It's just like, and she's got a bad record. She's super. I mean, like, I don't know that right there. I mean, that was probably Trump. And
Tulsi,
like, yes.
Kamala Harris is quite possibly the dumbest.
She's ditzy.
VP pick they could have come up with. I mean, her like a lot.
Yeah, she didn't even bring a state.
Minorities don't like her.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She polled really low. I mean, extreme, like 2%. But like she didn't even bring a state with it. Like usually you want to bring somebody that's going to help you carry a state or certain demographic. But I mean, like she is black and Korean, but I mean she's kind of like, I don't know, man. She's not really accepted because where she kind of she's from Jamaica or not Jamaica, but is she from Jamaica? Isn't she from Jamaica?
Yeah, Jamaica and India, I think it's the
and then she kind of like kind of made it sound like she was more from somewhere she wasn't. She tried to, that's how politicians do. They try to pander to when they're trying to get elected or whatever. But
she tried to play the whole like that she was like experienced all the segregation and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
well, he just play those ads where she was attacking Joe Biden and about segregation, and she tried to act like she was the where she said she was bust. But I mean, come on, you're.
And here's the irony: have you seen the stuff like her family were slave owners in Jamaica?
I think I did see that.
That came out like 2 weeks.
I'm waiting for the ad. They're not doing a ton of ads here like there probably are in some areas because like this is. For sure, they're not going to waste the money because this is going to go Trump. But I'm going to get online and see some of the ads in some of these swing states because I bet there's. I mean, I usually go on it actually to Donald Trump's Twitter to find some of those ads. They're pretty good.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. Some of his ads have been really legit. Like especially his most recent ones against Biden. It's like. It's too good. I mean, can you imagine being his marketing team right now? I'm just like, I wonder what dumbassery is going to come out of Joe Biden's mouth today. Let's go check it out and see what we got to work with. Oh man, I mean, it's probably like turned into like a comedy, like a sketch comedy writers meeting. Like,
man, but you know how debates are too, man. Like we have these debates here, and even just these discussions, man. If you get on there and your memory recall you can't fake that, man. See, they've got him on a teleprompter and all that right now, and they're keeping him in the basement. But
he can't even get out there with the notes. He can't even keep up.
Yeah, he doesn't know what state he's in, man. And that right there is I mean, you when you screw, like Trump said, you screw that up, it's just time to leave, man, because there's no coming back from that. Because people are just gonna look like you, like, man, what an idiot. You don't even know what state you're in.
He's in deep doo-doo. And here's the thing. If they have a VP debate, Kamala Harris is going to be showcased for being just a total creep.
She can come across as a bitchy too, and that's something you don't want to come across. Because Hillary Clinton did that, turn people. You can't come across bitchy, man. You know what I mean? That's why that one. What was that one lady from
She was a Democratic nominee for president here. Is she from, what's her name? She's got short, not nominee, but she ran for, she was in the primary. She's got short hair, and she's got an accent like from Minnesota or somewhere. She's got that accent.
Oh crap, Klobuchar,
yeah, Amy Klobuchar. God, she just turns you off so bad, man.
Yeah,
And because my mom, I usually use her my perspective as far as women. She's like, yeah, she said that's what she was saying about Kamala Harris. She's like, her laugh just like that does it. When women, I mean, not to be, I'll probably catch some flack for seeing listening, but they can be kind of petty. You know what I mean? When it comes to stuff like that. I'm not saying they all are, but when you're fighting for a small percentage, man, it doesn't take very many. Is all you need to win an election. So, and thankfully, the Electoral College will play in his favor too, because he's got several different paths to win. But the only thing that might hurt him, when I was saying two or three things for him, one against him, is if he's got to have the older population turn out, and with this virus, I just hope that they turn out the numbers that they need to.
And honestly, man, I wouldn't be surprised if the older generation turns out more than the younger.
Yeah, I mean, because they got nothing to lose, but because we got to, we have, Trump has to win, or we're done.
I think there's that, but honestly, man, at least here in Nashville, I kid you not, man. Like, I've been experiencing this with work and stuff. The people my age and younger are being bigger sissies than people 50 and up.
Yeah.
And leaving their house. I mean, and then I'm in a staunch liberal city, and I'm like walking around, and it's like, oh, okay. So the people who aren't actually at risk are the ones acting like they're at risk. This is hilarious.
And I'll tell you now, my mom has been, she's been staying in the whole time. I run out for her. She's only went to her doctor appointments or whatever. And I asked her, I said, you don't need to go vote. She said, no, I'm going to go vote. So if, and if that tells me right there that I think they will turn out.
Oh, wait, my parents are in their early 70s. And when this first thing,
my mom was just,
they stayed at home. I went shopping for them, all this kind of stuff. And then, my parents are still being careful, right? Like they're in their early 70s. Like they're being themselves. My mom's like making sure everything gets wiped down, and
that's my mom,
spray and all this kind of stuff. But my parents are voting. No ifs, ands, buts about it. But for them, it's like, oh, we'll just go to early voting. Like, well,
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm banking on, because they're wiser that they're gonna go out early and take care of it. And as long as they don't do somehow do some kind of ballot harvesting where they just send a bunch of ballots out and pack them in, and then that way they could argue and say, well, we can't count this one, we'll count this one, but not count this one. Then and it turns into a situation where it's probably going to be a situation where we're not going to know the night, unless it's just a landslide for Trump. But I don't see that happening unless it just depends on which states. But if it's really close in some of these swing states, we may not know for a while, and that could be a big, huge problem, man.
Yeah.
But if that happens, generally, I think he's going to win, because he's the incumbent, and he's.
Well, here's what I think. I think I know I've mentioned this multiple times, but dude, I'm telling you, I think election day, it's going to be violence across America.
Yeah, because they're going to be trying to intimidate.
They're trying to intimidate. There's going to be from voting. In the swing states, I'm sure it's going to be nuts. Like Tennessee, we don't have much to worry about in terms of. I'm not suggesting there won't be violence, but I mean, I'm talking about in terms of the vote. Like, let's get real. The left is not going to be trying to use too many assets in a state like Tennessee, where they know they have basically no chance of winning.
They're going to have them up north, man. That's where they're going to. It's going to be Ohio, Pennsylvania for sure, Michigan, and then there's going to be a lot of going on in Florida too, because that you're just not going to win without Florida. So I mean, he's going to have to carry that state, which he moved there is going to help him. You know what I mean? And then, like I said,
I think I'll take Florida.
22% increase of people move. Now that's not saying they've increased their population 22%, but
there's been a 22% increase in people moving into the state. I mean, I saw it on TV, like pictures of huge warehouses of people's stuff that they have shipped down there, and they have like not even sold their houses, and they're already moving down there just because they want out of these areas, because it's just why live in these crap hole big cities when you know what I mean, when violence and murders are up.
Today, did you see the head of the police union of New York City demand that de Blasio resign?
Oh man, he's kind of a. I feel sorry for New York, but he's a gift, man. He's a gift for the Republicans, because he's running that city into the ground, man. It's going to swing back. I mean, that's what happens. You know, that's how Giuliani got in. You know, it's Democrat, but they got tired of the crime and the bull crap, and they put him in there to clean house. You know, and he did. You know, so
I tell you what, dude, I'm reaching the point of like in the examples of the Kenosha's and such, right? It's like we're reaching the point in some of the cities. I'm not saying it should just be done across the board. I mean, just in some of these places, it needs to be like, you know what? If you city council, if you're going to vote to defund us, if cops, I mean, if you're going to vote to disband the police department, you know, those sorts of stupid actions, the police need to, and when talking when the riots start and this kind of stuff, the police just need to be like, you know what? We're making a formal announcement. We're out for the next week. Law-abiding citizens, you're deputized. It's open season. And we'll then just see who wins. I mean, at this point, we're reaching the level of, until that happens, this is just going to continue to escalate until it's put down. I mean, I'm afraid that's where we're at. I mean, when you look at what's happening in Portland, I mean, good Lord, it's time for that to be given no quarter and just be like, you guys have one day to exit Portland and stop causing mass chaos. Anybody who's left, we're taking you out. That's it. You're now enemy combatants. Let's do this.
Well, that city is never going to be. It's going to be a long time, man. I mean, it could be run for, decades, man. People are going to. But that place has been building like that for a long time, man.
Yep.
You know, people.
Yeah, Portland's been being an idiot for years, but like this past, Portland's been basically under siege for the last like 4 years. I mean, literally the last 4 years. They've been having Antifa under siege with Antifa. I mean, dude, I'd say one of the best videos I've ever seen in terms of like riot stuff. This soy boy with a baseball, with a beaten stick, swings at this like muscle bound dude, right? The guy blocks his billy club with one arm and like bounces. It's so funny, man. Like dude's got so much muscle. When he blocked the billy club, it like bounced off of him. And then he swings and just KOs this guy. So the dude has swung and connected with a billy club and then proceeds to get knocked the fuck out. One punch, cold cocked, KO'd, drops like a sack of potatoes. And then the guy turns around, another dude swinging at him. He steps to the side and KOs that guy. So 2 punches, 2 straight knockouts. And I'm like, oh! And the best part though is like there's like 4 other dudes running towards this guy. You see them freeze as the second guy falls to the ground. And then they turn and run the opposite direction from the one. So
yeah, man, these soy boys they don't really know what they're in for if they really did start, if it does break loose, man.
Oh my goodness, man. I was cracked. I'm sitting there watching that stuff like, damn. 2 punches, 2 KOs. Dudes run. Like, too good, man. But it's been pretty interesting watching some of the videos of like these idiots coming into like just normal suburbs and getting met at the proverbial gate by the husbands, fathers, and such of the neighborhoods. And it's pretty kind of interesting to me just to observe and of course, suburban, it's relatively normal dudes, right? Like not a bunch of, hard muscle bound dudes, right? They're suburban guys. But it's been interesting to observe even in that context, the stark dichotomy between the suburb guys and these soy boys. And I'm like, hang on. We got dad bod out here, and they're still like just manhandling these little punks and like throwing them out, like no longer in your 20s, and early 30s, in decent shape. When I got the guys in their late 30s, 40s, starting to get the beer gut, and they're tossing these little jokers around. And,
man, because they've been brought up to believe that that there's no difference between male and female, and so they're so feminine, man, and just the whole skinny jean generation. I mean, I hate to be stereotypical, but you know what I'm talking about, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're just they in their mind they just think they're superior, but when it comes to the force, you know what I mean. You've got to be able to if you've never been in those situations and know how to handle yourself, man, you will get KO'd.
Yep. Yes, you will. Yeah, it's getting bad. And I think that's why they release so many of the criminals. I honestly believe that I'm not saying every single instance where this happened, this was like the conscious objective, but I would wager that at some level of the Machiavellian types, this has been consciously considered. There's no way we're going to win with all these little sissy boys.
Yeah.
We've got to recruit the hardened criminal class. And when you think about the literally tens of thousands of hardened criminals have been let out of prison and let out of jails as a result of COVID. And then you look at, case in point, Kenosha, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right.
Who did that kid engage in combat with? No less than 3 felons.
Isn't that crazy? Think about, a 17-year-old kid up against 3 felons and took them all out.
But that kid's an exception to the rule.
Kid's a freaking hero, man.
Oh man, it's so good. Him blocking the leaping flying kick with his gun.
Man, that's just classic, man.
Getting clobbered with the skateboard.
You can't make that up either, man. He didn't come up with a bark on him, man.
It's like a movie. It's like a movie script.
It was, man. It was like almost unreal. When you started piecing it all together, I kind of missed the first part where I didn't know the 5'3" pedophile had come. Had got shot. I knew it when it got shot first, but I thought it was the guy with the skateboard. I didn't know that guy had come up. And they were chasing him and they were firing guns. So obviously, man, he's in fear of his life. So bam, you're down. And then he's just at that point. He's just trying to get to the police, and it's obvious that in the video that he said he said, "I'm trying to get to the police," didn't he?
Yeah,
I'm going to the police.
Well,
so it's not like he's saying, "I'm going to kill everybody here" or nothing like that. He's like, trying to get to the police, man.
And that's why I just can't comprehend why the prosecutor would charge him at a minimum with the second two. Right? Like, okay, maybe theoretically you got a question about the first guy. Okay, fine. But with all that video evidence, like, and it on him on camera, okay, like when you think about this in the context of, is he making every effort to retreat? Like,
how could you make any more of an effort,
Well, but here's the thing. The guy that he shot in the arm was the guy who asked him where he was going. He said he was going to the police.
Yeah.
So to have any justification, there's no justification for him to be coming after him with a gun, nor to have yelled, "Get him," when he knows the boy is going to the police. So yeah, I would say it's beyond doubt that that guy had intent to hurt him.
Yeah, when he went down, it was like, I guess they felt like, oh, we got him now, we got him down. So they like mob mentality. So they try to jump on him, but they should have realized, man, he's got a gun, man.
That's why I said these soy boys, they don't understand, man. Like Jason was talking about it earlier. In no universe would I ever go to anyone with a gun, period. Period, man. I mean, just, if somebody pulls a gun, I'm just like, okay, man, you win. Like that one kid there was one smart one of the bunch after he popped those two dudes, the other guy, because if they were trying to say vigilante justice or he's just being crazy, the guy put his hands up, he didn't get shot. You know what I mean? He had the presence of mind after he had done shot two people to be like, this isn't a threat to me. Be gone. I'm going to the police. So that works in his favor too, I think. And I know for a fact at least one human being out of 12 has to have enough sense to not convict him.
Oh yeah.
So I'm predicting right now he'll get. I'm predicting right now he'll either get not guilty or he'll definitely be a hung jury. They'll just not retry it.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, that's a not guilty. Well, here's the thing. It's also within the realm of possibility that there's a motion to dismiss.
Could be, yeah.
Prior to trial.
Because that's got to go to a grand jury, and they get to weigh that evidence, and because you can charge anybody with anything. They don't mean nothing, man.
That's true. That's true. But
and they had a lot of pressure to charge him, so that made sense. They would. Because they don't have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? That sucks, but they don't have nothing to lose because, he's not probably going to win a lawsuit if he sues them. You know what I mean? Because there is, they could, some justification that, maybe he should be charged, but, so they done that purely for political.
Once all this is over.
I would do though, yeah.
I would be suing.
Oh, I would too.
I would be suing Vice President Joe Biden. Because the vice president, former vice president, current Democrat nominee for president of the United States, stated that Kyle Rittenhouse was a white supremacist.
Yeah, man, that was crazy. I couldn't believe that too. You couldn't say that. It's like what?
A 17-year-old minor boy was a white supremacist.
Yeah, and he didn't even. It was white guys that were involved in the thing with him. That's what they always sweep crap like that in the rugs. Like, get your facts right, man. You know what I mean?
I'm saying, like, you think about what happened with Nicholas Sandmann, right? He won those cases against. I think so far 3 of the media companies have settled.
Oh yeah, he got paid.
But I mean, you think about this, like, who has? Let's think about this reasonably, in terms of defamation. Being called a white supremacist murderer by the candidate for the presidency of the United States, the potential defamation of character doesn't get much higher.
Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't think about that, but yeah, now that I think about it, yeah.
I mean, you, as a public figure, you have just completely and utterly slandered, with no definitive proof of this, a minor.
Yeah, man, that's a good point, man.
I would be suing.
If he doesn't win, if he doesn't win, he's just a regular citizen now, so he could definitely sue him.
Well, here's the thing too, like, he's not like the president, Biden, or any of the media, just like with Sandmann. He's not a public figure,
right?
Like, he may become one at some point. But he is in no way, shape, form, or fashion can you designate a minor as a public figure and therefore be open to that kind of language being directed towards them.
Oh yeah.
I mean, especially not when he's up against felons. Like,
dude, I think that makes it all the more
trial for that, for like a lawsuit like that. It'd be like, yeah.
And he'll have no shortage of attorneys, I'm sure. They've already started a GoFundMe page, haven't they?
Well, the GoFundMe actually shut him down.
Did they really?
Yeah, but oh man, I had a brain freeze on the name. Give, Send, Go, I think, is like the Christian crowdfunding platform. They allow,
because all the NRA is going to be pumped, be like, yeah,
last
sure.
time I checked, earlier today, actually, he had his new profile had gotten over 100K.
Awesome.
So as long as his legal fees are covered, or at least a lawyer steps up, does the right thing.
What's his face? Nick Sandman's lawyer took his case pro bono.
Awesome, cool. And I did watch a video that somebody put in a link in your debate, and it might have been Slim RN put it in there, and she and I watched it, and the lawyer was going over it point by point in the video. And it's about in the middle of it, but he was like kind of going over your points of saying, like, here's this, and this is why, that he's justified, and so yeah, I think he'll have no problem.
Oh man, it's on GiveSend to go $221,000 so far.
Wow, that's $250,000. Yeah, so see, people are paying attention good.
Boom. Yeah, these idiots don't know what they're
and they wanted it so that when I watched it on TV, or I was just first seeing the light coverage on TV, I thought, they made it sound like he was just some vigilante that went out there. And I was like, yeah, they're going to probably roast him. And then after, watch your debate, I'm like, well, no, man, I think he's in the clear, man. Completely justified.
Yeah, after you watch those videos, man, it's like no.
And thank God for him, he had the videos, man. Because can you imagine if they didn't have that video and they just have try to go for them thugs, witnesses? You know what I mean? Golly, he'd be toast, man.
Oh yeah, they would have all. He was point blank, just raised his gun, shot him dead.
It was saying the N word and this and that. Yeah, they would have been.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. Yeah. Yep, on video. Boom, boom. Boom, boom goes the dynamite. Man, it's not good to.
No, like I said, I'm not happy that anybody got killed. I'm really not. But I'm just saying, if it had to be one or the other, I'm glad it was the kid, man, that was in the right. Because he was just trying to get away, man. He wasn't trying to kill nobody. I don't think those guys would have died if they wouldn't have shot a gun at him, run at him, try to kick him in the head, knock him down, hit a skateboard over his head, and try to take his gun. I think they'd be alive today.
Yep. Yep. You mind your business, you'll be good to go.
Yeah. And that's a lesson. That's a lesson to any of you guys out there, soy boys that are watching. If a guy's got a gun and he's, whether he is crazy or not crazy, if he's got a gun, don't go up and smack him with a skateboard. It's probably not a smart move.
Nope. Right. And as I showed this picture before, in the second instance, or the second encounter, the group, that is where all bets were off. That's right before the guy with the, you can see the guy with the skateboard coming at him too. But look at that. That dude is in the air, man. Clearly trying to knock him, kill him or knock him out with his kick.
Yeah.
That dude ran full speed and launched in the air with that kick.
He pulled the double hop skip, man. He was ready to boot him in the head.
I mean, look at his elevation. That dude's how far off the ground that guy is, right? Kicking with his foot. I mean, at that speed and that level of force, if he connects with his head,
you're knocked out.
At a minimum, he's knocked out. He's likely got a shattered skull. And the kick would have hit him on one side. He would have slammed his skull back into that concrete. So that kick easily could have killed him, or potentially have broken his neck, too, at that speed and that force, right? So I mean, him being able to pivot right there and to an extent mitigate the kick with the gun. I mean, epic.
And the skateboard kid, to beat all, he hit him with a skateboard, right? But he probably may have not even got shot had he not tried to take his gun, right there. Yeah. He bashed him with a skateboard. He's not got his gun up shooting him right then. It's when he goes for his gun, man.
Well, as you see, let's play the video. Because he grabs for the gun, and that's when he gets shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You
you try to pull a man's, hit a man in the head with a skateboard and try to pull his gun from him. I mean, on what planet is that not self-defense? You know what I mean? I don't care. Like you said, it doesn't matter what happened to get him there in that position. because he was at that point trying to go the other way, man. They chased him down and knocked him down. He wasn't fighting with him, and then he had a gun around his back, and then it got out of hand, and he pulled his gun around. No, man, he was going the other way towards cop, like 20, 30 yards away, tops.
Well, what can you say? They're retards.
They got caught up. They got caught up in the hype of being in a mob like that. And that really does, make you do stupid things.
Yep. It's all right. That's the. There we go.
And the one dude had a gun, man, too. Man, I wonder if he would have shot him if he had a chance, because he had the gun out. And was it the same guy that fired the shots earlier? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but it's the dude that.
But he's on. Whoever it was on video, so he'll be pulled into it because they'll identify him. See, they played a little on TV too, where you couldn't really tell, trying to make it look like he was firing a bunch of rounds off, but it wasn't necessarily him firing a bunch of rounds. When he fired, it was still shot.
So they're swinging. Here comes the skateboard. Hit him down. He picks up the board again. Grabs the gun. Gets shot. Falls.
Sorry for your luck, buddy, but you tried to grab my weapon. Can't let you do that.
Boom.
Boom! As that arm is just toe. Let's see, and then see the guy with his hands up, like only smart one in the bunch. Okay, man, I'm not an idiot. Please don't shoot me. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. And that just shows his composure. That his intent was not to hurt anybody, man, because he just wanted to get out there with his life, man.
Yeah, those people are idiots.
And he could argue easily, man. If he was with that group, he's under his right to be with that group. They were adults with a gun. If he got separated somehow, man, I mean, that's totally possible.
Get back.
Yep. Yeah, they're just idiots. I don't know why you would do this. You gotta be a moron. It's like the kid's trying to get to the cops, man.
Yeah, man.
No, you'll be able to hear protesters there calling out to police as the individual with the gun walks towards them, telling them that this individual shot someone, and despite walking right up to police, arms up with a gun strapped to their chest, Suhana, those police officers just drive on by. And of course, as you can
the cops are like,
threat.
Hey, he's got his hands up, like, we're not going to shoot him. We're good. We got more important things to deal with.
Sad situation, man, but in the end, I mean, justice prevailed. That's all I can say. Street justice.
Street justice definitely prevailed. Hopefully, legal justice will be. Well, here's the thing, man. Here's what, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if two things. Number one, the case didn't get dismissed. But number two, when some of this other chaos calms down, there will be if that kid, let's say fast forward, that kid gets convicted there, which I cannot see it happening, but in case if it did, I honestly think that would be a catalyst of utter chaos if that kid got convicted.
I think there will too, but like if Trump got reelected, I could see him pardoning that kid. To be honest with you, man.
Well, I agree with you. But I'm saying in the hypothetical scenario where that doesn't happen and he got convicted, like I honestly could see a complete and utter descent into forced freedom for him.
Man. I mean that's a classic.
There's a lot of folks across America that'd be like, nah, that boy's not going to prison, and if we got to remove him from custody, we will.
Yeah, because the way you got those videos laid out, that's going to get pieced together, and with context now. When people see the context, it's clear, man. But Of course, you're not going to see it on CNN, but I mean, it'll make its rounds.
Yeah, there's no way around it. All right, man. I just realized it is freaking 4:30.
Yeah, man. I got to get up.
5:30 your time.
Yeah, it's 5:30. You're an hour behind me, right? Yeah, I got to get up here a little bit. I usually step a little bit later on Saturday, but usually not till like 5. Usually it's about 3:30, 4. But I'm all good. I'll catch up. It's the weekend.
Yeah, true. All right, everybody. Well, thank you for the folks that stuck it out with us for 6 hours and 27 minutes. We've been having a good time, and
yeah, thanks for having
sticking out this late. And Basement Dweller, Gavin, everybody's been having a good time in side chat, and appreciate everything. And well, we've spent a whole portion of this debate or this after show talking about the debate and evolution, abiogenesis, and then getting into politics and other crazy aspects of the madness that is current society. Hope you will put your brain into action as you consider whether it be political decisions, questions about your existence, and ultimately the conclusions you reach are logical, plausible, and probable. Just don't be idiots. Please use your brains, folks. There's too much madness going on to ignore this. Have a great night, folks.
Night, buddy.
Go on.